know I love. Okay, so fun fact about me before we get into it, and I'm doing a little quick mic check. That is one of my grandma, like one of my favorite songs from my amazing grandmother, Margie Joseph. I adore that song. I love it so much. The original is amazing. We did do a copyright free version, but the original song it's called Love's Calling by Margie Joseph. It's such a phenomenal song. If y'all want to go ahead and go look it up and stream it, such a good song. But hey guys, welcome in, welcome in. It is your girl, Lover Girl Rogue C, and I am so happy that you guys are able to join me today. If anyone wants to pop off in the chat and give your girl a good mic check 1 2. Let me know how I'm sounding. Am I too far from the mic? Am I too close to the mic? Let me know how we're sounding. But hi, welcome in. If you have not been here before, please definitely consider hitting the subscribe button and sticking around. I love to do a lot of content dealing with relationships, motherhood, some lifestyle, some beauty, some a little bit of everything. We can never put ourselves in a box. I don't like taking away choices, especially my own. So yeah, if you are new here, make sure you hit the like, make sure you are subscribed, share it out to those who you think would love the content. And also, if you're able to send support and send love to the show and the channel, the Cash App is scrolling. We are on our way to monetization. So every like, getting us in the algorithm, every comment, that always helps as well. Support, support. Thank you so much. Welcome in, Lover Gang Rue. We got a good mic. Thank you so much. So also, before we get started, I definitely want to say, shout out to Team Fatty, the Untouchables, Ilkhan Ali, Melanin Legacy, Smell the Roses, Sarah the Raging Tomato. Shout out to Sharon Bracy. Shout out to all the amazing content creators. We are actually going to review and respond a little bit to a live panel that I joined on Team Fatty's Ladies First. It was such a good time. Always a good time. It's such a pleasure to engage in conversations like that, even when the conversations take a quick little shift and a quick little twist and turn. So, it's always a fun time with that. Salute, Keel. Thank you so much for joining us this evening. So, yeah, we're just going to go ahead. Let me go ahead and get my banners out the way. So, yeah. We're going to review a little bit. Again, shout out to the original content creator. That was such a, like I said, it was a twist because I went in personally. I can only speak for myself, right? I went in thinking that the conversation was going to go one way and it completely flipped and turned to a whole nother conversation that I wasn't ready for. But, we jump in where we can. And it was a good time. Despite the controversy, despite what people want to say about what was being said, it's a good conversation. I am the mother of an amazingly smart young boy. And these are things that, not only do men have to consider, but women. Women also have to consider these things. Welcome in, Willing to Win. Happy Monday. I hope you're enjoying yourself today. Thank you so much for joining as always. But yeah, as far as, again, shout out to Team Fatty and Ilkhan Ali. I had such a great time. Can't wait to do it again. But, today we are going to talk about, can men say no? Consent or compliance? And the consent double standard, because I do believe that there is a double standard. And don't get me started on double standards. That is another show for another day, which we are going to get into. Y'all, the way my brain works, I love the fact that I can literally get so much content for you all because all these conversations just spark more conversation, right? And I think that's the fun thing about what I do as a content creator. This is a tough topic. It can be. I think a lot of times we overcomplicate things. And I'm not saying things are just so black and white where they have to be simplified. But I think once we have the real conversation, we are able to go ahead and kind of really come to an actual understanding. And that's what I love about what we do here, especially at Lover Gang, because it doesn't always have to be a screaming and yelling and no, you're wrong and you're wrong. We don't have to do that here. We really can just kind of vibe out. We can express ourselves. We can understand where the other is coming from. And we can kind of, kick it from there. So again, welcome back to Lover Girl Confessions. I am your girl, Rogue C. So I also wanted to acknowledge that June is Men's Mental Health Awareness Month, which is why I think it's also important to have these conversations. Men's mental health does matter. Men's boundaries matter. Men's experiences also matter. And so do women's. So tonight isn't about diminishing one and elevating the other. We don't do that here. Everyone, I don't like the word equal because men and women are not equal. But I do believe in equity, especially when it comes down to gender inclusion. We should be equitable to each other, which is why I don't believe in blaming men and not blaming women. Everyone has accountability that they have to bear. Just certain crosses are not ours to bear, and certain double standards work in one's favor, not the other, and vice versa. And that's just okay because we're not the same and we're not equal. So things are going to be a little different. But let's get started. So like I said, men's mental health, it does matter, and so do women's. So today's conversation, it's about asking, whether conversations around consent, desire, accountability, intimacy, relationships are truly balanced. Because if consent matters, it should matter for everyone. And, shout out to Sharon Bracey. Sharon definitely said that on his show today while he was reviewing the topic. And no one can say that he's wrong for saying that, right? I'm going to start there. Consent matters both ways. But I think we do have to have a bigger conversation on how that looks, because consent for me as a woman is not going to be the same for consent as a man. So, like I said, if consent matters for everyone, if boundaries matter, then they should also matter for everyone. And, if we're serious about building healthier relationships between men and women, then we have to be willing to have the uncomfortable conversations and have them honestly. So I'm going to ask the question again. Can men really say no? Is it consent or is it compliance? Does the consent conversation have a double standard? And, my biggest question that I really want to ask you all tonight, is intimacy simply good when both agree? Or is it even better when a man knows for certain that a woman genuinely wants it? So, first things first, let's talk about what consent really is. When most people hear the word consent, they immediately think of women. A woman saying no, a woman establishing a boundary, a woman being pressured. And those conversations do matter. But consent isn't just a woman's issue. Consent is a human issue. At its core, consent is the ability to freely choose. Not because you're scared, not because you're being threatened, not because you're being manipulated, not because you're trying to avoid arguments, but because you genuinely want to. And perhaps that's where things get more complicated, right? Because agreement and desire aren't always the same thing. So I want to ask, is saying yes the same as wanting to? Is reluctant participation true consent? How often do people agree to, just try to keep the peace? Just to do things without, trying to disrupt things? And Kills, y'all know I like to monologue a little bit. We're going to review a little bit of the Fatty show. And then we're definitely going to drop the link. Hello, Sherelle. Sherelle, I thought I gave you a wrench last time. Let me fix that. But hello, thank you so much for joining. I hope you're having a great day. Give me 1 second, Sherelle. I want to make sure I get you your wrench. I thought I put it on there for you. Let me go to my actual stream and go ahead and fix that. Kills, what are you talking about in my chat? Look at you already cutting up. You see what you do? Give me 1 second, y'all. Let me make sure I get this for Sherelle before I forget, because I thought I fixed it. Or I thought I did it last time. 1 second. Okay. All right. That should do what we got to do. All right. So let's see. I don't feel it's true consent. As women, we have to learn this, but I don't think it's something we believe earlier on in life. Absolutely, Cheryl. I got you. And that's also what I'm actually going to dive deeper into that as I do my monologue, because you know I even said this earlier on Sharon's, and I will dig deeper into it. Consent kind of falls more into the woman's favor as a protection mechanism, because women do have the more liability and the more risk when it comes down to sex. And we're going to talk about that because I also talked about it on Fatties. And shout out to, again, Team Fatty, because we did, he put the timestamps on there. We did talk about how I believe that, men's phalluses have been weaponized. So we're going to actually really get into a lot of this. Welcome in, Jordan. Thank you so much for joining. I hope you're having a great day. Thank y'all so much for coming through. It's always a pleasure. Make sure you have hit that like. Make sure you are subscribed if you're not. And definitely make sure to share this out. We are trying to build up. We are so close to 500 subs. It's like at the brink. So y'all share it out. Come through whenever you guys, hit the likes. I post shorts. I'm trying to go ahead and make sure I got content for y'all almost daily, some form of way. Y'all just get me in the algorithm. That will be so great, because we are really building something here. And I love Lover Gang. I love y'all so much. You guys are just, y'all don't understand what it does to my heart, because I talk a lot. And the fact that there are people that actually want to listen to me talk, I can't lie. I love that. Y'all are just so great to me. So going to what Sherelle was saying, why consent often centers women. To be fair, there are reasons society tends to focus on women when discussing about consent. Women often carry greater consequences related to sex, pregnancy, physical vulnerability, reproductive responsibility, potential safety concerns, social judgment, and those realities really do matter. The risks are not always distributed equally. But does having greater consequences mean that men don't deserve boundaries? Or does it simply mean both realities can exist at the same time? Because we do know two things can be true. Oh, and thank you so much. Usually when it's just me talking, it's kind of chill. It's kind of a vibe. When I open up the panel, that's when things get a little spicy. So we're going to see what goes on today. So I'm going to also ask you all in the chat, does greater risk create greater responsibility? Should women have more influence over sexual decisions? And can men's consent matter while acknowledging women's greater risk? I was fighting for my life. Hold on. Listen, I got inspiration from you. I'm willing to win. You feel me? Listen, your girl can tussle a little bit. I like to tussle. I like to verbally joust. Sorry, my little one's asking for a cookie. Yes, you can have a cookie. But I do like to verbally joust. So, shout out to you. Thank you, baby. Thank you. But, shout out to you. Shout out to Rue. Shout out to everybody that was in Lover Gang that was just pushing me through. I don't want to let y'all down in any capacity, and I'm not going down. Listen, it's all out of friendly conversation. It's all about understanding other people's mindsets. And again, it's a good time over there at Team Fatties. I have no complaints. I learn a lot of it, and I have a lot of fun. Even when I listen, it's kind of like a boxing match. Like, you got to have your stamina up, and, I appreciate it. Your girl's got good stamina. You have an amazing day working, Jordan. If you want to just listen in, thank you so much. I hope to see you soon. Enjoy your work day. Y'all are so amazing. Y'all are so sweet to each other. I love that. Thank you all so much for just helping cultivate such a great environment. All right. So last question that I really wanted to ask was in this segment, can men's consent matter while acknowledging women's greater risk? So then my next segment is, can men really say no? This is where things get interesting, right? Most people say men can say no. But do we actually believe it? Do we actually believe that men can say no? And even myself as a woman included, I even have to ask myself, do I really believe men even want to say no? And y'all can let me know in the chat. Do y'all really believe men can say no? Do men really want to say no? So, when a woman rejects a man, people often say, respect her boundaries. When a man rejects a woman, sometimes that reaction becomes, what's wrong with him? Is he gay? Is he cheating? Is he broken? We spent years teaching women that they don't, we don't owe access. A lot of men have taught us that, access is always granted to us as women. But, I do have to ask, do we teach men the same thing? Have we taught men the same thing? So are men allowed boundaries? And Sharon asks that as well. Why do people struggle with male rejection? And, ladies, we kind of hit on this every now and then on the show as well. And a lot of times it comes down to the fact that women believe that we handle male rejection a little better. Usually in my case, I don't see rejection from men in the same way that I guess men would see rejection from women. So I think there also has to be a conversation of when a man is rejecting us, what happens? How are we handling it and what are we doing with it? And does society expect men to always want sex? Men are very sexualized in general. And, I can't really say what comes first, the chicken or the egg in that conversation, because it does seem that when it comes down to the sexualization of men want to be sexualized, men want to be fetishized, men want to, that's one of the ways that they express their manhood, right? Through sex. So I do have to ask the question, what are we teaching men and how is society expecting them to behave when it comes on to sex? Let's see, what does Sherelle say? Right, they can say no, but it's not taken seriously at all. And that's fair. It isn't, it's taken seriously. It does seem like an issue as far as women believing men when it comes down to them saying no. And like I said, only in my personal experience, I don't hear no from men like that. Usually it's the opposite way. Usually it's men always pursuing and asking. So that's why, to your point, Sherelle, I don't know if that is something that a lot of us actually are aware of or even know about sometimes. But they definitely do have the right to say no. I'm always going to stand on that. So the next segment I'm going to talk to you about is the games that we don't like to talk about. Now, this is going to be an uncomfortable conversation. Not every woman is a victim. Some women do manipulate. Some women do send mixed signals. And women play games. Some women often use confusion as a weapon. And what happens when we do this as women collectively, when women play games like this collectively, it does make the men who are trying to do right, the men who are trying to pursue in a proper way, the quote unquote good men, it does make them hesitant, right? They become unsure. They become fearful of making mistakes. Some stop approaching altogether. And perhaps the saddest consequence is that dishonesty, it does also hurt the real victims. The women that are actually going through the SA, the grape, all those kind of situations, right? When women are picking and choosing when they want to play the game of the victim versus the real victims, that does hurt women and even the men, people who are really victims. Because when, manipulation exists, it does erode trust. It makes trusting the victim so much harder because it's like the little boy who cried wolf. Always trying to figure out who's telling the truth and who's not and who's trying to seek attention. And that's why we do have to call out that kind of culture that we do see with a lot of people. But we do know that there are women that do weaponize victimization. So we do have to also be honest about that conversation. So do mixed signals contribute to confusion? And why do some people expect others to read minds? I hear that all the time. Men saying that women want them to read their mind. And I feel men want it that way too sometimes. I think a lot of times in relationships, we expect someone to know what we want, but we don't want to have the communication. And that goes for both men and women. And has modern dating rules become too unclear? I said that a little earlier. I think there's so much confusion being expressed in the modern dating where things should be so simple or should be easily understood because you are with that person. You know your partner, you know what they want, you know what they like, and if you actually do love them, you want to give that to them. And it goes both ways. So we're trying to be in this relationship, and we're trying to make the other happy, because if not, why are we in a relationship? If I could say I'm happy or single, why am I with you? So I think we do overcomplicate things, and that gets really messy when it comes down to even the simplest things. I hear that sex should be one of the simplest things, and for this conversation to be sparked the way it was, I really can't put a pin in where this is all coming from, besides what we're hearing on the internet, what people are trying to express what they want without even trying to give to the other. And it's not a good situation overall. Let's see what y'all are saying. Society is something else when it comes to men. And willing to win, I do agree with that, but there is also the conversation of men set up a lot of rules for society. I do believe that society has overcorrected a lot of things, but we do have to also ask where we went too far. To want sex, that's what we teach men. Sex is a life goal. And the more sex you can get, the better the man you are. Sherelle, who do you think teaches the men that, though? Because I talk about, the fact that, especially in the Black community, I do feel like a lot of the young men, they don't have a rite of passage outside of when they become a man due to sex, right? So I'm wondering, and again, I can't go from any other person as a mother. I don't want my son to just think that his manhood is just tied to how many women he could sleep with. I don't want his manhood to be tied to the fact that, as long as you're just having sex, you're a man. And I don't think that's true. So I don't want to teach those things. So who do you think is teaching that? I definitely agree that women's behavior can bring harm to other women. Absolutely. Most definitely. This is why men and women should communicate effectively to each other so there is no confusion. And, I always thought willing to win, that was the point of dating, right? I don't understand why people aren't having conversations when they are actually dating. We even have a talking stage nowadays in relationships, and it's kind of like, what are y'all really talking about? Except what y'all are wanting and what y'all are willing to do and wanting to do for each other. I don't understand where we're getting all these stages from, and no one's having these conversations ahead of time. They say happiness doesn't matter to them. Uncles, older brothers, and peers. So it is. So I'm happy you said that, because I do believe that a lot of men are pushing the mindset of manhood equals how much sex they can get. I'm sorry, y'all. Hold on. Okay. Welcome in, Simpson. Thank you so much for joining, love. I hope you're having a beautiful day. Influencers, rappers, entertainers, movie, music, TV shows. I agree, Sherelle. And I think we're getting a lot of the wrong information and a lot of the wrong programming. That's the best way to say it. We're being programmed a certain way, and it's not really giving the best human experience for a lot of people. We're easily influenced. That's why the influencer is such a big thing, right? And I think when it comes down to young men and the men in general, we have an issue when it comes down to them and their sexuality. I don't even think a lot of young men and men really know what healthy sex is. I don't think they even have a healthy relationship with sex. And it's actually really sad to see, because it is supposed to be a beautiful thing between two people. But because we have made it such a, I don't know even how to say it. It's easily accessible. It's also kind of been just made into such a necessity. I feel like it's almost a drug for a lot of people. That's why you have a lot of sex addicted people, and they're trying to use it to cope with things instead of actually getting help for the actual things that they're trying to use it to cover up. I think there's just such an unhealthy connection to sex that people really don't even really know how to utilize it correctly. And that sounds really robotic and weird, but it's just, I don't know. Y'all know I look over at how we keep overcorrecting things, and how overcorrection kind of just makes things so horrible. Welcome in. How are you, Dr. Steele? I hope you're having a great day. Yes, definitely influencers. Influencer is a new celebrity status. Exactly. Welcome in, Zoomer. Thank you all so much for joining us. I hope you already hit the like. I hope you are sharing this out. I know you guys are usually subscribed, so I appreciate you for that. And just, thank you for rocking out with me. We're going to also review Fatty Show in a second. I kind of just wanted to get through my monologue real quick. So my next segment is coercion, coercing, because, words are hard sometimes. Coercing versus reluctance. The distinction does matter. There is a difference between someone being worn down through threats, blackmail, fear, force, abuse, and coercion, and someone who simply chooses not to communicate honestly. Because some people say yes when they really do mean no. Not because they're being forced, but because they just don't want conflict. Because they feel guilty. Because they don't want an argument. Because they don't know how to establish boundaries. Those situations aren't identical, but neither situation is really healthy. And the reason why I even put this segment in here, the communication about, unfortunately, we learned in this space, and we've had conversations in this space about a lot of men who believe when they're married to a woman that a woman can't say no to them. And we have talked about situations of marital SA. And the reason why I wanted to put this in there is because there are going to be situations where just because a woman is saying yes to it doesn't mean that she is wanting to. But like I said earlier, the certain games that women do play and people play in general, it does make it a little difficult for not only men to understand the cues correctly, but it does put them at risk. Because if you do have husband and wives who are now afraid of showing affection, showing intimacy with their partner, just because they're not really picking up on if their partner really wants to, because their partner might not be honestly expressing it. Do I have some mods? I have some people over on the mobile who are being really disrespectful, and they really don't need to be here. So if a mod can go over to there and take care of that for me, please, it will be really appreciated. I appreciate y'all. But yeah, so when it comes down to the spousal situation and then just relational situations in general, because on Fatty Show, the conversation was about, a man who had a girlfriend, and she did wake him up or trying to orally pleasure him, and it was without his consent. So that's where this whole conversation kind of sparked. Do I not have any mods over there? Let me see if I can do this. Okay. So you have to go. But, like I was saying, when it comes down to these conversations about the games that we play and the situations that we have to be aware of for both men and women, we do have to communicate properly. And I even said on Sharon's earlier, I do believe because we already have legal paperwork when it comes down to marriage, I think there is certain situations where you do have to make a contract, whether it be verbal or whether it be, an actual written contract on what you would like to have expected in your relationship. Just so people, because it seems like we don't trust each other either. And it seems like people are really hesitant in these relationships because people don't want to get in trouble. People don't want to think about the fact that a person that you love, a person that you're with, can also turn on you, get police involved, get the courts involved in a negative way, especially in the act of love. So I'll dive a little deeper into that. Let me see what you guys are talking about. Hi, Zoomer. I think I said hey to you. Welcome in. Welcome in. Let's see. Let me go up a little bit. Let's see. What were you saying? They're talking about how they're going to have sex with each other. That's true. Let's see. And I do believe sex is very beneficial to the central nervous system. It is a pleasure. It is, sex is amazing. It's pleasurable. The words I'm trying to think of right now. We procreate with it. There is a very bigger reason for us to have sex, but it is also pleasurable. So I think when we are doing it improperly, or when we are doing it in an unsafe manner, or not educated of what a healthy sex life looks like, it does put us in a lot of danger. Welcome in the Real Blacks Lexicon. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. I like having these kind of conversations. I like to make sure that we are actually moving forward in the real way to do these things. Welcome in, Ola. Thank you so much for joining us. Like I said in my super chat, the best sexual experience is when both parties feel like it. If one doesn't, there will be problems. Now, Dr. Steele, I'm happy that you said that. I actually have, because I did see that super chat from you. And I do actually have a segment dedicated to that I do want to get into, because I did mention that a little earlier in my monologue, but I do have a segment dedicated just to this comment. Welcome in, Next Level. Do men express their boundaries to their women? I don't think they do. And I said this on Sharon's. I don't think men really understand having boundaries with their woman or with women. I don't even believe a lot of men really have standards when it comes down to women. Yes, you can hear the men saying, I want someone who's going to cook and clean, and I want someone who's going to have my babies and all that. But I don't think men really know what real standards are. They can tell you that they want peace. They can tell you that they want someone who's not going to overtalk them. But a lot of times men don't say what and who they truly want. Even shout out to Nightish. Nightish, whether he was trolling or not, was talking about he doesn't want to be touched in his sleep, which is why I go back to my idea of a contract, because these are things that should be discussed and it should be known, so that if it gets violated, there was somewhere that I could refer back to. Because again, a lot of times people who are claiming that they're being violated in their relationships, not just sexually, but when they feel like they're being violated in certain things, it always comes back around like, well, I don't remember you saying that. When did you say that? When did we discuss this? So I do think, and I've said this plenty of times, relationships should be treated like a business. That way there is an insurance with the way that we are dealing with other people, because you are dealing with someone's heart. You are dealing with someone else's emotions. And there is a lot of emotional risk, and a lot of risk that a lot of people don't really think about, because we're so in love. And, we're lover gang here, but we also believe in smart love. We believe in strategy with love. We believe in doing love the right way, because a lot of people have been doing it incorrectly. It wasn't a disaster. People just want to express themselves. People want to be heard. I'm never going to say a conversation is a disaster. I think it's more so we have to be better listeners, or at least we have to be able to listen just as well as we can talk. Let's see. You have to have boundaries, because folks are so traumatized from previous relationships, not to mention lack of spirituality plaguing the world. Absolutely, Ola. And a lot of times it is hurting people in a way that we don't discuss enough. Hello, Miss Polly, dear. I hope you're having a lovely day. Polly, I will be opening up the panel a little later, so I don't know if you're at work right now, but if you are able to stick around after I finish my monologue, I would also love to have you up here with me. Intimacy is sexual in one way and mental in another. Absolutely. And that is also why when it comes down to intimacy, a lot of women say that we need to be warmed up. That is why foreplay, aftercare, these words, are such a big deal, not only to women, but I think it should be a big deal to men, because a lot of times we're thinking that just because a man is up and he's ready to go, that he's ready to go. And a lot of these men have expressed, no. A lot of these men have expressed that is just a biological response, and that doesn't mean that they're ready up here. And I think as women, if these men actually, and this is coming from a healthy mindset, right? I'm going to do a disclaimer with that. Everything that I'm saying is coming from the mindset of someone who is healthy and wanting to love properly. Because a lot of people are not doing the work to get to that point. And they're just jumping into relationships, as we talked about on previous shows, unhealed, and to hell and to be damned the consequences with what they go through with the other person. Like, I think that was Ola or Zoomer. I think it was Ola. Yeah, it was Ola talking about traumatized people. So I think when it comes down to overall, we do need to actually come from a healthier place before we start involving other people in our mess and in our bed. Because that is when things get sloppy. That is when things get very just full of turmoil. And it's not fair. It's not fair to you, to the partner, and the possible offspring that comes out of the outcome of having sex. Because as you remember from previous shows, we did talk about sex being reproductive, not just recreational. And a lot of people don't keep that in the forefront of their mind. And we have a lot of children who suffer because of that. But I appreciate that, Polly. Thank you so much. Uncle Rick, why I gotta, I mean, I do have a big face. It's a big, cute face. We have really good cheekbones in my family. But hi, Uncle Rick. Thank you so much for joining. Folks not going to tell you what they want. They're going to tell you what they don't need in their life, because wants are like oxygen. You want it all. Let me think on that. So I think you definitely need to tell a person what you need first, especially if it is a need from another person. I think the reason why we come with wants is because a lot of times we are so hyper independent, where it's a little hard to feel like you need something from an entity outside of you, right? I think the fear of depending on someone, having a dependency on someone, and that person can get up and go at any time, is a lot of times why we will tell people what we want. Because the moment I tell you what I need and you start providing that, but then you also leave, then it's gone. And I think that actually is a scary thought to a lot of people, because even when it comes down to like your job, if you really expressed, how badly you need the money and then they wanted to lay you off, that is a really unfortunate and scary thing. And I think even in a relationship, it's worse, because you are pouring your heart to another person. You're pouring your desires, your future self, the idea of future. Because a lot of times when we talked about falling in love with potential, you fall in love with the potential future with a person. So when that gets wiped away and just snaps and disappears, it does kind of leave you in that traumatized state that we were talking about earlier, Ola. So I appreciate that. That was a really good comment. Uncle Rick says, wants change, needs have to be honored. And again, I'm agreeing with y'all, but it's scary to depend on people. And I think we also have to have that conversation. Thank you so much, Cheryl. Yeah, my lover gang here. That it's all love here. We don't have to do all the chaos and stuff like that. As I'm reading what Eugene is saying, chaotic. Eugene, what were you saying chaotic to? I'm a little behind in the chat. I'm not sitting around telling folks what I want. I'm either going to strive for it or do the best I can with what I have. Folks are never grateful. And I would say that love contract, I might have to make that a thing. I might have to coin that. I think people should start having love contracts. I think when we get into relationships, once we hit maybe date number 3, if we're really pursuing each other, if we're really, going the distance with each other, because I think date number 1, cool, we're just vibing out. We're trying to see how I feel about you. Date number 2 through 3, okay, I'm really liking you. We're talking on the phone more. We're in more of a constant communication. The moment you kind of start becoming a fixture in my life, or I become a fixture in your life, I think we should come with a love contract. And I think that's where you can discuss not only your wants, but your needs. And then a person can kind of say yay or nay to it. Since we're talking about consent, right? Since we are discussing the fact that you want to make sure that the person is wanting to do something with and for you, and not just being coerced to do so or forced to do so, or obligated. If y'all remember our trigger word show, being obligated to do something, then I think we also have to have some type of agreement. I don't know. Y'all tell me what y'all think about the love contract. I'm going to coin that. I think that's really important to have. Let's see. Folks are looking for happiness in places they'll never find it. But I've always heard that happiness can be fleeting, especially when you don't have it in you already. So I think it's a matter of you can't depend on somebody for your happiness. You kind of already have to have it. But everything should be a bonus. When I get into a relationship, I want it to be a bonus, not only in my life, but also in your life. I want us to add to each other, not take things away. And a lot of times we do have people who want to get something and give the least amount, but they want to get the most of something. And especially, it feels like everybody's trying to play a game of one-upping each other in the modern dating. And I don't think that's fair. I think we're doing it so incorrectly, because we don't really have to date based off survival like other generations. We don't have to procreate all the time like other generations had to. I think we are actually in the easiest dating scene, and that's why I think things are so complicated. People really don't know how to do things outside of survival. Once you kind of put ease in a lot of people, that is where it seems like it's the most chaotic for people, or they're at their most uneasy, because there's no set clear guide. Like surviving, you have to survive, wake up, eat, and continue your legacy. When we're able to kind of slow down and really picture and grab the bigger picture of things, I think we start overthinking. And that's what really complicates things. Let's see, you guys are saying hi to each other because they only think of the recreational part. I agree. Because it's fun. I'm not going to lie. I'm not a stick in the mud. I try to keep things clean and a little more PG-13 over here, just because I know certain guidelines. I know where I'm at. But I'm not unaware of how fun, how great sex is. It's amazing. It can really help if you're bored. What did a lot of people, we had a lot of pandemic babies. Shout out to 2020. But when we don't consider the consequences to recreational things in general, whether it be the emotional consequences, the physical consequences, the side effects of things, the risk that we often put ourselves in, you're hearing STD rates are going up. It is kind of scary to think that people are trying to numb themselves so much, or trying to escape, because I think a lot of this is also becoming escapism, where we really don't consider other people's feelings and other consequences. And it's kind of just what I want, what I need. And I think that's where this consent conversation also comes from, Sherelle, because a lot of people are just focused on me, when you're supposed to be a we. And we're supposed to be focusing on us. And that's why I do feel like a lot of people need to heal before they get into a relationship. Because if you're not in the mindset where it's no longer just about me, you don't need a relationship. Respectfully. Let's see. Let's say folks be wanting attention. And they do. Again, the same way with sex. Attention feels good. People are wanting dopamine rushes. People are wanting dopamine kicks. That's why social media acts the way it acts. That's why, certain rugs are promoted in a certain way. Because people, like I said, the escapism, but people just want to have fun. And I don't think people know how to have fun anymore. I don't know if people know how to be healthily by themselves, which is why codependency is a big deal in a lot of relationships. We have so many pieces to the puzzle that we don't discuss enough about when it comes down to what happens when I'm ready to be in a relationship with somebody. And I think we're either ignoring these things, or we just don't want to do the work in general because it's not fun. And I'm always going to go back to that. I think a lot of people want fun, and thinking and overthinking is not fun. Only a person who has sexual identity issues would think to do something like that. There is a gully of differences between sleep fellatio and sleep violation. And Black Lexicon, they kept talking about the fact of what happens if the person doesn't wake up. And all jokes aside, why isn't that person waking up? Because certain things will immediately wake you up out of your sleep. You hear a noise, you're immediately waking up out of your sleep. Someone moves a certain way. I already know. I've woken up when sleeping with my little one. When they move, I wake up and I'm checking on them. If I'm sleeping in bed with, my man or anything, and he moves, I'm going to feel that. I don't understand why we have to make it. How do I want to say this? I'm not understanding why we're taking it to the worst case scenario, because if a person's not waking up in their sleep, something's usually wrong. But if that person is saying, no, not tonight, that is your answer for consent. That is them saying, no, not tonight. But if that person is going along with it, that is also consent. And someone said that earlier as well about communication styles. I think they said, and I have to look that up, but I think they said that it's 10% of communication that it's actually verbal, And I also brought up body language and all those other things prior as well. Let's see. Please do, as Willing to Win says, and like the video. If you have not already, please hit the like. And if you are feeling generous, the Cash App is also scrolling at the bottom of the screen. It is $RogueC19. Rogue is ROGUE. Because a lot of times I do feel like some people misspell rogue. But yes, it is at the bottom. So please do so. Shout out to Ola. Ola always spells my name right, and I appreciate that. And Black Lexicon, I'm not going against you. I think I definitely agree with you, but these are things that we have to talk about. And if you guys don't like the whole love contract thing, which I understand, I'm just saying for the sake of erasing confusion until we can get back to healthy relationships, it doesn't hurt to have a love contract. Let's see what one said. Eugene, I'm a little behind in the chat, so I don't know what was said, what you're referring to, because, we were talking a lot on Sharon. Shout out to Sharon. Love contract is cool. I can see somebody whipping... What? The contract, whipping out the contract at the dinner table? Like I said, it's not the first date, right? So the love contract is when I become a fixture, you become more of a permanent fixture in my life, and now we're able to say, boom, so what's up? And the beautiful thing about a contract, it can stand for so long, and then you can renegotiate or you can update it. As long, and again, how many people in your family are becoming like notary republics and stuff like that? They need something to do anyways. Let them put that stamp on it for you. I think a love contract is dope. Let's see. With the person you love and marry is not game. And I agree with you, Black Lexicon, but a lot of men I'm hearing are avoiding the idea of marriage because they're afraid of losing. They're afraid of losing whatever they built because they're afraid of the woman taking it away. So again, it's not a matter of it being a game per se. It's just the fact that a lot of people are getting into these relationships playing games. And I think that's where a lot of times we're losing a lot of the thing. I don't want to keep saying things. We're losing the premise of what love and the marriage and the relationship is supposed to be built on in the first place. So I think that's why, and a lot of people are getting in relationships for the wrong reason. Like I said earlier, codependency, boredom, needing a place to stay, all those kind of fall into place. Wanting to get out of some type of situation. There's a lot of reasons why the games are being played. Welcome in, Michelle. It's always a pleasure. I hope you're having a beautiful day. See, Zoomer's with it. Thank you, Zoomer. I appreciate y'all. I don't think I'm that crazy. I have a little crazy in me. That's why my name is Rogue. But I'm not that crazy. I come up with some decent ideas. Their impleasurement is a reward for their love. I don't know, Black Lexicon. Can you kind of dive deeper into that for me? Rogue is wild. See, I told y'all. Rogue is wild. You need to trademark that ish copyright. Sell merch, be love contract attorney. My mind just went with so many ideas you can get. Well, listen. Hola, if you know how I can do all that, we might need to connect real quick because listen, if we could trademark that, we can make this all a reality. I'm down for it. One should have established one's happiness. The other person can either extend the happiness or interfere with it. I don't know, Mr. Eugene. You're kind of expressing the reason why I think a love contract is needed. And again, I'm going to go back to it once I get to that part of my segment. But again, we're kind of already doing that when we sign marital licenses. So why not just put the contract in there to begin with? Happiness is a you thing. I just won't get in the way of it. You being happy shouldn't hurt other people. I agree. And that's why I said a lot of times people need to make sure before they get into a relationship, are they ready to get rid of the me only mindset? Because now it is us. It is we. So a lot of times there is a selfishness, especially when it comes down to parenthood alone. But there is a selfishness that people do need to drop before they get into relationships. Point blank, period. Welcome in, Edaman. I hope you stick around because I would love to hear what you have to say about this. All right, y'all, I'm gonna come back to the comments. I want to hurry up and get through this, through these segments, so that way we can actually get into the review of the video, and I can open up the panel. So, of course, a question that I want to ask are, why do people struggle with honestly communicating? And the issue consent, communication, or both? So are we having issue actually talking to each other? Are we actually having issue of understanding what consent is, or is it both? So my next question, because I did bring this up on Fatties, is the phallus still weaponized? So let's talk about power, because that's really what the conversation is about. Power. Physical power, emotional power, sexual power, relational power. A phallus is not inherently dangerous. It's a body part. Men have it. It's a body part. But sexuality can absolutely be weaponized. Sometimes through force, sometimes through intimidation, sometimes through emotional pressure. The issue isn't male sexuality. The issue is power without discipline. And we also talked about that in are men, is this a safe place? Are men dangerous? We talked about that. And I think when we have to come down to the idea of, especially men, you guys are severely and masterfully powerful, especially when you control with discipline. A disciplined man is his strongest self, because not only do you realize you have the power, but you know how to use it, versus an undisciplined man is weak. And we don't have to get back into that. I expressed that, and I have clips about that. But I think when it comes down to a lot of sexuality, and Sherelle was talking about this earlier, I think it's also how men feel powerful. Because even when they say a man's going through, a midlife crisis because of the ED rate, or, when they say a man who gets a big car or a boat or something like that, he's trying to express himself in another way that one who might be more endowed doesn't have to. So, there is a power dynamic, and there is a power that I feel like a lot of men, you get through your body part. So, I'm going to ask again, are men supposed to be dangerous? Is self-control more important than strength? And when does persuasion become pressure? So my favorite segment, we're finally here. Love versus contracts. People act like love and contracts are opposite. But are they? Marriage is a contract. Employment is a contract. Business partnerships are contracts. Even relationships contain agreements. We're exclusive. We don't cheat. We're trying for children. We're waiting. We're committed. These are all contracts, just unwritten ones. Maybe some relationship problems aren't caused by bad people, but caused by undefined expectations. So, my question on this segment is, should couples discuss sexual expectations before marriage? Is clarity romantic or unromantic? Are assumptions ruining relationships? So let's see. I'm going to get back to what y'all were saying, because I don't want to get too far out of the chat. Folks don't need a date. They need more water, maybe a plant, and graduate to a goldfish or something. Companionship is a big deal. We are made to be in relationships. We are made to be in families. We are made to be around other people. When we actually start trying to isolate ourselves, and this is, speaking for the broader, you do have your exceptions to the rule, but we are supposed to be around each other. It is a really lonely thing to be. That's why there is a loneliness epidemic. So it is a big deal to try to say that people shouldn't really need dates or be dating, because that's just not how the human nature goes. We want to be around each other. We want to be with each other. So again, the question or the answer or solution that I would like to see is how we can do it in a more proper manner. Folks just need to get out their own way. Ola, you are on one today. If a person is in a relationship where the sex is rationed, then I would advise them to leave. Which, again, if it's being weaponized in the other way of how a lot of men are saying that women will withhold, you do have that right, but I think you also do have the responsibility to find out why she's withholding, or why if your man is withholding, why is that being weaponized or withheld? especially if that is something that is important to you, to them, to each other. So a lot of times, I do say that a man's most powerful, and that goes to anybody, a person's most powerful, the way that you can get your most power if someone is doing you wrong is to remove your presence, to remove access. But a lot of times, if we are with people that we love, we do have to also understand that there are clarifying questions. Even though you can abandon ship, it doesn't mean that you should without at least finding out what's going on. Now, if you don't care, then that's one thing. But again, then why were you in the relationship in the first place? So again, there's always nuance to what I say. Even when I say things for shock value, it's just a matter of how much do you really care about that person to really understand them. That's all it really comes down to. I'm going to kind of... Relationship nowadays seem not to be genuine. Exactly. Let's see. Welcome in, right brained. Can the contract have opt clauses after a year? Absolutely. Again, the whole beautiful thing about your contract with whatever the person that you're dating or the person that you're with is your contract. I just said make a contract with whoever you are really ready to kind of... Y'all are so mean to me. I'm crazy, but I'm a good kind of crazy. But yes, yes, right brained. Pretty much the whole idea is when you have this contract, it is just something that you and this person can agree upon. And usually in a lot of contracts, there is a negotiation. So a lot of times somebody might scratch out, no, I don't really like that clause. No, I don't really want to do this. And you guys can kind of go back and forth. That's the whole point. So then when you guys have it all said and done, you know what to expect and there aren't really any surprises. So that's the whole point of the contract. But listen, do what you want to do with your contract. And if you and that person agree to it, sign off on it. And you guys should have a little bit easier of a relationship. I can't make any promises. Oh, we might have to put that disclaimer in there. The situations aren't always guaranteed. There's always... It's all about a matter of what people want to do with it. I'm probably off speaking with my voice. You have to assume what I'm conveying, and that's not fair to you. No, you're good. You're good, Black Lexicon. I just want to make sure I'm understanding you all because I know we haven't opened up the panel yet. So I just want to make sure I'm reading and understanding everything that y'all are saying. The love contract should also have financial penalties. Yeah. For breaching agreements. Yeah. Again, whatever you want to have that contract, whatever insurance clause that you want to have in that contract, because again, even I didn't even think about it, a prenup. When people make a prenup in their marriage, that is still a contract. So whatever consequences, because again, the beautiful thing about the contract is that the person, one, you should be making sure that you both read it all the way thoroughly, like you would any other terms and agreement, right? But at the end of the day, the same way when you go for a job and they have you fill out all your paperwork and you know what your benefits are, you know what you're going to get out of it, you know what your job responsibilities are. You don't really have any room for confusion. So the moment you aren't performing and living up to what you signed off from, that's when your boss can be like, you're out. The same can go for whatever relationship you are in. Again, the love contract is just to get rid of all the confusion. So I think you guys should do it. I think especially people who are now dating or struggling with dating, you should have a love contract. The contract should protect both partners' interests. Of course, that's what the whole point of having the contract is, Zoomer. So I agree with you, most definitely. Tell the women that prefer to be alone. Tell the women that prefer to be alone then. If they prefer to be alone, they're not your dedicated party that you would be wanting to have that with, though. So if a person wants to be alone, let them be alone. I don't think it's fair to kind of do that with people. All right. No, I know, Willing. I got you. You create the contract and both you seal it with a kiss. I like that, Zoomer. I think that's beautiful. All right, y'all. So I think I kind of did how many more segments? Because I'm going to do the rest of the segments probably when we get a little closer to ending the show. Yeah. So I have only a couple more left. So we can go ahead and review the video and then I'll go ahead and open up the panel. Give me 1 second. Listen, Fatty, I'm not going to put my fair use banner up. So if you're listening or watching, listen, it's fair use. I was on there. No, I'm playing. But fair use. Let me go ahead and get my screen shared real quick. Let's see. And let's see what timestamp I want to go to. So let's go ahead and go to the very beginning.
So, friends, I have a weird show for y'all today, okay? Please be careful with the TOS on the main event, okay? You can say words, but be careful with the words. This is streamed for 72 channels and international and all that. I don't want nobody to be in trouble, okay? So be careful with the words, grape and all those things, right? So we're going to start with something actually a little bit more simple, okay? Let me put this picture here and we go from there, okay? Here we go. Man wakes up to girlfriend having sex with him without consent. Okay? Man wakes up to girl having sex with him without consent. My question to y'all is, I'm not going to challenge you to the legalities of this. I'm going to ask you, in your opinion, is this okay? Okay? Personal view. We're not going to judge nobody. Personal view. Just be careful with your words, okay? In your personal opinion, is this okay? With Melanie decides who goes first. I'm definitely going to... It's time to do.
We're going to let our two ladies already up at the top go. So Sarah and then Smell the Roses.
I mean, I want to hear the first man that complains about a woman waking him up with a BJ or jumping on top of him or so on and so forth. If he does have a problem with it, so be it. But I want to know the first man that does have a problem with that. And if so, then maybe I'm wrong. But I'll leave it right there at that. I don't even feel like I need to say anything else.
Damn. I love it. Go ahead, Roses.
I'm just gonna go with the title. Can we see that again? Like, what is it?
The picture again?
Yeah, there it goes. Man wakes up. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
Man wakes up to girlfriend having sex with him without consent, meaning he woke up and the woman was on it. She was on the mission already. She didn't have to tell nothing. Like, is this in your eyes okay?
No, okay? It's not okay. It's not okay. Like, why is she, going there with him without him knowing that she's going there with him?
Roses, are you serious?
I mean,
wait, we're already on it now. You 1 second.
I am kind of. It's like, okay, we don't know all of the circumstances, right? We don't know.
Bless you, my brother.
What if she's
no problem, sir?
What if she hasn't been taking the pill, Melanin? He's told her this is just a scenario. This is just like it could be or it could not be. So this is why I'm saying it could be weird. What if he was like, I want to have a baby, and she up there doing her thing while he don't know what's going on, trying to get that baby out of him?
Okay. Okay, that's something different. But even still, if we're married and I want a baby, that's what I said. That's the point of getting married. I'm not supposed to.
She said that the man gets the right to choose what he wants to do.
In regards to children?
In regards to being over a woman, being a woman's leader in her life. Like you said.
I agree that, but like this is.
So he didn't give consent, Melanin.
But he's not supposed to have to give consent for.
Okay, so I know a lot of people were trying to get on Melanin about what she was saying, and I actually agreed with Melanin in the sense of, if this is your man, you already kind of know what your man likes, right? So you know that if he told you pretty much when that thing is up, go ahead and go and do what you got to do to it. A lot of times that is kind of a conversation, which is already the consent that a lot of women are going based off of. A lot of these times they are telling us that this is what they want to do. Even when Melanin was saying that, there were men in the chat saying, yeah, hop on it. Do what you got to do. I'm down. So a lot of times we as women are getting that idea that that's what y'all want us to do, that you guys want. And I said that, you'll see, I said that y'all want the spontaneity. You guys want us to kind of handle business for you sometimes. You don't always want to ask. But let's continue.
This?
Yes, he does.
Can I hop in real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Just because I have to agree with Sarah, because again, I do want to hear from a man who is not into the spontaneity, especially when I hear all these arguments about men not getting sex. So now it's confusing, because if you guys are saying that you're not getting sex and then you have a woman who is trying to give you the spontaneity, and you guys are always saying women don't initiate, women don't blah, 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 all the things I'm hearing men complain about when it comes to their sex lives with their women. But now if a woman's initiating and she's being spontaneous with it, what's the problem? Because I really just want to know, as far as when it comes down to what do you all want? I asked that last time I was here.
So shout out to you, Black Lexicon. And that's why we didn't actually stay on that for too long, because we already all kind of agreed and knew that that wasn't the base of the conversation. But yes, it's not about pregnancy. It's not about, we're not talking about stealing a man's sperm. So let's go ahead and put that out there. It is strictly on the conversation about consensual sex between two adults. So I appreciate you for pointing that out.
Before we give our take,
Yeah.
you tell us what you think about this first. No, it's ladies first, not the men first. You tell us exactly what you think about this.
Yeah,
And then we give our take. We're not doing that.
Yeah, she tried to do a Uno reverse. Don't do this. Like you got it.
But the only thing is, there's no nuance there.
There's no nuance. There's your opinion. Go ahead, move on.
All the time that they want us to be more aggressive in the bedroom.
Yes.
They want us. However, he reported this, so that means there has to be some backstory because he did report it.
Right.
Get to the news. So something there's
Because that couldn't have been his wife or his girl.
Hold on. We're not going to move. Hold on, y'all. We're talking about consent right now. We're not talking about being spontaneous, okay? Should the women have to get consent from the men before they take it?
No.
The verbiage.
No, we want no questions. That was the original question. We need to make sure everybody answered it before we start the conversation.
There's not a marriage in America that a man doesn't say he wants the woman to initiate more. So get consent. What do you mean? Ask permission before.
So both of y'all are okay with that, right?
Let him cook, Patty. Let him cook.
No, I don't think both of y'all are okay.
Because he felt violated. He reported it.
But that's what I'm saying. That can't be his wife or his girl. That had to be
Man, y'all need to pay attention. I didn't ask you what is your opinion of the person. I asked your opinion. Okay, you have a man. You probably had a couple of men. You wake him up to the glorious
So the reason why I even kept saying that couldn't be his girl, even though Fatty did later show the prompt again, and apparently that is his girlfriend. Again, that can't be really the person that you're really choosing to be with. If that's something that she either knows you're not into, or again, there was just so much nuance lacking in that prompt where it had to really beg the question on how did we even get to this point? Because to answer right brain, it's wrong. Yes, if a person is telling you no, you need to stop. No is a complete sentence. It doesn't matter if you're a man or a woman. The issue came down to the fact of how do we even get here? And I think that's where a lot of the women, myself included, were confused, because it kind of seems like certain things are a given. And maybe that is our ignorance as women, that we don't understand that you guys actually don't communicate, I guess, enough of your needs. And we even said that earlier. I think a lot of times women are under the idea that you guys want sex. You guys want it all the time. You want it without having to really not force. Y'all really want it without having, you guys want us to initiate as much as you initiate for us, right? And I think, the guys were definitely trolling. We can also say that. Shout out to Team Fatty and Ilkhan Ali, the Touchables. They were most definitely trolling. But again, it was a matter of, I guess, either A, we as women, we assume too much, or B, men don't communicate enough. Fair use.
Morning breakfast, right? Everybody kind of knows what it is. Do you have a problem with that? Do you think it's okay, or you think it's not? Let's not focus on the reporting and complain about it.
No problem.
If we're in the house together, if he made it all the way to my house, I made it to his, then I don't think that's already consent enough. Why are you in my house? Why
So y'all do understand that we dragging it because y'all want to say yes or no?
No, we got more of an answer. We got a little girl answer. We need Sarah's answer.
So Sharon tried to get me in trouble for saying that. And the nuance to what I was explaining was the fact that if we're boyfriend and girlfriend, we're husband and wife, you're in my house, we're in each other's beds at that point. That was the nuance that I was trying to get to. So it's a matter of it's a matter of the fact that we were together already. I'm already in your bed. You're already in my bed. It is at that point safe to assume that the consent was already given. So that's all I was trying to say. But they were saying that that's a very dangerous thing to say because if men try to do the same thing, we already know that, again, the conversation was already, that's your girlfriend, that's your boyfriend. We kind of already know what grown folks do. But shout out to the men again. Thank you so much, Rue. I appreciate you. And if y'all want to donate to the Glow Up Fund, again, the Cash App is scrolling at the bottom. Fair use.
Sarah's answer.
Yes, it's Lala.
You said if he drove all the way over there and you drove all the way over there, you said you fine with it.
I mean, it's going down apparently. If you hear, it's going down.
Yeah, but he was asleep.
No, he woke up.
Well, at that point, of course he woke up.
No, I don't want to give my input. I just want to remind him of the movie Sleeping Beauty. Okay, go ahead, guys.
Lala has an
They're
answer.
going to go and work harder and get more money once you wake them up in that manner normally.
Oh,
So-
shit.
I love you. Yes, please come back again. I like this, where this is going. Go ahead, Lala.
So it says girlfriend, and I agree with the young lady that said, what if she's just trying to get his seed?
Yeah.
You know, as a woman, you wouldn't want it to happen to you, so why would you do it to him? That is crazy.
Wait, so y'all saying in a relationship, she's supposed to... Okay, first of all, let's really talk about this, right? A man is 10 hut in his sleep. He's 10 hut in his sleep. You telling me I'm supposed to just I'm supposed to wake him up and it's already looking at me?
You sound predatory.
What if the guy in a strip club said to a dancer?
No, we're talking about
"You got a
boyfriend, girlfriend.
juicy cream
This is
cake."
boyfriend. This is boyfriend, girlfriend. You guys are making your own
And we're
scenario.
already in the bed together. From that
Yep,
story,
this is not the
it's like she
club.
snuck up- they didn't say she snuck up in his house. It didn't say that he didn't know her. We're already in the bed together.
I'm not asking. I'm taking.
Hey, this is going to be an interesting show. Y'all have no idea what y'all did right now. Any,
And shout out to Melon and Legacy, because as much as people were trying to say the women on the panel were talking a certain way that puts women in danger, listen, a lot of men also say they want a woman who knows what she wants. At that instance, if you, again, it's backtracking from the men when we're hearing so many say that that's what you want. You want a woman who's going to take charge. You're going to want a woman who's going to do as much as you are. A lot of men talk about women starfishing and what is it? The something princess, pillow princess. I think that's a thing. So if you guys aren't having exciting sex with a woman, but then we're getting called all types of inappropriate things here, it's a little weird, because again, we already know that the sex is going to be 10 times better when the woman is actually wanting it. The woman is actually giving you the signal that let's go, it's about to go down. Men get excited. It's a lot less pressure when we're already up here mentally ready. Everything starts flowing with the rest of the body. So, fair use. Shout out to Melon and Legacy. Shout out to all the ladies. Everybody looked beautiful. Everybody had such great opinions, whether we agreed with each other or not. This was even though, like I said earlier, they were trying to throw it at us in a way that we weren't ready for it. It was such a good time. Hi, Reese. Welcome in, Boo. Thank you so much for joining. Fair use.
any woman on the panel that is against this other than smell the roses?
I need more.
Lala.
Uber needs more, and Lala.
I need more information.
How do you need more information? I have a more than Woody, and you said I take care of it, baby.
Here, you fatty. Let him know.
But I don't know your relationship. Because
No. Hey, one second, friends. 1 second. It was saying that there's girlfriend. There's a commitment there. These people know each other.
Mm-hmm.
This is not a rendezvous. This is not a strip club. This is two people that actually have a committed relationship with each other. Let's go with that.
Mm-hmm.
Fine and well. But there have been wives in the past that have reported their husbands for taking it. So why?
I'm asking you.
The other way around. Why would you do something to someone that you don't want done?
I'm asking you.
right, but that's why I said we need the backstory.
It says girlfriend.
Oh man.
Right, because in the past, when women have reported that, it was already understood that's not okay with me. But we don't know the backstory. I mean, what if she's
Do
done
y'all ask the backstory for the women when they report on men?
But usually there is a backstory.
Because
That's the
Usually
point.
the man is already convicted of the crime before he even goes to jail.
But again, it's a matter of when you hear from those stories of those women.
Hold on, y'all.
So the reason why I was trying to say that there is a backstory, usually when it comes down to the situation of SA, and unfortunately, that these real life situations do happen, there is still a backstory that is asked. It is a matter of trying to investigate and find out what really happened, because people are trying to get to the bottom of this. People are trying to realize if something wrong had occurred and what to do and how to properly rectify it. So yes, in both case scenarios, a backstory is needed.
Hold on, because we can't hear everyone at one time. So top rows, go ahead.
I was just saying that when men are accused of these kinds of things, that before they even make it to trial, the women have already cast him out as a, weird.
By the way, the panel is open, y'all. I did put the link in there as well. So come on up if you want to kind of chime in and watch this with me. Like I said, shout out to Patty. He did go ahead and put the timestamps in there so we can kind of jump around. I am going to go ahead and Keels, be on your best behavior. Welcome to the stage, Keels. Hello. How are you?
I'm gonna be on my best behavior, right? You know me. I'm gonna get right to it, right? Have you ever seen Class Act? Have you ever seen Class Act before in your life? Like Class Act? How old are you? About 30, right? With Kid and Play. I want you to watch that movie. I want you to watch Class Act. Yeah. You got a lot of people. You got only an inkling of people like Blade Brown, but you got a lot of dudes in these spaces like Duncan Hughes. You know what I'm saying?
I'm trying to remember the movie. Like I said, I watched it when I was a kid. I probably need to rewatch.
I know, man. But you do look like Shorty at the end of at least Duncan Hughes got a baddie at the end though. You kind of look like her at the end of the movie though. You kind of look like her, yo. She a baddie.
Thank you.
Ask Rue, though. Ask Rue. Ask Rue. Yo, Rue, what up? I knew Rue was going to hit today. That's my
she
brother,
dropped
though.
it. Yeah, she dropped it early. I thought, what up? How y'all doing? What's up?
Hi, Rue.
Go ahead,
What you
Rue.
what you wanted? You said you wanted what you want to ask me, kid? What happened?
Oh,
Thank you, Reese. And Reese,
what did I
hold on,
pay in the
hold on, real quick, Kills and Rue. Hold on,
My
real quick.
bad.
And Reese, I listen. The women do take preference here, so if you want me to give somebody the boot, I'll love to the men. I'll love to you, Kills. But listen, Reese, you are most
I
definitely
know.
welcome to come on up, and the men could get the boot. So just let me know.
She don't like
Say,
me
look,
though.
let me say it real fast though. So look, Doc, listen. All right, so what I was saying to them guys, they knew exactly what you ladies was talking about, man. You get what I'm saying? That's like this, right? Okay, we know as men, and this is how men have always presented it. Like we always just in the mood, always ready for some at any given moment, and we always understood that the woman, she had to kind of make her mind up if she's ready to go there with you, right? Like when it comes to the responsibilities and the liabilities that she's going to be faced with, right? And have to deal with more than men. That's why it's always made sense for why the female would let it be known to the males that she's ready to mate or to engage in activities, sexual activities, right? Because of what that woman or that female understands what she's up against for allowing a man to go inside of her. We talking about just pregnancies, emotional soul ties. I mean, I could say STIs, STD. I'm just saying though, it's just the woman would receive so much coming from this man to where it makes sense why she should be the one to let it be known that she's ready for it more than the man. So if you're talking about the double standard, I agree. Double standards tend to benefit certain genders. In the case of sex, the double standard have always been when a woman is ready, it go down. She give the green light.
Right.
It's not going to go down without her giving the okay, the final okay. No matter how bad the man wanted, that woman have to agree.
And can I ask you a question about that?
Go, talk to him. Go.
Because I do want to ask the men, and shout out Willing to Win also joined us. I do want to ask you, isn't it better also because she's kind of more into it at that point when we're actually the ones who are not necessarily initiating it, but when we are giving you that green light? Doesn't it kind of feel safer? Well, hold on. Not only safer, but doesn't it also kind of feel a lot better because you're not like just getting the, well, here, dang, dude, here, man. I guess you can have it.
Let me tell y'all this. Oh, go ahead.
No, let me say it real fast. I'm gonna give it to you. I swear to God, I got you. It's better for a woman to be actually turned on, right? Like it's just better when you know as a man you can go at any given moment. You don't want a woman to play lame with you and you still trying to get something. It's like you want her to kind of like want it a little bit more than you because you know what you're going to do as a man. So when she's more friskier than you, right? When she's more turned on and she's wide open to go, it tend to be a lot better because it's just the fact that how she's going to give it with what you already going to give, dog. It's going to be like, okay, yeah. Let's go ahead and go like that. But a woman giving up sex because it's like a chore or a guy just like, okay, you know, I've heard women say, you know, he was pressuring me or he just kept on getting on my nerves. I just gave it up. Man, that ain't how you want to have sex with a woman.
You make the pussy dry, man. Yeah,
that ain't how you want it, man.
Careful with the language, please.
Oh, my bad, Rule. My bad. Okay, yo, let me give you my scenario in my life, right?
Rue, were you finished?
Yeah.
All right, so Kills and then Willing
you
to Win.
know, you be on their panel. Can I say my thing? Or
Go
no?
for it. Go for it. You're good. I was just saying the order, so after you, Willing to Win can get in.
Okay, thank you very much. I had a whole situation, right? I've been with my ex. Well, I don't want to say ex. I want to say my past journey, my kids, mother. I want to use that. The mother of my kids, right? We was together for 18 years. So there was an incident where the job was going. At this time, we broke up. Yo, we broken up. We ain't been around, but she called me on a late night though, like, yo, come through because woo, right? So I'm sitting on the couch and she like, oh, she's venting to me. She's venting like, yo, this happened. My niece did this. I'm like, okay, calm down. Let me know what's going on, right? She told me, it's nothing like when a woman walk grab your hand off that couch and guide you to that bedroom, man. This guides you. Ain't none of these dudes can debate me on that fact. It's a fact. It's unrefutable fact. When a woman want it, it's nothing in this world when a woman guides you to that bedroom, and then after you do what you do and make you a man meal in the morning. I ain't talking about a sandwich. I'm talking about a manwich. And half of these dudes never had a manwich. You can tell by their talking points. They never had a manwich. After you do the do and a woman make you a manwich or an omelet, I'm talking about a
I was gonna say
fire
it's
omelet
that
in the
omelet.
morning
You gotta get the
when you
grits.
do your job
Well, she
with
get you the
with
toast.
the cheesy grits, cheesy grits.
Well, in the wind,
And
what you
she
got
got
for me?
that smile. And she got that smile when she doing her 1-2 step. And she playing some music.
She got that
Whether
Anita
it's
Baker playing in the
soccer,
background.
Jamaican music, 90 hip hop. These dudes talking points is bull crap. I'm gonna say bull crap. This for your show.
I
They
appreciate you.
never had a fire. I don't think some of these dudes ever had a fire woman in their life, man. Maybe Ali probably had a fire chick, but I'm talking about a fire. Yo, some of these dudes can't even cam up with their baby mama, man.
Ooh.
Fire. I know mine's fire. I know my baby mama fire. And my kids fire. Long hair, real hair, pretty skin, all of that. These dudes ain't gonna cam up like that.
Thank you for that, Kills. Willing to win. What you got for me?
I want all the smoke. I want all the smoke.
We'll see if the smoke comes your way. But you know we don't do smoke over here at Lover Gang. But we'll see what comes since Kills has graced us today. What you got for me, Willing to win?
What's up, Rogue? How's it going?
It's well. I hope you are.
I'm great. I think if we're in a relationship, we could both want sex, but at the same time, you might not want to get it all the time. You know what I mean? But case like if you're working all day, or if I'm working all day, it is what it is. So like it's just you know it could be both on both ends. You know what I mean? It just is what it is.
Mm-hmm. So the question more so, and you know, shout out to Right Brain saying, look at how these women talk about sex on podcast interviews, that Angela Yee chick podcast. And again, yes, we know women want sex, right? That's not the question. It's a matter of, I think when it comes down to you all as men, I think it's a lot, it's easier for you all to know when you guys are actually really about to go down, like when it's about to go down, right? Because, you know, she wants it, because she is kind of dropping those hints. She's trying to, you know, seduce you a little bit more. Because, yes, if a man is sick, if a man is just tired, you've been working all day, I don't think anyone is saying that it's right to just try to put my needs in front of yours. But I think it's just like Rue was saying and what Keels was saying, it is just a better feeling as a man to know that she wants you just as bad as you want her. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, gentlemen.
You're right about that.
No, hold on, real quick, yo. What if I make the whole day right? See, it's bringing up to the. It's not wham bam, thank you, man. Right? We in a house together. I make the whole day lit. We ain't argue all day. You know what I'm saying? We woke up, we kiss each other. You made me a lunch. I go to work. Everything is set. You know what I'm saying? I make sure the kids was good. You know what I mean? Everything is set. The laundry done. Whatever. Because I was taught that out as a young age. I was taught how to do dishes at a young age. And these are sentiments that we having in these spaces. Dudes don't know how to wash their clothes. Don't know how to separate the whites from the blues, from the black, from the, you know what I'm saying? They don't know how to put the toilet seat down and leaving socks next to the toilet. Like, these are little things and sentiment that you hear in these spaces. I don't know where y'all from. I'm from the old school.
Let me say it real fast.
My mama from the South. She taught me how to clean up and how to wash and how to cook at a young individual.
All right.
So I just want to stop right there.
You're better.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you're better. It's so low, but
it's a little low. Let me come back. Hold on.
So And when Rue comes back, I also want to ask you, gentlemen, this: better schedule y'all sessions if y'all working that much. Now, Ola, I did also mention that. And a lot of times I've been hearing that men don't like scheduled, intimacy. So,
Yep.
Rue, I'll go ahead and respond what
Yep.
you were about to respond, and then I want the gentleman to tell me about that too.
I want to make sure I'm good. I'm good.
Much better.
All right, yeah. So even with that, right? And I heard exactly what you were saying on Fatty's show, and the guys just wanted to use that moment to tell you women that y'all being hypocrites, but don't want to respect. It is a double standard. So like what you said, for what I've heard, right? If you and this guy that you're talking to, if you guys are like that, to where y'all discussed that already, that we can play like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you also gave yourself open to, and you said that if you could be just sleep, not in a deep sleep where you slobbering and you knocked out, we ain't talking about that kind of sleep. We talking about he's about to come home, he go and take a shower, and he get into the bed, and if he can just grab you, hug on you, spoon you, kiss on your neck, kiss on your earlobe, whatnot, right? And kind of wake you up and you flirting back with him, and if y'all were to go, it's like, okay, all right, we can play like this. If you're not in a deep sleep, so I wonder whoever try to make it seem like a person could be knocked out or just had worked a double shift, and you here and you just cannot even lift your eye, you can't even do nothing, you just so defenseless, and somebody praying on you while you sleep. That ain't the case. We talking about straight boyfriend, girlfriend, husband, wife, people who live together. You expecting a person to be home around time. They don't get in the bed around a certain time. So if you in the meantime could be a little, you dozing off, you sleep, you ain't finna go into a full sleep because you waiting for them to come in the bed, right? And if they come through and just want to start touching on you and get a little frisky. And of course, what I heard from you and some of the other ladies, but really you, if the person's not interested, then you're not going to pursue it.
First down, we bringing consent.
That's the whole consent.
Before that, it was the age of consent.
No, kills. This is what I'm saying.
So
the consent kills is if a person your girlfriend or your boyfriend, your husband, your wife, start touching you a certain way, and if you just simply say, baby, not tonight, I'm good, man, I'm so tired. No one's going to continue to still try to get something off of you, dog. Are you for real? Who does that?
Exactly. Especially if you're sick, if you, like we said earlier, if you're sick, if we know you've been working all day, there's no one that's really going to be, like Ruth said, if you in that knocked out deep sleep. But I even said this on Sharon's panel. It was a matter of a lot of people with kids, a lot of people who have busy work sessions, and we'll get back to Ola's comment about scheduling sex. But a lot of people with kids, and the kids, they take forever to go to sleep. You did homework all night. So sometimes in the middle of the night, that is the perfect time where some person might just wake up in the middle of the night and just want to see what's up. And I think that is real life to talk about, because a lot of people are busy during the day. A lot of people don't get to take vacations all the time where they really get to plan and have their little scheduled intimacy. So the spontaneity of it is, hey, the kids finally went down to sleep. Rue might be in bed, and I finally got him to, I got little one to go to bed, and I might kiss on his neck if he wakes up and he's like, let's go, or vice versa. Rue was doing the dishes, and I ended up knocking out on the couch, and he's tapping me on my shoulder like, what's up? I think those kind of situations happen.
I think everybody is different, though.
Hi, Mahogany. Thank you
because,
so much.
Yeah, sure, everybody, you're going to be busy all day, but at the same time, everybody's different. Like you said, you might get a kiss on the cheek and you're ready to go, but some people are not ready to go. They just want to sleep and just be knocked out for the whole night, and then maybe we'll try tomorrow night or something like that. So I think
Willing, that's perfectly fine. And like we were saying earlier, no one's going, again, when it becomes coercion, that's when it goes against your consent. So if she's throwing a tantrum, but again, I do have to ask the question, if you're always too tired, if she's always too tired, those are also issues that we do hear about in marriages. So something's wrong either way.
Let me be
and
honest,
welcome
right?
Real quick, fellas, just because we have a lady with us, I would like to get her in, just because Mahogany, I know she said she was busy. Hello, Mahogany.
What up, Mahogany?
Hello, hey, sweethearts. Rogue, let me just say, I'm glad you're doing this video and standing up for yourself. I'm sorry I'm a little late. I'm trying to show everybody love, but Yeah, you girl, you did nothing wrong, and I completely understood. I think anybody who's ever been in a relationship and lived with a man or a woman knows how that goes. Um, like you were saying, our hours are different. Your man might work late hours, or you might work later hours, or whatever. You're waiting for the kids to go to sleep. You're waiting for the kids to go to grandma's house. So you work each other in. It's absolutely understandable. And my thing, it's just, I whew, have you shared the clip yet, sweetie pie? Have you shared the clip?
Not of that one, just because, I was like,
Oh.
we're just gonna focus on the conversation from Fatty
Can
of Them show.
Oh,
can
I'm
we have some
sorry.
real life
No, you're good.
conversations
You're
though
good.
too though? Like some real life experiences instead of showing clips. Can we have
Well,
a
yeah,
real life
Well, what
I
experiences?
Mahogany was referring,
That's
and
the
Mahogany,
main
I might
thing,
do a
right?
separate show, and I would love
oh.
for you to come through. Not necessarily about that, because I understood if disrespect was felt, I'm not gonna harp on it, because that's never been my intention, especially when going over to Sharon's. It's always love and respect over there.
Hold up.
So,
Put the men in the back for a second, Rogue, and then you and Mahogany have a little conversation about that. Then bring us back, all right? Please.
all right, fellas, I'm gonna put you all in the back real quick, and then I'll bring you all back up. So just be patient with me.
Let me just say this to you, because you're all of you young women, like I said, I really appreciate you all. First of all, I've waited for a long time just to have more women. When I came here,
Mhm.
there was literally about, you can count us on one hand. Rude knows that there were not hardly any women here, and we tried a lot to do what I see you ladies doing, which is your own panels, running your own thing. And I want to say, if nobody else has said it, I want to say how proud I am of you. And I just
Thank
think
you.
that, I think shame, if like what I saw today on that live stream, I did not like it, because I feel as we get older as women, we have a responsibility to, we're not your mothers, but we should definitely make you feel welcome in this space, because for so many years we did not have enough women telling our side of the story, giving, it was
Right.
just, it was a sausage fest over here. And so you would think that with us seeing more women coming over here, that we would be just more welcoming and more willing to listen. I did not like what I saw, but I definitely don't want to change your um your topic. I will say this. Um, I don't, like I said, I don't know that lady, but what I saw was straight up just an older woman being a bully. I hope I'm not overstepping, but I'm a straight shooter, and I call it the way I see it. And you have a lot of that. You have a lot of bullies in this space, and a lot of frauds and fakes and phonies and all this. I'm for women, I'm for women, I'm for women, and they're really not. And so you got to be
Right.
careful. I'm actually a woman, and I feel like you're a woman's woman. I'm actually a woman's woman. Like I was raised by my sisters, and so I take it very seriously. And but you just got to be careful on here, because people pretend to be one way and they're totally not.
So I
um
wanted to tell you, I definitely appreciate you for, saying that. And even in your live stream, I just appreciate when it is coming down to women supporting women, which is why, I said it in your chat. It was just a matter, and I meant to say this, but I know you were ending it. I was like, if there was a matter of disrespect, that is never going to be my issue. But I appreciate you for showing what you showed, just
mhm.
because there's a lot of times where you're kind of like in the heat of it, or you're in the midst of things on these
Mhm.
panels.
Mhm.
So part of me was like, well, did I? And the fact that I did get to see that I was responding to a question being asked,
Mhm.
and I don't think I was intentionally being
You were not.
disrespectful.
You were not. This is the thing, when we have conversations, I think we're all guilty, each and every one of her, and I've seen her, she's done it too, where you're waiting for the person to stop, and you might wait, you might interrupt. We're
Mhm.
online, so there are lags happening. People are sometimes a little bit behind. Sometimes you can't hear the other person. We have all been on live stream long enough that those things happen. And I just, like I said, she was up. First of all, you were not rude. She was the one being rude, very clearly. And I watched the expression on Sharon's face.
Yeah.
And let me just say that too. And I like Sharon, but I got the, like I said, I'm a straight shooter, and I call things the way I see them. earlier when I was listening, he actually agreed with you. He brought up the point that if his woman woke him up with some head, I'm just gonna keep it real and be graphic. That's what he said. He said if his woman woke him up with some head, he would not be mad about it. So basically, you two were on the same page. Then she jumps up here, and now he want to look shocked. No, no, no. Like if we're gonna have real conversations, let's have real conversations. And the real deal is when men and women live together. As if you're a woman, your man's gonna probably wake you up, and if you're a man there, and if your woman wants something, she's gonna wake you up. And
Right.
most of us, if our sex drive is normal, we're gonna be down with it, but we're
Right.
talking about normal people with normal sex lives. Apparently some of these people are dry in the coochie area. But is there is there anything else you wanted to say, sweetie?
No, like I said, I just wanted to thank you because it is sometimes hard. And I'm definitely gonna have to reach out to you about doing that show because I do have certain expectations of women, especially when it comes down because I have, little sisters. I'm 9 years older. And there is this weird, I actually have a show that I want to dedicate to us. It's about like sportsmanship when it comes down to being women. I have a lot of women dedicated shows as much as the men might think I'm always harping on them. I do have a lot of women dedicated shows. But, having that support system, even though we're all strangers online, having that community is such an important thing. So even just hearing the backstory of the space before I even got here, when you were saying it earlier, I just appreciate you for standing up for what you believe in, having women's backs, and of course having mine. I'm not trying to I said in your chat, this space isn't for the weak by any means, but it is always nice to know that you also have a friend around. So I just really
All of that. Well, I appreciate you, sweetie. I'm gonna keep it 100 with you always. Like I said, you could count all the women in this sector with one hand as long as I've been here. It was
Right.
me, Bomb Cherry, a lady named the Face Factor. Verbal Assassin has been here a while, but she never really did her own panels. But like I'm trying to think of who else.
I know we have
Just
Nyla. Shout out to
yeah.
Nyla.
Well, yes. Yeah, Nyla did panels, but they were like I remember them doing the B1 and the B1 first and things
Right.
like that. Yeah. But far as the manosphere, well, yeah, they did
Relationship
the man.
content.
Yeah, we did. For us, we were kind of always going up against the manosphere. The
Right.
ladies I talked about, we kind of always went up against them. But the problem was you always had somebody that wanted to be Big Mama Bear. But you can't be Big Mama Bear when we all grown women and we all
Represent.
and gave birth up in this motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? We all unpaid our dues, so we need to respect each other.
Right.
But yeah, absolutely. And I want to say this, and I'm not being messy, but I'm gonna say this because I know that the people sometimes in this space are messy. So I'm going to say the name of who I'm talking about because I don't give a damn. I'm talking about PH Diva because and you Rogue, I'm sure you know some of these people will listen and they'll take shit back and they'll get things wrong. And so
Right.
I'm going to say the name of the person I'm talking about. I'm talking about PH Diva in the way that she talked to you today on that show earlier. But I would love to get with you. One last thing before I go. I have been stepping back. I think I told you I'm trying to do my family thing, and so that's the only reason. It's not because of any of you new people. I love what y'all are doing. I've been here so long, Rogue, and I'm tired.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. But always know that Lover Gang is supposed to kind of be like a palate cleanser in this space. That's kind of what I made it for. So always know, the conversation is always just going to be some form of solution and conversation, right?
Okay.
So just know you're always welcome here. Even when you take your break, of course, the woosah is always needed, but you're always welcome here as well.
Thank you. Well, I be watching, girl. I'm nosy now. I be watching. But
Now,
I
I be
am
seeing you, hashtag replay gang. I be seeing you.
well, I am going to try and show up for y'all because I enjoy what you guys talk about. So I'm going to go so these men can get up here and talk their thing. And I'm going to listen for a little while.
Yeah, and feel free to come back up if you get a free moment. Because, y'all, the panel is open to men and women. We are just having the conversation about consent. But, Mahogany, you're always welcome.
Thank you, babe. Thank you so much. All right.
See you later.
Y'all. Talk to you later. Bye-bye, y'all.
All right, let's bring the men folk back up here. We also have Black Lexicon joining us. And welcome in, Genesis. Welcome in, my love. Welcome in, H&M also came through. Let's see. I know
Can I get on that pie, Will?
What's up?
I was just wanting to add, can I build on that pie real quick and make it
Oh
a
my,
I
oh
don't want to
gosh.
make it a cake. I want to build on what Mahogany has said. A woman who do came up, um, Rosie do came up. I think it was highly disrespectful what happened this morning because I was attendance of that show. Mind you, I was at work, right? But I'm saying though, a guy like me who's been in an 18-year relationship,
Hold on,
right?
real quick, kills. We got
Go
JP
ahead,
in
do
the
your
back.
thing.
JP, this is about
Oh
consent.
my,
So
this nigga record is crazy though. Like,
we're
can
gonna
I just
add
talk before
JP.
he start
We're gonna
talking,
let
man?
Kills finish.
Cause
Hold
he
on, real quick,
long
Kills.
winded
I'm
like
gonna
a
let you finish.
motherfucker.
I'm gonna let Black Lexicon get in, and then JP, you can get in. But y'all, we're not making this a big deal. I wasn't offended. Mahogany just had my back,
Damn.
but we don't want to make this a big deal. So welcome to the stage, J Prince. Kills finish. Black Lexicon, and then JP.
Can you
All
mute this
right.
nigga before I start talking, please?
All right.
Kills, go
So
ahead, kills. You got it,
Like
kills.
I'm
Go get
saying,
going.
rude, rude. You know what I mean? You call me Kilo, salute. Bro, see, hold me down today on another panel. I ain't gonna say bro name or whatever. I'm just saying, whoever, I'm talking about long relationships,
Ola is
18 years
hilarious.
or better, wifey type in the house. You know what I'm saying? That's your wifey, that's your man or whatever, who've been in long-term relationships. That's all I'm talking about. Nothing else. You know what I'm saying? If I'm in a deep sleep and my significant other who I've been with for 18 years, I wake up and start eating her box. Do she gotta give me consent?
Kills.
I'm in a house. I'm in a whole household with her for 18 years in this shit, and I just want to eat her
Language.
pussy.
Kills.
Language.
Kills.
Do I got?
Kills. Kills. Let's come
Do
back.
she
Let's
gotta
come back.
give me? Cause
Kill.
let's go.
Let me ask you.
Also,
Let's come
Let's get
back.
it
gentlemen,
in.
Let's come back. Let's
gentlemen,
come back.
ladies, everyone who watches, we are, like I said, PG-13 around here. Just because your girl's trying to get monetized, there are certain guidelines that I don't want to cross. So this is just a disclaimer for everyone. I'm even making sure to watch my own language. So, Kills, I'm gonna let Black Lexicon go in, and then JP, you got it, because I
My
appreciate
bad.
you.
The box.
Hold on,
My bad.
hold
I
on,
Hold
Kills.
on. We'll
Let's
get
get
you,
apologize.
the
The
Kills.
new
box.
people up real
We'll
quick,
go
and
get you,
then we can
Kills.
go
We'll
back.
get you.
Yeah, yeah. Can you hear me okay, Rosie?
Yes,
Let
sir.
me
I
change
can.
my mic. Hey, it's nice to meet you.
Hello,
I
hello. I
thought
see
I
you around
would.
the YouTube space.
Yeah. I like how you started off with doing the review of the video. So
Yes,
I'm
and we
just
will
going
get
to
back to
add
that.
a little bit of a mature take to it.
Please.
Also, because I respect others, um, their own particular viewpoints. But in a nutshell, Smex was meant to be a healthy expression of love.
Mm-hmm.
But what people have done has turned it into an unhealthy thing, an unhealthy expression. So you have women getting their hearts involved, and then something happens. It becomes unhealthy. Then they go through these unhealthy stretches of mutual understanding, and now they hear these things, and now they have to establish these guardrails and boundaries and all of that. When it is a healthy expression, you don't need guardrails and you don't need boundaries. So if
that's not true, because if she clean, she actually gonna keep your face nice and smooth. She even gonna help you grow that beard out. Little fun fact. Go ahead, Black Lexicon. I'm sorry.
Okay, I was like, are you talking to me?
No, Ola was trying to say y'all putting y'all faces where it don't belong, and I'm just saying if you got a little patchy beard, you're not putting your face in it enough. But I digress.
So if I'm resting,
Mm-hmm.
and
in a good sleep, good sleep, you're in a good sleep.
Oh yeah, and trust me, I'll be in a real good sleep. And she wakes me up that way. That's the best alarm clock in the world.
Okay.
You know, now if I don't wake up, I can guarantee you I see her in my sleep. Okay. I'm just going with the flow. You know, but I had typed in earlier that the only person I believe who would do something like what that person did on the video has sexuality issues, because we are Smex is really built around love, and that's how we are built. Plain and simple. It's the unhealthy attitude, mindset, whatever, for whatever reason, for whatever trauma, for whatever, that's messing up the game.
I agree. I most definitely agree. I'm gonna let JP get in there. JP, you're doing so good. I'm very impressed today. How are you today?
I ain't doing so good.
Oh, I'm sorry. You sick?
No, I got stood up today. What's the issue today?
So the issue today, shout out to Team Fatty. I was over there. We can get back to the video so you can also see a little bit of it. But we are pretty much trying to see, do men have the right to say yes or no as far as consent to sex? And how does that look?
Do men have a right to say yes or no?
Pretty much, y'all have the right to say no, specifically. If a woman wants it, but you don't want it, or if a woman wakes you up
Yeah, we have a right, but it's not going to get seen as when a woman say no. Right? A woman, I could say no all day, and she could keep going. Nobody gonna look at that like it's a crime. Right? They gonna look at them like you should be grateful. Right? And then men don't never stand on nothing. We not manipulative. And I think that a lot of women, when they say no, I truly believe most of them be want to say yeah. I remember when I was younger and we used to hump and stuff like that. And women, all the girls, and they all used to love saying, no. Why? And then you will stop and then she keep pulling you up in there. Right? So, if she keeps saying no, then you stop. She's like, why did you stop? I think that a lot of times when women say that the no and take it far because she wants some type of attention, she want to manipulate something, she wanna gain something or feel control, especially when you the type of man that want to fuck her and just don't want to be with her, and you start seeing other women.
Language.
Oh yeah, especially you want to see other women and stuff.
Yeah.
So this is what I want to ask though. I want to ask since JP.
Rue, you're still low.
Oh, let me come back.
So while we're waiting on Rue to come back, so JP, I completely agree with you. I did a segment earlier in my show about the games that women do play. I do feel like there's a communication issue for sure. So, it is definitely more so, and that's what we were saying before you got here. We were saying it's usually better when a woman is expressing that she wants it more than when a man is. But Rue, go ahead. Let me hear how you might.
Yes, man. You hear me?
Yeah, you're better.
Okay, so let me ask you this, Rose, since we got you on the panel, right? I know you can't speak for all women, so I'm not asking you to speak for all women, but can you give us what does no look like compared to no but yes? How can a man tell when? We know when you saying no, that's final, but what does the no yes look like? Like you saying no, but you mean yes. What does that look like?
So it's going to be a little flirtier because there are women, myself included, where we do prefer the chase, right? So the no that actually means yes, it's going to be like, no, boy, stop, you crazy. No, I can't do that. Even, the whole good girl, I'm not like that. I'm a good girl. But if you still kissing on her and she hasn't pushed you away, she's not disgusted by you, like, get that off me. She's not doing all that.
But she can still use that.
So how do a man supposed to respond to that? That's what I want to know. Like, let's just say you saying no, boy, stop. how far do a man supposed to take it at that point with you? Do you want him to go all the way, or do he supposed to like know how to like maybe get a few more kisses in and back up for real, for real? Like how far is he supposed to go?
It's kind of what you just said as far as knowing how far she's willing to go. Even on Team Fatties, I quoted where Lil Jon in Lovers and Friends, and Lil Jon literally asked for consent like twice in the song. So it's kind of, if she's still kind of giving herself to you, it's hard to explain because I can't speak for every woman. So strictly speaking for me, if I'm still kind of leaning into you, you still on my neck, you're on my ear, you still nibbling, you still whispering in my ear, it is a matter of if I'm still pulling you closer and then you try to back off and I'm like, no, come here. That's kind of how you know where I'm just kind of toying with you and I'm playing with you. But if you start feeling, hold on, let me just say this real quick. If you still feel like I'm playing games or I'm not really giving you the response that you need, then it is up to you to be like, nah, for your safety, Roxy playing a little too much for me. Yeah. So I'm gonna go ahead and back off because I don't like the dynamic she's really doing. I don't know if I'm safe in this dynamic.
That's what I understand with JP. So I'm gonna give it to JP for a second, but I understand where JP is coming from. So that does put a man in a bad spot because
I agree.
You could still use the great accusation. You could still use that you did say no. You get what I'm saying in court, and people will go along. Yeah. So it's kind of like I do it because I notice with women though, and I want you to feel me when I say this. I know a lot of women really be wanting men to just
chase,
act on their nature and not just care so much about the law. Because if I tell you right now, Ro, a lot of men would be animalistic with you, but the law is really something for real. To where men don't want to be in prison or in jail with no bond because a woman just was so blurry with it to where now he got these charges on him. And yet, let's just say if a woman is saying, look, we don't want you men caring about that, still come for it, even though you ladies got the choice to pick and choose whether you want to do right or do wrong. When it comes down to do right, do wrong, do right. Go along with it or do wrong. End up saying, you know what? I'm about to get you locked up for that.
So I know, I don't know if you were here. I know Willing to Win, and I think Keels was there. I know JP it wasn't, but I don't know if you were there when I was talking about the love contract. So I respectfully, just because of the nature that we're in with women and men now, I do believe the same way I was advocating for a love contract when it comes down to relationships, I believe men are allowed to kind of present NDAs. You guys are allowed to present some type of contract just for the fact that you guys have to have some type of safekeeping for yourself. And I don't know, JP, if you've been trolling, I kind of heard from either your shows in past or you've said it on other people's shows where you record stuff. And I don't know if the woman is consenting to being recorded, but if she is, that is part of the contract. But I do think that you all as men need to kind of protect yourselves a little bit better. So if that is a contractual agreement in some type of form of way, or like I said earlier, if in your gut you're feeling it's not worth it, she's playing too many games, then you don't need to go through with it.
I did that with Flora. Well, I didn't have to. You don't have to ask for consent to record. We a one camera state, so
no names, please.
Women can all during the sets. She could have a secret recording, and she keep telling you no, stop, no, stop. But her body language is pushing you to keep going,
right?
And you keep going, and she manipulate the whole thing. All she got to do is play that tape back. And she gonna be saying no, stop, no, stop. They don't see her grabbing your dick and shoving it in her. She grabbing your dick and shoving it up in her.
Language.
Right?
Language.
Oh yeah, they don't see you grabbing your meat.
For her content.
She already correct me. She don't need you, dude. So they don't see all of that. Only thing they going off what they gonna hear. So I think that women gotta find a new method to try to flirt. I think that's too much gray area, knowing that the times that we living in now and stuff like that. And yes, I did. That wasn't trolling. I literally got women on my tapes. Every time I have sex with women, I'm recording it, not to just put out there, because that's revenge corn. But like the tape saved my life one day.
Right.
Safe.
And that's what I was saying. Go ahead. No, go
So
ahead.
let me ask you. All right, 'cause I know. I'm gonna ask these questions. You're not speaking for all women, but I'm just speaking on just the nature of men and women, right? Do women want men to really protect ourselves when it comes to you guys? Like, do you guys want us to be that cautious in dealing with y'all to where we can't really trust y'all like that, to where we have to record you and get NDAs, or could we go back to the days to where we could actually just trust our girl?
So after I answer this, Black Lexicon, I see you. So after I answer this, I'll let you go ahead and get in there as well. And willing to win. You've also been patient. I know Kills has been patient. So yes, but again, I can't speak for all women, and I was blessed to have a son. So I think that also puts a little more perspective into me than I was even highly aware of. I have brothers and everything like that, but I really didn't know the plight of men like that until realizing that, oh snap, I have a son and some woman could try to play games with him, like JP was saying, these gray areas, and it could be bad for him. So I'm going to say, yes, I need you all to protect yourselves. I'm not trolling. I'm not playing when I'm saying even Nia Long, and I get it, Nia Long's celebrity. She has assets. She wants her protection. But I think if women can take their protection to that kind of level, she has people sign NDAs when they're sleeping with her. I think men, you guys do have to kind of buckle down, because I know you guys have the persona or the label of being so sexually, the stigma of being so sexually carefree and not really sexually responsible. The same way when we had our conversation about sex being reproductive and not just recreational, I do need men to kind of start protecting themselves more, especially, like I said, if in modern times men feel like legislation and so much is against them, you guys have to be more protective of yourselves. So if that is a contract, if that is some form of recording, if that is just whatever you can do, you guys have to be safe.
But here's another caveat that's not been mentioned. A woman can be quiet. A woman can physically be in agreement with you, right? And y'all can have sex, and she wake up, and she been drinking, and you been getting her drunk. That's still not proper consent, because so you know how you go to bars and clubs, you buying this woman drinks, and she go home with you. All she got to do is tell the police that you gave her all of them drinks, and she wasn't in her right mind, and that's going to be classified as great.
So then, the same way as a man, you should take the responsibility. The same way I said, if you get that kind of gut feeling, that intuition that says, "Nah, this don't feel right." If you see that she is drunk, she is sloppy drunk, you have to have the self-control to be like, "Nah, mama, I'm gonna pass on you tonight. Come back to me when you're sober." If you really think she's that fine, if you really want to get her number and all that, hold on real quick, Heels. I wanted Black Lexicon to get in there. But I'm just going to say, men, yeah, you guys have to be more aware of how to protect yourself. You guys going to the bar and stuff, don't take the drunk girl home. Like, that is common sense at this point. But go ahead, Black Lexicon, willing to win, Kills,
Okay.
and then we'll get back to JP and Rue.
Yeah, so what I was going to add was that when
Y'all hit the Cash App, because we're having a good conversation. Support the show.
Yeah, when a female is saying, if a female's saying no, I think men need that. They really do. What she's saying
There's
is
another way
that
for us to flirt with you. I can tell you other stop, and maybe as women we need to have better flirting, like JP said and Rue said. So if boy stop or no, if that is sounding too gray area, there needs to be better flirting and better accountability on us as women.
Well, I'm saying that because I went through that, right? But what that said to me was that okay, I need to up my persuasion game.
That's still a slippery slope, just based
on.
Hold
on. Maybe not at that moment, but the thing is that too, I need
persuasion can come off as grape as well.
And number, I'm not saying it doesn't, but two, I had to up my persuasion game, and two, she might not have really been ready. I have to respect that. I as a matter of fact, more times than often, she really wasn't ready.
He's behaving.
Give up all that I wanted her to give up. Now, when you say no, you're talking about a real early mature ages, but as women get older, it ain't gonna be no, you doing this and that, and then no, it's not gonna be. You ain't gonna hear all that. It's either it's on or it's off.
Yeah.
Okay. So if you in your 30s,
you would think the game
and
would stop.
huh?
I'm gonna say that because I'm not gonna say all women, even when they get to a certain age, the games don't stop. There are women that still play games, and I mentioned that for the ones who are here. We talked about the games that because those games don't only hurt men; it does actually hurt the real victims. So
Yeah.
we just have to have better communication. From what I'm hearing with everyone, including the men here, the communication isn't good enough in the beginning stages for men to really know and to pick up on their woman's social cues. Because right now we're strictly speaking about your woman. And I think we're also kind of conflating and confusing when it's just some random woman from the bar, some random woman y'all just kind of want to take down. And that is also a problem. The random hookup culture is also what gets a lot of men in trouble as well. And that's where the consent conversation also gets messy.
Well, I
Because you
mean,
don't know this chick. You don't know what game she's gonna play. You don't know.
yeah, right. If she is in 30s and above, and she's saying no, regardless as to it seeming like a little game, and y'all aren't a couple or something of that nature, leave it alone. To say, hey, you know what, you just turned me off. So, I got things to do.
I want men with better discernment. So I agree with you. Definitely. What did you get what you wanted out real quick before I pass it to Willing?
Yeah.
Thank you. All right, Willing, when you got anything to add?
Far as the topic of your show, we do have the right to say no.
Yes.
Even if the way y'all might receive it, I should say, we still have that right, because just like y'all have the right to say no to us as well too. So it's just like, that's why I say it goes both ways. Now, if we're like you said, if we're in a relationship or a marriage, then it is what it is. You can it goes both ways. I said in the chat earlier, we have to men and women have to communicate effectively, so there's no confusion at all. So at the end of the day, men have the right to say no, just like y'all have the right to say no. Point blank, period.
So let me ask Ro. Can I ask Ro a question?
Go for it. And then I was going to get back to the video. I think Kills dropped. So
I got you. I'll make sure I'm still. Can you hear me good?
Kind of.
All right. Let me come back. Hold on.
So hold on. I'll go ahead and get the video ready. Because JP, I don't know if you were watching it earlier or after.
No, it wasn't.
No worries.
All right. You hear me now?
All right. You're much better. Yeah.
All right. So look. Let me ask you a question, Ro. Like I said, you're not speaking for all women, all right?
Okay.
I just want to ask you, do you think it's GAY for a man to turn down a woman when she's coming on to him? Do you think, because the woman was coming at Sharon kind of hard on the panel.
She was.
And so I'm just asking you, do you feel like if you were to come on to a guy and a guy's not in the mood, he's not feeling it, he just simply just turn it down, do you think at that moment he's acting GAY?
No, no. I would question why he's not.
The answer is yes.
No. It's really not. There will be a question, and I don't have to outwardly ask why he's not interested, but I guess in the back of my mind, it is going to be, well, why wasn't he interested in me? Especially, and I said that to Raging Tomatoes' point as well. When you are a fairly or relatively attractive woman, we don't hear no quite often, so it is a little shocking. Even with, husbands, boyfriends, if we're usually pursuing you, there is going to be a kind of a question of, did he just say no to me? That doesn't necessarily make you, GAY though, but it does kind of.
But do it. I don't know. But you see how you saying it. You see how you saying it though. All right. It don't. Listen. are you just being truthful, or are you just saying it like, listen, what I'm saying? You telling me you don't feel like, man, this dude, man, this gay, like, you know what I mean? Like, you telling me that's not just the response of a guy just saying, no, I'm good, I'm good. He's been a gentleman. He's not trying to come at you like that. Like, you taking offense to this, and you telling me to get your lick back. You're not going to just say, y'all gay, man. You talking about, it
There
gotta
are
be
women
gay.
that do that. I personally don't, just because that is disrespectful, and I wouldn't want to be disrespected if I say no. Because there are a lot of times where I could say no. Well, you ugly anyway. You B word, and I'm like, okay,
Have you ever been? Have a man ever told you no?
yeah,
Really?
yeah.
How you felt?
Again,
How many men told you no?
I can't really say how many men I've been
It,
told.
it's been that many.
No, it's not that how many. It's just a matter of it, like different instances. With my ex-husband, there were times where he turned me down in the bedroom. So
Well, y'all already done crossed the boundary as far as like you said. So I'm saying in the beginning.
I mean, I could probably say on one handful, there have been men who have told me no, or they
And
didn't
what
give me what I wanted. It wasn't necessarily just towards sex. It was usually like towards
money?
relationships. If I'm gonna be honest. No, I don't ask men for
What
money.
about sex? Have you ever been told no in sex?
I mean, besides, like I said, like when the relationship was kind of already heading outward,
No, he
not
talking about
really.
it first. No, talking about it first before y'all even did anything. Not your husband, ex-husband.
No, but I also don't usually put myself out there sexually. I kind of wait until a man is actually showing me that he wants me sexually first, and then I'll respond.
Okay.
So
How could a man show you that he wants you sexually without coming out like a creep?
usually the flirting is usually, how the flirting kind of gets started, and then it kind of leads into more of a sexual conversation.
Flirting
That's what I'm
leads with touching.
saying. I don't think some of these dudes know how to flirt, Rosie. Rosie, like what JP said, going to a bar, right? I had an incident. Going to a bar right here in Rochester, New York, right? I'm at the bar. It's wild though. It is what it is. With me, it's wild. Shorty, okay, it was a whole melee at the bar. Everybody fighting or whatever, right? I got out the bar, went to a random car, got in the car. It was a shorty in the car. I started talking to her, joking. Guess what? We lead to a hotel. And guess what? I paid for the hotel. So now I'm going to be considered a simp, right? But this happened many moons ago. And guess what we did? We talked first before any engagement happened. She was telling me about her childhood, her life. I was telling her about my background. It was an engagement. It was organic. It was pure. You know what I'm saying? And this happened to me on multiple times. Even me hustling as a young kid on the block, you know what I mean? Hustling, 17 years old, 18 or whatever the case may be. A woman approached me. Yo, she took me to a whole spot. Oh, you could trap out my house. And guess what we did before I even started trapping out her house when I was young? We talked. We talked about her whole life, my whole life experience. It's none of this, man, bam, thank you, ma'am, hula, I'm rubbing on your ears. No, it leads up to something. It's a conversation. And some of these dudes in these spaces is really not conversationalists. They just jokey. They just funny. They just animated. They don't got really no substance with themselves.
So let me ask Rosie
If
this
you
here,
want to
Rosie.
be technical,
Rosie, let me ask you a
these
question real
niggas
quick,
is
right?
there's some dirty ass niggas,
Hey,
man.
Rosie,
Hold
let
on,
me ask you a
Kills.
question.
Yeah.
All right, so based on what Sharon was saying on Fatty Channel, right?
Yeah, I was actually about to get to that
Yeah,
timestamp.
no.
Yeah, what did he say?
It's like, how would you feel if a man? Because he was saying he'll kick a woman in the vagina. He'll slap this. What was he saying? Like how? What would you do if a guy, if you just want to flirt with a guy, you rub the back of his neck or touch him on his shoulder or his chest, and he just wants to start karate chopping you and start hitting you? Like, what do you do at that point, though? Is that possible? Is that real?
I mean, at that point, that's assault. Because an easy like you were saying, and you and JP were saying, men can just, you know, shrug me off. Like if I'm like, hi handsome, how are you today? I'm touching you on your shoulder. You know, men know how to curve women, especially like a Chris Brown and all them. The men that actually do get a lot of women, they do know how to kind of smoothly, like they give you like the little church hug instead of when you going in for a real hug, and they give you the little church hug, like leave room for Jesus and stuff like that. Or, you know, they hit you with a handshake and stuff like that. Men know how to curve you in a way and express like, you know, don't be touching on me. So to go straight to I'm a karate chop you and kicking you in the vajayjay and stuff like that, that was wild to hear. Pleased to say. I have it queued up, JP, so you can also hear how that exchange went, because it was between Sharon and Sarah Raging Tomato.
Let me hear.
Let me go ahead and
Hey, player one, work on the thumbnail. I will put it on your eyeball. Sharon Bracy said that. Go ahead.
I gotta see in the morning. No.
What is going on, bro?
Yeah, don't date me because no.
I gotta see in the morning is crazy.
What is going on?
You said it, Sharon. You said it. You said it.
Like, hey, look. I'm not playing. I've never played with no woman. Like, I don't want to have no guessing game. Can I get it? I'm playing double dutch, and I'm not
Him
sure.
moving his hands like that is kind of fruity.
It ain't no guessing. You know what is happening. It ain't no playing around with this.
Absolutely.
It ain't no. It might happen. No, this is what
Men don't use their hands like that.
So let me give some context real quick. So Sharon was pretty much saying that he would be more into expressing what he wants to do with a woman sexually, where he doesn't leave room for guessing. So all the women are kind of saying that's boring. The fact that you're trying to just talk her.
You killed the whole anticipation of things. Like, sex is not. That's why these charges it doesn't mess up sex, because you got to ask for permission throughout the whole sex. Sex is mainly like one thing leading to another after another after another. Your body language, your body language is speaking more than your mouth. Because you can turn anything off the moment you open your mouth.
Ola, I'm about to time you out. You wilding in my chat today, Ola. But go ahead. I just wanted to give you the context, JP, because I did skip to the timestamp, so I'm going to let it play so you can kind of see this exchange.
Can you slow down a little bit?
Okay.
Hold on, Q, for a second. Just slow down a little bit. Let me hear.
I got you.
Yo.
I'll go back to normal speed. All right, fair use.
And hey, make sure you don't call me tomorrow, because I don't want to speak to your ass no more. I don't care how fat your ass is.
Because she don't want it in her eyeball.
Hold on, it's Sarah. Hold on.
This is the first show where a man is being accused of being gay and giving woman pink eye in the same show. Like y'all have to agree on Sharon's sexuality, because y'all been calling him like he's everything right at this point. Sarah, uninterrupted, please, and then we go to the super chat friends. And we probably go to the main event afterwards, but we'll see. Go ahead, Sarah, interrupt.
Thank you, Fatty. I just want to point out, again, a lot of this is being mixed up, mumbled up and thrown all around in different directions, and you all are missing the entirety of the point. We've established implied consent between a relationship. None of what we've been talking about has to do with like random dude meets random girl and bends her over randomly, or random dude meets random girl and she just puts his dick in her mouth. Like, nobody's said any of that, or at least that's not the points that we're supposed to be arguing, yet you are treating it as if we are arguing that way. Roses, you're assuming that every wife and every husband has the same relationship as you. If you believe your husband can just take it from you as is, then you are implying full-on consent the entire time. That does not mean every other woman should react that way.
I don't do.
I'm sorry. He did say uninterrupted. I believe he did say that, right?
But I didn't say that.
Whole point. You did.
Correct her in the end, Roses. Go ahead, Sarah.
Okay. Sarah was in
So now I lost my whole fucking thought. So in any event, when a husband and wife, somebody is initiating sex with each other, or an ass slap or a kiss or whatever, and they want more, or so on and so forth, and that's a husband and wife, a woman or a man still has the ability to say, no, I just can't right now, or no, I just don't want to, or whatever the case may be. You are saying that your man has every right to just fuck you, suck you, dick, whatever, any different direction that he wants. You said that earlier because he provides, and it's this, and it's feminists who are saying otherwise. When we talk about consent in terms of a marriage, it still stands in the same notion, right? But you guys are mixing from I just met somebody to I'm in a relationship with somebody to I'm married to somebody. I'm going to
speed it up just real quick so we can get to that part. and then I'll slow it back down. Hold on, y'all.
Seen everything all around, getting everything off course, and nobody's just sticking to the actual notion of there's a girlfriend and a boyfriend. She woke him up with a blowjob, wanted to fuck him, and where do we stand on that? And instead, we've gone down 18,000 different rabbit holes and all of these different things where we've already again established if it's an established relationship, initiation is acceptable. There's already an implied consent to initiate, whether it be kissing, touching, hugging, or hey baby, whatever. Whereas if it goes any further, and as soon as somebody says no, we say okay, they said no, right? And that's all we've said so far. But you guys have gone in 20 different directions, and I don't know why we're everywhere else. Boom.
Let Smell the Roses reply, and then we do final thoughts for this segment. We have more 1 or 2 segments because the other one is even worse. So I don't know if I want to go directly there. I think I'm going to be funny before we go there. Go ahead.
So I never said that my husband doesn't have to ask for my consent. So that
that was melanated. That was
I never said that.
Melanin. Melanin, no melanin.
My fault. You know what I'm saying? Hey, I ain't never heard such weak men in my life, bro. I ain't gonna lie.
Oh, Sharon, please.
I think this is it. Hold on, real quick. Pull it back down.
What you've been saying before you go there.
Look, a man being afraid to tell women what he's gonna do is wild to me.
No, the problem is not that he wants to say what you were doing. You trying to do a whole laundry list. Yeah, and then I'm gonna do you like this, and I'm gonna do you like this. Like, I don't even want it anymore. Like, there's no excitement. There's no surprise. Like, bro, just keep it. You gotta tell me everything you want to do. Just we're together. If I'm going to
can you show the
am I breaking up? Am I breaking up?
That was funny.
Okay, so if you don't feel safe enough with me already, we are talking to each other. We are together. How don't you feel safe enough to just try something? I can speak. It's an issue if I say I don't like this and you keep going. Like, y'all are boring. You talking about I was boring.
Because I don't try anything.
Hey, Chicky, just one second, friends. Just 1 second. Roses wanted me to show something. And by the way, Roses, let me give you your flowers in front of everybody. Great job being actually controlling yourself.
Oh, yeah.
When people say, am I talking to you? Like, whoop, that's good. You're trying. You're getting better. So what do you want me to show already? And then Sharon and Chicky.
What the prompt that started this conversation?
Okay. I got you. So this is a woman with a smiley face, like with a frown face. She's like, man wakes up to girlfriend having sex with him without consent. Wakes up, girlfriend, sex without consent.
Right. So that's the actual topic. That's what we're talking about.
And are we talking about relationships?
Girlfriend having sex with him without his consent. That's what I'm talking about.
Sure.
Yeah.
Wasn't that what Melanie was talking about too right now too? You're muted, Melanie.
Yeah, but okay, that's my point though, right? Maybe when he said that he didn't like it, she did not stop. But what I'm saying is, I will not, at least for me, I will not allow the shaming of I seen it and I went to go take care of it. That's my job as his woman. You're not supposed to have to ask me. If it's supposed to say I'm supposed to do something about that. Period. If you wake up and you want me to stop, my bad.
And by the way, just to make sure that people understand why I did the framing, okay? People personal preferences a lot of times are not prescriptions to the regular public. That's why I asked her specifically, what do you think about you?
Listen, if Fatty is...
You can actually say what you like, because that was the question. What do you like?
All right, so if Fatty is listening, these timestamps are not accurate. So, let's see.
I don't think these people been in no relationships. No, a lot of times, after you done had sex with a woman and everything cleared after the first time, they damn near want you to wake up. They love when you wake up and just slide it right in.
True. I agree.
But again, I think it's also just a matter of what has been properly established between you and this person. Because
after y'all fuck, what you mean?
I mean, listen, we kind of discussed that earlier in the original show, because I even brought up the fact that if he's already in my bed, it's kind of already established that the consent is there. You know, I think people were just trying to do shock value at this point. I'm trying to find it.
How do you feel about us men? It's kind of it because of these laws and because women have manipulated these laws. How does it feel for you as a woman that men no longer is spontaneous and do the stuff that used to be very attractive to women on both ends? Now we no longer able to do stuff like that. How do that make you feel?
I actually had to agree with Melon and Legacy. It's boring. It is boring, because coming from a perspective of where I do enjoy a man being a man, just a man being disciplined with his manhood, no pun intended. But, you know, when you guys are actually men, but you're men with discipline, I don't have an issue with it. It's more so when you are just flailing around, trying to beat on your chest and trying to convince people that you're a man, where it's actually a turnoff. I think when men are supposed to kind of take charge, it is sexier, respectfully.
So let me ask you a question, Rogue. Mm-hmm. Do you like to switch things up with your man? Meaning, like, I don't know, when it comes to the bedroom activities or stuff like that?
You're low, Rue.
Okay.
It's me, Willing. Can you hear me?
Oh no, Rue was saying something. I hear you, Willing. I'm sorry.
Oh.
Yes, I
I
am someone who likes to experiment,
Yeah.
personally. But again, it's usually something that I would discuss with my man at that point, and usually he would also kind of know what I'm into, and I would the same way I would know what he's into, right?
I mean, look, I can agree, man. They, of course, because you got a woman and you got a man, man. Of course, you're not gonna just be so savage with it. You know, we know we have access to your body. You got access to us. It's like we understand. I can just touch on your booty if I wanted to, man, without you giving me always consent. I can walk behind you and hug you from the back. I think what people are saying is that okay, you can't just take it from your wife if she ain't going. Like just thinking you can just rip her clothes off. That's the point. I think that's the issue. If a man feel like you just can't deny him, no matter how you feel. Like you just cannot say, you know what, I'm not good today, man. I'm chilling, and he might still feel like, well, oh, all right. What about your mouth then? What about your hands then? What about your feet? It's like
That's
okay,
when it's
well,
also unattractive.
that's when it become a problem. But other than that, you're right. You're right. I agree with JP. I agree with you. If we boyfriend and girlfriend, husband and wife, you telling me I'm laying up with you in the bed, you can't just touch me without my consent? Like you telling me I got to give you consent for you to goddamn grab me?
So I got a video as soon as you said that, it made me think about something. So let me pull this up because I don't know if you gentlemen are familiar with the wife tax. So the wife tax, you know, a lot of men will think it's always coming down to money and certain things, but this is just how a lot of us as women, when we are with a man, boyfriend, and all that kind of situation, we do kind of want these. We want y'all to touch us. We kind of grew up thinking that boys will be boys in a certain situation, and we know about toxic masculinity, right? But there are just certain things when you're with your man you do want. So let me switch out videos real quick. Give me 1 second.
Before you play it, do you think women was they thought that when they were trying to get this attention from the government, do you think that they wasn't aware of, even though they was complaining about how men, especially men is and stuff like that, do you think that they really didn't understand that what they was actually asking for and how that would turn out on how men is going to treat them? Like they wasn't aware that that's going to make men reserve themselves across the board.
So it's more so the fact that, you know, and JP, I know you only come here so often. I always talk about the overcorrection of things. I think a lot of things were overcorrected in the name of feminism, where it handicapped not only the men, but it did also handicap women in a certain situation. Because now there are certain things that women are being conditioned to do, and it's not really what we want to do. So I don't think women were aware of how far things were going to go. It was just a matter of we were in crisis based off of the original first wave feminism. We were in crisis. We wanted things fixed. We wanted things to be done a certain way. And it just kept getting pushed and pushed and pushed into a way where it just kind of went too far, respectfully. We wanted respect. When women started, and my biggest thing with feminism, which is why I say I'm a womanist over being a feminist, my biggest thing with like the new age feminists, I don't say I'm equal to a man. I don't want to be equal to y'all. I don't want to do what y'all do. I don't want to do anything that would be deemed what men are supposed to do. I don't even want to take out the trash. The only reason why I do it is because, you know, when I'm home alone, the trash got to get taken out. I am a deer in headlights when it comes down to certain things with my car because I don't want to do it. It's not because I can't do it. I just don't want to. So when it comes down to the other stuff that really make men, I feel like it did handicap y'all, and it handicapped us as women because now we're looking for that attention. We're looking for that validation from y'all that we don't get. I even mentioned earlier the fact that a lot of men are now hesitant. So it's frustrating. I think everybody is honestly frustrating because we don't know what our role is anymore.
It does seem confusing, all confusing though.
So I'm gonna play this video for y'all that is the wife tax. Play it one more time. So for those who didn't understand, if the booty is there, you are supposed to smack it.
I mean, I see that to girls I know. They used to like it back in the day, though. Women used to like when you slap
That's what she's
their ass.
saying. That's why she jumped him. She beat him up because, like, what you mean? You see the cake is here, and you're not trying to. What's going on? So no, that's the whole point.
Usually, it'd be a problem though in the beginning before y'all even had sex with each other though. Like you know how you be eyeing each other and stuff like that. You go to first y'all go to looking at each other, then looking off, and then y'all look at each other, then smile, and then y'all look at it, then y'all walking, and y'all turn each other head away from each other, but with your hand out groping each other and shit like that. That's done. You can't even, we men can't even do that no more.
But that's even the thing. Back to what Rue was saying, like that is just a husband and a wife, and I don't feel like my husband has to walk on eggshells just to smack me on my booty. Like the booty is there. The booty is yours.
So why
I
y'all
think a
didn't
lot.
fight? Hold on, why you ladies why you ladies who wanted men to be men? Why y'all didn't fight for for men, not for men per se, but for men to do what men supposed to do? Because men have really done backed up on being men to women because of these laws, man. So why a lot of other women just didn't come through and say, you know what, you ladies tripping, man. Nah, we want these men to still pursue us.
Hi, Royce.
We want these men to still. Let me know if you hear me. If I'm still good.
Yes, you're good.
All right. I'm talking about like if a lot of you women know, okay, I want a man to still take care of me, spend money on me, to get little aggressive, to healthy aggression. Tell me no, sit me down, put me in my place. But yeah, also not to disengage. I want a man to engage with me. So why y'all didn't fight for men to engage with you without the fear of us going to jail for doing so?
Respectfully, and this is going to be Roxy being toxic. I don't think I've been toxic enough in this episode. Respectfully, I think it's actually helped a lot of women, like women in my position, because it kind of weeded out the women that don't deserve a man like that. Respectfully, I'm gonna sound real male identified for a moment, but it really actually made it easier because it's not a matter of what one woman won't do, another will per se, but it is a matter of it. I'm on the same level of thinking with a man who wants to do all that. It made it easier for him to choose me.
But
I'm gonna get called a pick me, but
a man don't know if you're attracted to him the same way or not, though. So a lot of times, just these
JP,
type of stuff
I'm gonna
happens
let
in the
you know.
beginning. Because if
Hold
you're
on,
not attracted to him, he rub his dick across your ass. You might take it personal.
I hate when y'all
JP.
get called
One,
pick-me's and mammies.
Yeah,
That's so annoying.
language.
Oh yeah, my bad. I'm
you're
so
good.
sorry.
No, I know it's a change of pace,
Stupid.
especially in this space. It's a change in pace. I do appreciate everyone who is just moving accordingly with me. So I do
You
appreciate
want,
y'all.
hey, Ro, do you want to be my? Do you want to be my? What you want?
I don't think I understand that question. To what Rue was asking,
Irritating baby mama.
I don't want to be an irritating baby mama. I think I've already done that. I think I did that. I think I'm past that point in my life.
I'm trying to shake Rue
I'm
out the
sorry. Hold
bushes.
on.
Tell us
Let
the
me
truth.
rephrase that. Let me rephrase that.
Roxy's
I
trying to
wasn't.
be a wife.
Hold on. I was about to say, let me rephrase that. Technically, I was never an irritating baby mama to begin with. I'm an irritating ex-wife. Let me rephrase that. I don't want to be that again. But to Rue's point, it is. Rue, can you ask your question? It was the second part of the
Can I ask
question
you
I
a
wasn't
question
in
when you
on.
get done?
I was saying why y'all didn't fight the ones who know that y'all still wanted men to be men with y'all. Why y'all didn't fight against the women who was on that dumb stuff, man? Like why y'all didn't
Okay.
come through and say, yo, I want a man to provide for me. I want a man to approach me, to hunt me, or to kind of, chase me. Like, you know what I mean? Like, why y'all didn't fight for that?
So, okay, that's what I was saying, the toxic side. And then JP was talking about the attraction. JP, a man is always going to know when Roxy is attracted to him. That is never going to be a question. Any man that has ever been in the situation with me, they know that Roxy
What
is going
type of stuff do you do to? So that means you got to make the first approach now. Like women
Not
nowadays got to make the
really.
first approach.
Yes and no. So I guess the main thing that I would do is I would talk to you. Like I was saying on Fatty, if I'm putting my hand on your shoulder, if I'm giving you the body language, and there has been times where I would be like, okay, if you want to take my number down, But I feel like after that point, I don't really have to do much after the initial hi, hello, I'm Rogue C. And I just smile a little bit. My eyelashes are batted. But to Ruth's point, like I was saying, it weeds out that competition. Not in the matter of that a woman doesn't want to compete. It's just a matter of, I think you men now have to kind of be more aware of the women that are still going. Because they are out there compared to the overly feminist women who are just like, I'm not going to do none of that stuff for a man. F that, F men. I think there is kind of a easier way to now see it. I just don't think men are really looking for it.
So you
And I
saying
think a
we
lot
need
of
to?
men are trying
Can
to
I
change
ask you
the
a question?
opinion.
So you saying we need to probably punish the women who took that route and the women who
I
actually.
never said that. I said
Now,
ignore them.
hold on. Look what I'm
I
saying.
never said that.
Let's just say the women who still want men to pursue them, to provide for them, and these women are actually going to be good women to these men. You saying that more men need to step up and say, you know what, go for those women, because tend to be the attractive women who don't have this issue. Like, think about what I'm saying, though, right? Like the women like yourself and other women on here who actually look good don't have the issue with men or getting men on the program or getting men on the wave. And you saying that the other women who could be on some bitter jealousy, whatever it may be, that they don't deserve to have men doing anything for them, to where us as men need to say, you know what, only a certain select group of women deserve all that.
I didn't
Maybe
say
all
it's all that. I didn't say all that at all.
Can I
oh, that's me talking. My bad. That was me talking. Y'all go
can I ask
ahead.
a quick question?
Go for it, Will and Win.
Would you?
Hi, Tay Tay. Yes, we are. Because
What's
that
up,
was the
Tay-Tay?
conversation from yesterday.
Would you approach a man? Do you mind approaching a man, or did you want the man to approach you?
So, as far as, okay, because I even said this on Fatty's Willing to Win. I think you kind of heard me when I said that there are more feminine ways of doing it without technically being the aggressor, which is one of the ways that I was expressing about, you know, if I'm, let's just say Roxy's at a bar and I see someone that I'm actually into, but I don't think he's noticed me yet. The approach is a little more covert. So I might move to the seat closer to the bar, or I might move over and try to go find the bartender next to that man, you know, flip my hair, let my perfume kind of get into his aura and see what he does. And then if it's, you know,
What do you
technically,
expect him to do at when you do that? Grab your lower waist,
no,
pull
it's a
you
matter
closer
of,
to him.
oh, there are baby steps to this, right? Because again, it's not supposed to just be full on aggression from either
Turn
party.
towards you.
Yes, he makes eye contact. I
But
give him the eye, and then I kind of shoo away, and then, you know, something sparks. He might say something, or if I have to say something, I might be like, "Oh, that cologne you're wearing is really nice," and
That
then try.
perfume you wearing is
the
pretty
but the
good
reason
too.
Yeah. So you want him
but
to
the
say,
reason. Oh, go ahead.
my bad, Willen, go ahead.
Go ahead, JP.
So you want him to say, when he turn your way, like, oh, you smell good, man. What's that you got on?
Something like that. He could also just be like, "Oh, what are you drinking on?" Like, you know, I'm not gonna lie, I'm delusional. I've said this on my channel plenty of times. I like to look at things like how they do it in the movies and the TV shows, right? I'm delulu like that. But I'm not gonna lie, it
Don't
happens.
talk it down on yourself. Stop. Don't do
No, I'm
that.
delusional, but I'm delusional in
No.
a good way. Because it
Stop.
does happen in
No.
real life. It does happen
So
in real
how
life.
would
I could be
so
at a
how
bar.
would Willen to win? Fencer Willen win. How would you? Let's say Rose C came towards you. And I'm gonna ask JP and all you other guys. If she came next to you and she flipping her hair and got you smelling her perfume, like how would you approach it? Willen win.
I would take action. I'd be like, "What's up? How you doing? You smell nice."
Why, thank you. How are
What
you
about
today?
but the reason why I asked that question to you, Rogue, because I don't think a lot of women would actually do the approaching, because there may be a minority, but I don't think it's a lot of women.
I think it's more happening now just because of, unfortunately, what you men were expressing earlier. The fact that, unfortunately, there aren't a lot of men who are willing to pursue anymore. So like I said, I think there are ways that we have to show that we're interested in you all, just for y'all to take a hint. Some of y'all don't, and that might be y'all missing out on a blessing. But, you know, it's just a matter of women now have to adjust, unfortunately, to what men are today. And it sucks. I'm not gonna lie, it does suck.
So how would JP approach it?
Let's see, JP.
JP, if Rose C came,
Mhm.
got a little too close to you, and you smell her,
A
she
little
smelling
too
good, her hair
close.
smelling good, and her perfume. Like, how would you get it going?
I would. This might sound weird, but brushing up against each other like them arms.
Okay.
You know them arms. Like you brush like those little baby steps, and then you get the pinky.
That's
But like
maybe you go move the pinky a little bit over to where my drink is, my little glass.
no, you know how you start off with my pinky touching on your pinky. You know what I'm
Okay.
saying? Because I personally believe the moment you open your mouth, it throws it all off.
That's fair. A lot of men do talk themselves out of it. I will agree.
Even if it just I like the body language to talk. It's way more chemistry
I don't
when
think a
your
lot of men
body is
have.
telling you.
Sorry, go ahead, JP. I'm sorry.
No, I would say I will let my body language talk to you.
I think that's fair, but I don't think a lot of men have game. Because I think of it, and my mama is a Gen Xer. She grew up on, and I grew up on watching certain movies. I just watched the scene from either Lady Sings the Blues or Mahogany. I can't remember which one it was because Billy D and Diana Ross did so many movies where he was holding up the 20 and he was like, my arm's about to fall off. And those little gamey type of interactions kind of situation where a man, he could just be smooth with it. I think a lot of y'all lost how to be smooth, respectfully.
Or I could be like, damn, I forgot what time I was supposed to be picking you up.
See,
Shit
I
like
think you
that.
want to know what's crazy. I think even nowadays, I'm not going to say that it's desperate, but I think a lot of women even miss the days where it's like, dang, girl, your legs tired? Boy, what you mean? Because you've been running through my mind all day. Like,
No,
I
that's
think
some
women
corny.
kind of
That
miss
was
that.
some cards
I
and
get
banks
it.
ass game.
Listen, Will Smith said it actually, so thank you very much. But I do think, I think women now are even just missing those type of interactions instead of just the
Y'all
say,
call
say,
it.
say,
Y'all
say,
named it
say.
catcalling.
Catcalling so
I
low
think
vibration.
that. I think that. Men. I think
Jay
that.
was talking about that's corny. It's not.
I think that the same fight that y'all put up with
Thank
to
you,
make
Tay
men to
Tay.
get like this, I think that y'all should fight to fight the system to
Listen,
remove all of these regulations or yield it around because everything is up under the sexual assault umbrella now. If we even look at
right.
you too long without saying, a lot of men, y'all be thinking that men just be staring at y'all. A lot of men be scared to even say something.
Listen, Roxy, I like a little cornball. All right. So if you say, girl, your wings tired? Because you must be an angel. Listen, I'll take it. You got me. If you can make me laugh, right? So even if you're being corny, but you can deliver the joke really well, I might be going. I can't lie. I can't lie. Rue, did you want to tell me how would you do it, Rue, if you were to pick up a woman? I think Rue is on mute. So Black Lexicon,
Yeah.
how would you pick up a woman?
Oh wow.
How you pick up Rosie?
Well, I liked how when you said when you give choosing signals.
Mm-hmm.
I'm it just depends. Like I'm used to choosing signals, and then if depending on where we're at, if I'm in that mode where what. I think I want some companionship or something. I would just plain
I
straight.
couldn't catch mute.
Bless you.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
I would just plain straight approach her with the energy that my intentions are to become familiar with her and see if I can begin a conversation if the time is right for a conversation or a few minutes of conversation that I would like to carry over for another time.
So
Yeah,
Olaf,
because them long conversations that throw it all off, you become friend zone.
those long conversations have a time and place. It shouldn't be the first thing. The same way as a woman, I shouldn't be unloading my trauma onto you as soon as you try to pick me up at a bar and I'm like, oh, my baby daddy, oh, my job, oh, my, I'm not supposed to do all that, right? There's flirting. And, I agree with Ola. Folks don't understand what's right and wrong because we've been conditioned systematically over generations to accept some BS that It's not even right. So, there are even ways where I even think women are losing the art of flirting. Like how Black Lexicon was saying, women don't know how to show off that we're choosing with a man. That's why I kind of like that. Even though I was a baby, but the 90s, that always seemed like the best love time for me, especially for Black people. That seemed like the
Yeah,
grown sexy time for people.
yeah, I
I
agree
say
with you
this,
on that.
Rosie, real quick,
Yeah,
Rosie. Might just say this, real quick. When you say the 90s, right? I'm gonna give you some homework to do.
Not homework.
Watch Sugar Hill. Watch Sugar Hill, right? Even though
Okay.
it's a gangster movie and all of that, just watch how he interact with that woman. Wesley Snipes played in that movie, right?
Okay.
Just watch his posture. Just watch what she say. The way you glide, the way you move, your style, your charisma, your posture, all of that ass. And mind you, right? Hit the panel that I paid for. It's going to be in the morning. I gave
All
Izzy
I
the
said is
bread,
about selling
and
dope.
I want him to even go further more with this conversation. So hit that platform because there's a lot of dudes that really don't got no style, man.
Yeah.
They really don't know how to dress. They don't know how to dress. They don't know what kind of cologne to wear. They don't know nothing.
So are you
Mind you,
saying that the world
please, I
needed Kevin
invite you.
Samuels skills?
Hell no.
I'm talking about
Kevin
old school Kevin.
Samuels
When
with a
Kevin was
little
trying
bit
to
of
teach men.
gangster. Kevin Samuels,
Oh,
I'm
here
going to
you
say
go.
a little bit. Hold on. Let me talk. Goddamn. A little
Hold
bit
on,
of
kid.
Kevin
That was my
Samuels
fault,
with a
kid.
little bit
I
of
started.
gangster twist.
I
You
feel you.
good. Kevin I said a little bit of Kevin Samuels, but with a little bit of gangster twist on it. It's it's
I was
it's
being
it's levels
toxic,
to this
y'all.
shit. It's
I was being
levels.
toxic.
It's levels.
Y'all have had too much
No,
good
you
girl
good.
energy.
These niggas, man. This nigga, man. A certain
Do
particular
you
person on this platform don't get no
do you
bitches,
like when
man.
men
They
play in
don't.
your hair,
They
like
don't get no
rub?
bitches.
Because I used to love rubbing women ponytail.
Listen, I switch up my hair too much. So yes and no. Yes and no.
It's
But
some hairstyles men know not to put his hands in, but like if
right.
it's just in a regular
You like foot
ponytail,
massages?
and like you know how she'll sit close to you and you just take your hand, just rub her ponytail. That's a sign right there, like let her know, okay, she got your attention.
Not rubbing ponytails. Like, so because that kind of also seems kind of like schoolboyish to me, like when little boys just kind of yank on your ponytail and stuff like
Not
that.
yank it, just slide it down.
Like, yeah. So if I'm close enough to you and you kind of put a finger through my hair, you kind of twirl a little curl or something, yeah, it's like I said, it's levels to it. Once we kind of start establishing that we're comfortable with each other, like Lexicon was talking about, once we kind of give off those choosy type of signals and stuff like that, women aren't supposed to. We melt to y'all respectfully. It's just a matter of, do you have game? Can you keep me attracted to you and attentive to you? Because I'm actually going to do the show that I originally wanted to do when I thought Fatty was actually going to talk about men being creepy before he gave us the gotcha. So I'll do that show eventually. Right now this was the kind of hot topic, and I just wanted to explain my part that I do believe in consent. I do believe that men can say no, and that we do have to have better communication. But I do think men and women have to be better flirting with each other. I think we're too quick to just get in the bed with each other, and it's kind of like they're like, I hear too many women complaining about not having foreplay, but the game of flirting is also part of the foreplay.
But see,
How are we skipping that?
You know what messed that up though, huh?
Talk to me.
Cell phones, social media, the internet.
Yes and no.
There's no need to, like, all right, let's just say you look at the old videos from the 80s and 90s where black men and women were dancing together, kicking it, hanging out. You got now social media dating sites to where, it done made people, I don't know,
It gives
like
people the
socially.
false idea of having so many options. That's one of the main issues with dating sites.
Yeah. So therefore, you don't have people really putting more focus on that one person they really want to go at, man. So you got Instagram, Facebook, now even YouTube is a dating site. You know what I mean? It was a dating site at first, but like all these different social media platforms to where you don't even have to learn game. You just have to just hit somebody up in their DM and say what up, and they should respond. And the fact that y'all respond the way that y'all do, you make it even worse for men to ever have to show you they got it in game because women are quick to respond.
And another thing
I
too
don't
of
like
that
how
social
that
media,
is.
another thing too of social media, women be putting their foot in their mouth when they be posting on Facebook what they don't like with men. You know how they be saying, I don't like for a man to come up do this and do that, do that, do this and do that. You be like, man, niggas be like, damn, man, what the fuck? There ain't no sense of even person her.
I agree. Even when women are talking about how much a man should make, that was never supposed to be a discussion. I grew up with old school principles. You don't discuss politics, God, and finances, especially not in front of people, right? So even though the hot girl stuff and the city girl stuff kind of came out, I think a lot of women kind of messed it up by saying he gotta make 6 figures. But then it was really embarrassing because then when you would ask these women how much, because I've seen it on the shows where they would say, okay, so how much specifically does he need to make? And the women really couldn't have an answer. It was just the regurgitation of talking points to you, JP and Rue's point, is what really turns a lot of people off. So I do agree with y'all. Social media has really, and that's why I was telling Rue, I hate how accurate that really was. It actually really made my stomach turn.
They get into the wrong conversation about that. But I'll say some other things is that a woman's choosing, it cuts like a knife through the room, because you look and you go, wait a second, she giving me them Betty Boo eyes, and you looking around like, is she looking at me? That kind of thing. But
right.
And then like you did say that, I mean, if you're gonna approach a woman, you have to be comfortable with yourself. So she ain't her mind's not going wild out and then express what your intentions are. You can be subtle. You want to see if y'all can just have a comfortable conversation.
Yeah.
And if she's available or willing, then let's continue this at another time if possible. But that one video where you call it wife tax, and you said slap on the tail. So
the booty.
That right, the kadunk. So if he got, she cooking, right? Was that what she was doing?
Yeah.
Washing dishes.
If I'm washing dishes, if I'm in your vicinity, I could be in the bathroom, brushing my teeth. If I'm poking it out and you're not, hello.
I mean, so if she's cooking, that's one thing. If she's washing dishes, she's definitely bored, and you gotta know that. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go and I'm gonna go in behind her and cuff her and check her temperature. We got them thermometers. I'm gonna check her temperature. Kiss her on the ear, kiss her on the neck, say how you doing, rub her on the stomach a little bit. And then
your point real quick. I'm sorry, real quick. I just also want to add, I need men to also understand when you're in a relationship with a woman, because again, we have to keep going back to the fact that this is not just some strange woman in your house, right? There is a calming effect that you all have with your woman. The moment you kind of wrap your arms around her, there is a sense of security. We feel covered. We feel protected. We could have a bad day, and instead of you coming complaining, why is dinner not done? The same way that y'all say y'all don't want to get nagged, the moment that we're not getting nagged, and it's just something about you just wrapping your arms around us, having that strong pair of arms touching us, it does something to us where it's just like all that anxiety, all that kind of mess that's all up in our head, it kind of just woo-saws for a moment. It's just like,
you ever seen the videos, Rosie, on Instagram or maybe TikTok where you got a man, he got a woman, this woman's pregnant, right? But these guys, they had
holding her belly.
He was grabbing her belly and lifting it up, and she was just like, like it was like a relaxing feeling, like, oh man, that shit feeling good. So you saying on that kick? So if we grab that stomach, is the stomach, the hips, the stomach, all that, right? Like that just gonna bring a sigh of relief for you, ladies? Is that what you saying?
Just our body in general, because again, even when men also learn what what is it called? The different zones.
Erogenous.
Thank you. I don't know why.
Yeah.
I don't know. I must have been thinking about Prince. I don't know. But yeah, those zones on the body of a woman, those kind of kind of just, they do different things where it kind of just helps a woman woo-saw. Like even when you look at like foot massages, if you ever looked at the map of the feet and they show like the different parts of your feet that can kind of do different things to your nervous system, your stomach, like certain body parts are all connected where the nerves end up. So it's kind of like those things do kind of calm a woman down. Even when a woman wants to, you know, I know you see the jokes on like TikTok and stuff like that, where if the woman's going off and you just give her food. Also, when you just hold her a certain way, or you just kind of lift her up by her chin, it's kind of like, okay. Yes, sir.
What do you think when you look at a man? What comes in your mind? Like, okay, when you say choosing, when you choosing, what will make you choose a man? What about a man, that specific man, that make you want to choose him?
Of course, attraction.
What be running through your mind? Don't give me no term. Don't give me the terms, because I want us to unpack the term.
No, I got you. I got what you were saying as you broke it down. So what goes through my mind if I'm really into you? Dang, he kind of cute. Oh, look at his smile. Oh, he looks, you know, he's clean. Oh, he smells good. I like his hair. I wonder what he, you know, what he's like. Those kind of things. And then once we start having that conversation, and if you're real smooth with it, I like how he holds a conversation. Oh, he makes me laugh. I probably wonder what me and his babies look like. I mean, a lot of things. If I'm really into you, because again, I can't speak for all women, but when a woman, and that's why I was, you know, I've been trying to convince men all this time. You will know when a woman's into you, because I'm gonna get closer to you, like just naturally. I might not even notice my body just kind of. I'm gonna angle towards you a little bit. I'm gonna get into your bubble, or I want you in my bubble. Like you can tell when I'm really into you, and I don't understand why men seem so confused about that, or they're ending up in relationships where women don't like them.
I mean, do you know that's like? Do you understand that? That's the whole part of the attraction, is to get with somebody who you not supposed to be really getting with. It's like the attraction is you knowing you get with a chick that's out your league, but you're trying to see, can you get her, because it's just some things that a woman can do or what a man can do that's going to automatically be attractive to the opposite gender, no matter what y'all say. Like for you to say that, right? I hear people say that, right? You picking the wrong woman, you picking the wrong man. Attraction is attraction, and it tends to be with people that you ain't supposed to really be fooling with like that in the first place. Like it got to be somebody that is that it guy, that it girl. So like when, let's say, a woman with a pretty face, nice hair, a nice body, you think a lot of men think that they actually supposed to have a woman like that.
Y'all also notice how Rue avoided his own question earlier when I asked him how he would try to get with a woman.
I didn't avoid it, man.
You avoided that question.
It's not about
my get with that though. Hey, yo, Rule. I mean, Rule. Me personally, right? I think that I only came into this space knowing that dudes, right? Because I've been in this space for a minute, right? And I'm gonna keep it funky with y'all. I'm gonna keep it funky. Yo, this is the first time ever, because I'm from me from the chat line era, whatever, right? You know what I'm saying? Me personally, I'm just talking about my experience. I had all type of women. Ugly, skinny, tall like a tree, you know, one titty bigger than the other, one ass cheek bigger than the other. You know what I mean? It is what it is.
Kills, you might need to hit my Cash App, because y'all too free.
Hey, yo, Rue, I got you. I'ma send Rue the money, and then Rue can give you the bag. You know what I'm saying? That's how that thing go. I don't know your Cash App. I'll send it to Rue, and Rue can send you the money, get you a seafood boil or something. You heard me? Y'all love seafood boils, and the black man owns, and the black man owns Red Lobster now. It's a black man now.
Let me say this, Rosie. I want you. Can you agree or disagree with me on this? Hold on, Kill, for 1 second. Can you agree? Let me know if you hear me good though, because I can come back.
I can hear you.
All right.
Can you agree? Ignorance.
Can you agree? No. Can you agree or disagree with this? People are attracted to what's bad for them. Like when it comes down to people, like you attracted to the worst, not worst person in life, but worst for you.
Yes and no.
Okay.
So yes, because the initial attraction is going to be because it's kind of off-putting in a weird way. But once we start having communication, once we start trying to see where things go, like on some random hookup, I guess it could be fine. But if I'm really actually trying to be with you, no, you gotta kind of you gotta kind of check those boxes for me. And I would hope that I check those boxes for you, even if the initial attraction is okay. He's kind of out of my league, but he actually does XYZ, or she's really out of my league, but she really actually like. I shouldn't be a B word to you just because I'm out of your league if we really like each other, and vice versa.
You definitely a bitch if you say you out of my league. No,
I
no.
technically didn't say that. I said
I want to say this. I noticed that I got more attention from women when I could be in a room with them and I don't even pay attention to them, and she see me like happy. Like I don't know. It's like women love when they see them. It's like when a woman see you happy
You
without
have to
them.
think about how am I about to miss that man happiness. I'm playing. I'm about to.
That or they want to be in control of your happiness and you don't pay them no attention at all.
I'm the only happiness you need.
That's I would get women that try to get in my face then, especially like if like we having fun without her. Like if you could go if I go in a room and I'm talking to a bunch of people, right? And we just having fun. Ain't nobody paying her no attention. She gonna kind of you gotta first acknowledge that she there. She gotta know that you know she there. And then don't pay her no attention.
So women, we are attracted to scarcity. We are attracted to
What is scarcity?
where a man isn't always in our face, where you actually act like you don't really want us around, like you don't really like. All right, girl.
It's not that big of a deal.
Right. And then we also like the mystery and aloofness of men. A man who is too much in your face, he's also telling you all about himself. Like, why are you talking so much? I'm not gonna lie to you. Again, y'all, listen, when the negligee is showing, y'all gonna get toxic Roxy. I'm gonna let y'all know. So when a lot of times it's kind of like, why are you talking so much? Like the same way a lot of men say, you were prettier with your mouth closed. We kind of feel the same way about y'all. So when a man is kind of just doing all that, it's like how Melanin Legacy was talking to Sharon. Why are you telling me all the things you want to do to me? Just do it. You're like men, y'all that stoic persona that we've been taught about men, that tall, dark, and handsome, that mystery man. It's fantasy.
A stoic.
Women,
Hold
on. Let me get this out real
Go
quick,
ahead.
Peels. Women fall in
Go
love.
ahead.
That's why so many women fall in love with potential. We fall in love with fantasy. That's why I even said Roxy is delusional, but I'm not dumb. So sell me my delusion, but you ain't gotta lie to me. I'm not gonna be so delusional where I really think this is what it is, but I want the fantasy. That's why so many women love the whole princess rom-coms. We want that kind of that fantasy, those love movies that show women that they can get everything that they want just because they happen to trip over a rock and the man just caught her and it was the man of her dreams. Like those kind of things, that is what kind of gets us going.
Hold on, Kills. Let me
Name
say this.
5 men. Go ahead, bro.
No, just real quick. If I don't have to lie to you, then why do I have to sell you a dream then?
The same way when men go to strip clubs. It's the same thing. It's just in reverse. Women having that dream fantasy man is the same way when y'all go to the strip club and y'all see that dream fantasy woman who is just, she's so sexy and she's acting like she's so into you. It's all about fantasy. We all want the same thing. We want what we don't really get in reality.
So why you
So
think
the man who is the pretty woman, I'm gonna take a hoe and turn into a housewife type of situation. Like all those kind of situations that we see in rom-com.
So let me ask you, Rose. See, why you think so many men on here love you? Like, why you think? Because you tend to have a lot of men on here.
Wait, what? What?
Hold on. No. If I'm lying,
Bro.
hold on, now, Rose.
The insecurities.
Hold on.
Let Rue talk. Let Rue talk.
Rose, see, from what I'm seeing, you tend to have a lot of guys fawning over you. They looking at you as that stat. Like I seen Royce call you the standard of beauty. How you feel about that? Like, are you ready for that? Because a lot of guys tend to fool with you. I'm looking at it. There are a lot of guys around you. They like you. They want you on their panel. They enjoy having you. They call you beautiful. They say you look sexy. You look nice. I mean, is that
Sexy
too much
chocolate.
responsibility? Is that something you ready for? You wanna like? Are you ready to be the standard of beauty in the space? Do you think you are the standard of beauty in the space? Are you ready for the men
Please
to?
take that. Say
I
yes.
think the space has a
Take that
lot of
man.
beautiful women. I think the difference. I think the difference is I can be, I guess, more inviting, and I think that's what a lot of men are attracted to. A lot of men. I kind of. Okay, this is gonna sound again. I'm sorry. The negligee showing I'm gonna be toxic. I have a way of making men actually be men around me. And I think that is my gift. I have a way of making men be gentlemen around me. And it's not on purpose, it's not a control thing. It's just there is a standard that I was always raised around with men. And I do expect that with you all. Even if you guys are around your homeboys, I do expect when a woman walks in, if you guys are in the barber shop, when I take my son to the barber shop, I'm used to men kind of tightening up, oh, there's a lady around us. But that is also because I present myself as a lady. So kind of yes to what you were saying. There's standards that I uphold myself to, and then that way I kind of can ask of the same standards from men. And I think that's
You think
why
who?
it's attractive.
Hey, yo, Rue. Hey, yo,
Yo,
Rue.
yo.
I want to put you against the ropes, brother, because you called me Kilo. You know, I'm going to go to the store. I'm going to leave y'all to y'all little whatever, and then I'm going to go on mute, right? Who you think out of the women who got the standard? I think that we got the best women in our sector. That is my humbly opinion, right? Who your top who your top five? Who your top hitter, the heavy hitters, yo? Because you used to do your content and be like, yo, we need to get it together, fellas, and we need some new blood in these spaces, and we need some new blood. You know what I'm saying? The older women is out the way though. You feel me? The back in the day women, now is a new day. And Rosie is a new day. It's a new day. It's a new day in these spaces, brother.
You seen my wall the other day, huh? Who I posted on my wall the other day?
Nah, yo, you ain't post no top 10.
Nah, I posted one.
Who do you post?
You got go look at my wall. We on the panel right. We on the panel right now. Hold up. Kilo. I posted. Listen. I posted Rogue C when she was on Ali, and I say, man, this is some illegal beauty type shit right here, man. Like y'all tripping, dog.
That's a fact.
And you know,
Nah,
Big homie Doug can't hold up. Big homie Doug. I ain't heard from Doug in a minute. You remember Doug, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Doug came and talking about, Rue ain't lying. He ain't lying. I'm like, nigga, I know I ain't lying about this, dog.
You never lie, bro.
Rogue C gonna have to be 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 Kilo.
Come on, 1, 2, 3, 4,
4 and 5, dog. Yo.
Come on, bro. I like Sexy Red though. I ain't going front. I like Sexy Red though.
I mean, it's gonna get to the point.
I'm gonna say your name. I ain't gonna say the other name because I know Rosie ain't gonna let me say the other name.
Is y'all dating? Is y'all secretly dating?
Come on, bro.
Hold on, JP.
We chilling as men.
Let's just say when it comes out, when people start voting, who's the prettiest, the beautiful women, you know, Rose C gonna be in the top 3, man, in the whole set. Y'all know that,
that's a fact. Yeah.
I think we have a lot of beautiful women.
Nah, yo, but you got a lot of females who don't like.
Is y'all dating? Because we don't want to step on no toes and get disrespectful.
Can we chill as men? Can we just chill, have conversations, bro? You don't know how to chill, relax, and just talk the woo wop wop bam talk, bro. Without saying that extra shit. Yeah,
hold on, JP. Can you do your catchphrase on my show, please? One time.
Who out the band?
No, you gotta say it like how you really be saying it.
I gotta be in the spirit. I got to, you know.
It
would be fake if I don't do it. It would be fake if I don't do it regular.
You got
I swear to God,
Kilo, he got a JP.
I can't chill around this nigga.
Hold on, he got a trademark. He got a trademark. Woo out the bound, man. You got a trademark that shit.
Yeah, I know, but you know how kills the boy. He extremely hate everything. He keeping it funky now. You know, I used to say that back on Fight Club days.
No, you gotta have a Woo Out the Bam t-shirt. The Woo Out the Bam t-shirt.
Keep it funky, brother.
I'll buy one. I'll buy a Woo Out the Bam t-shirt for you. I ain't gonna lie.
Bro, see, let me ask you a question.
Yes.
So looking at you, I'm wondering, you seem like a person that would not have a issue with approaching a guy just to see if what his conversation is like. You might just see something nice about a guy, what have you, and then like JP would say, "We'll whop the bam." I love when he said that, but and you just decide, you don't seem like the type of lady would have a fear of just approaching a guy and saying, just to have a conversation, nothing, nothing beyond that, of course, at that point. Are you?
I mean, so just in general, talking to men has never been an issue. I don't think I've ever really been awkward with talking to people. Even public speaking has been a gift of mine. But, I don't like making people feel embarrassed because I kind of just introspectively always like to think of how I would like to be treated. So even if I'm talking to a man I'm attracted to or a man I'm not attracted to, you guys get the same respect because I would want the same respect from either or. So I think that's kind of where my gift of being, and I'm also in customer service outside of what I do on YouTube. So, I think my gift has always been able to be a talkative person and talk to people. And I think that's also where the standards and just being hospitable and inviting kind of just come into play.
How you feel about men that combat you? Like, have you ever been turned on? Have you ever been turned on by a man that kind of like combat you? You have like a back and forth challenging conversation with you?
Absolutely. I even said on the First Ladies First that I was on, and they kind of try to bury me for it because I'm a brat by nature. I'm a very spoiled girl, daddy's girl. Yeah. So I do find no being sexy at times. And I said that on Fatty's show where I'm like, no is sexy. Even though I might be a brat about it. Listen, I told y'all, Roxy is toxic. So there is no need to ever
they say JP is toxic. They say JP is toxic.
Listen, JP, you kind of a different type of
I need you to pull up. I need you to pull up to my panel too tomorrow.
Why you say I'm a different kind of toxic?
Because JP, once you start hitting on multiple baby mamas, that's a little. You can't play them games. That's hard to play.
What you say?
You always been bratty?
Yes, I'm a brat by nature. I mean, again, I've been spoiled. The men in my life, my brothers, my father. I have a father, a stepfather. I'm spoiled.
Do you like to argue?
Yeah, but I'm gonna blame my daddy for that one. One, I'm a Capricorn, and two, my dad in high school put me on the debate team.
When your birthday?
And I asked my dad. I said, "Why'd you put me on the debate team if I'm not supposed to be debating people?" And I got grounded for a day. My birthday is January 19th.
Do you like men that's extra soft? Like real nice.
I said this earlier. I like men who are men.
And what does that look like?
Your hands can't be softer than mine.
Trees, nigga.
Your hands, because they even with the nails shining like yours, right?
Your hands can't be softer. They have to be clean. Your nails do have to be clean, but
I'm ready for you to clean them. Give you something to do. Give you a job to do.
I mean, I'm a cosmetologist by trade. That's not something that I haven't learned.
I think that's dope as hell when a woman.
Yeah, the same way
you got to give women a reason, right? I'll come around you with some dirty fingers so you can clean them.
Not on purpose. You have to have a level of cleanliness, but if there are just times where, all right, baby, let me just go ahead. I could do a manicure on my man's hand. I'm not gonna make your hand pretty and shiny, but if I am showing love, I can show love. I don't like men's feet that much, but if you take care of your feet, I could.
Mm-hmm.
Men who be rocking like your feet be looking like Fred Flintstones to me. I kind of.
Roshi, have you ever watched Paid in Full before?
Not all the way. I'm so bad. So my black card's
Damn. You remember when he said cleanliness is next to godly?
I mean,
these niggas ain't godly. These niggas in this space ain't godly.
I'm definitely Lucifer.
Hey, I know you Lucifer, nigga. But I'm the Grand Reaper.
What you say, Rosie?
I'm the Grand Reaper, Negro. Shut your ass up. I'm the
I still
Grim
think
Reaper though.
I think
I don't
Lucifer
give a
still
fuck
beats the
about
Grim
no
Reaper.
Lucifer, nigga. I
You
met
say
that.
what, Rosie?
I met Lucifer before. Shut you niggas all the way
Can
up.
you let the lady talk, bro?
Man, you a bitch. Now, how you go on your
Kills.
simp
All
ass
right,
shit, nigga? You a
Kills.
whole simp.
All right, Kills, you got to hit my
Oh,
cash app.
simp
Is that fine?
ass nigga.
$5 cash app.
Like, nobody want to hear you ain't saying nothing.
Kills, you got to hit
Nigga,
my cash
I will
app.
smack Gotti out of you,
Kills.
nigga.
Kills, yo. This is Lover Gang. What we doing? It's JP.
Kill, know he family. Kill, don't make us put you in the back. Kill, you know you family, nigga.
Hey, Rishi, BC, Bookie. What
Yeah,
now? What you gonna say, Rosie?
Why Reese ain't never hit the link though? Reese,
Man, fuck Reese P.
She said she
Reese
was.
Pissy.
She said she was, but
Motherfuck
she
Reese
changed her
Pissy.
mind, I guess, when all the men came up.
Now,
Reese,
what
if
you
you
about
want
to
the
say?
link,
What you about to
send it.
say, Rosie?
I was gonna say you're a fix-it woman's dream. Women who love projects, the Bobina the Builder, she would love you because you would give her something to do. And I have a show dedicated to that later. Y'all, I have shows for I just know I'm never out of content. But I have a show about how men should technically have things to do for women.
Yeah.
Because a bored woman is a problem in a relationship.
So meaning that. So would you be okay with if a man if a man like them boxes that you said they were checked off? If he check every boxes and there's nothing for you to have to correct, how long could you stay into that man?
Listen, I'll create my own drama for you. I told you I'm toxic. I could be a hell of a
These type of men will leave you if you do that.
Not really. There's some men that will deal with that type of stuff.
I was called a headache over before, and I'm a good headache. I'm that headache. I think a little pain makes you remember you're alive. I think I got to give you
Right. Yeah, we got a lot in common with that.
Roxy, you're the type of girl that will keep a man on his heels.
Hold on, Rosie. Hold on, Rosie. Kills and send me. Hold on, I gotta send you this money. That Kills and goddamn. Hold up.
Me and Rosie used to always argue and fight.
Why can't Kill send it to me? The cash app is linked. Kills, you're so weird.
Rosie, how many times we done argue and fought?
JP, I think that's
Hey,
why I
yo,
met
hold
you.
on, yo. Hey, yo, your joint is too small and I can't see it. So,
The link is in the chat.
hold on, yo. It's small. It's so small.
The
I
actual
wear
cash
glasses.
app link. Like if you actually click on the link that's pinned in my chat.
Well, I'm saying.
Listen, if y'all love your girl, go ahead and hit this.
I don't trust you too, but I trust my brother though. That's my brother Rue. I'm gonna go through Rue to get to you. I'm gonna go through Rue to get to you. You feel me?
Thank you, Reese.
I don't like I don't like white people. I don't like you.
Hold on. Take your
Oh,
cash.
that extra.
Hold on.
Listen.
Take your cash out, Rosie.
See, Rosie, Ruby hitting them cash apps. That's how he be softening up the blow with these women.
Black business. Rosie, that's black business. You gotta go
Hey,
through a black man to get to the one.
Ruby melting the pot when he be hitting them cash apps.
You welcome,
Thank
baby.
you,
You
Kills,
welcome.
and thank you, Ruth, for facilitating.
Buy you a seafood boil.
I might be able to get some biscuits. Get some biscuits with that.
Yeah, yo, some biscuits.
Get them Cheddar Bay biscuits. I got you. But no, to answer your question, JP, I think we started off fighting. To answer Willing to Win's question, I believe in organized chaos, and that's how I like to live my life. So, as much as I say I'm not I would not be a Bobina the Fixer for men. I'm not going to build a man, but I will be a project for a man. So for the men that would like to try to attempt to tame me, I'm not hard to tame. I just got to give you a little bit. I'm a wild filly. That's all. You just got to tame
So
me.
you don't like men that give you a lot of how could I put this? A lot of
butt kissing? No, I don't.
No, not butt kissing. Yeah, a lot of like how could I put this? It's on the tip of my tongue. A man that's like how you saying how I be doing. They give you a lot of. How could I put this? It's on the tip of my tongue. A man that's like how you saying how I be doing. They give you a lot of. They give you a lot of. How could I put this? It's on the tip of my tongue. A man that's like how you saying how I be doing. They give you a lot of. They give you a lot of. How could I put this? It's on the tip of my tongue. A man that's like how you saying how I be doing. They give you a lot of. things to do, like have your emotions like a roller coaster. As far as like he know when to make you smile. He know when to make you upset. He know how to when he do make you upset or sad. He know how to reinvent that and change it up like a
Yes,
mystery.
but that is also because Rogue C is slightly emotionally unstable at times. So yes, yes, and yes. No, Reese, no abuse. I am not pro abuse. I am just pro keeping a woman her mind busy. The moment you have a woman's mind and you are there rent free at all times, you got her. Respect.
Do you think you've grown from your last relationship, or do you feel like you're still growing?
Both, but yes, I've grown a lot. But like I said, I've learned that I am a ball of organized chaos. So if a man is willing to deal with that, because like I said, I'm not chaotic to the point where it's going to just be heartbreaking and gut wrenching, and you're going to be like, I don't even want to mess with Rogue C. But I'm debating. I will talk your head off. I can probably
I don't get
overtalk
that
it.
vibe from you at all, though. I
I'm
think
a
you.
brat. I'm a brat.
I don't. I think you're pretty cool. Like really, I genuinely say that.
She peed in bed.
Oh my gosh.
Hey,
But no,
Rosie, let me
but
ask you something.
are
Let me ask you something. And you say the wrong thing, I'm gonna slap the shit out you. So,
What's going on right now? I'm about to start charging off.
how do you feel about these women telling me that when I talk to them with my soul, my emotions? Like, do you like men being vulnerable to you, opening up to you?
Once we've gotten that established, yes. I don't believe in trauma dumping. I've been in trauma bonding relationships, and it's not healthy for anybody. If we are established at that
Opening
point,
up is trauma bonding.
too early.
What day we supposed to open up?
Reese, I am a Capricorn, but I have a lot of water in my chart, so I am a hot mess of a Capricorn. I am not as stable as I probably should be because of all that water.
My
And I think
daughter
I
legacy is a Capricorn.
yeah, that might explain why we bumped heads.
My daughter, you bumped heads with my daughter legacy?
I'm a Sagittarius.
You said Melanin Legacy or who?
No, I said my daughter legacy.
Oh no, I didn't know. I thought you said Melanin Legacy. No, but listen, Capricorn baby girls, I love them. Baby girls are amazing. She's gonna debate the mess out of you. I want you to know that. Yes, Earth sign gang gang.
Yeah.
She's gonna debate you all the way until you blue in the face. But she's gonna be about her money.
Capricorn is an earth sign.
Mm-hmm. For some reason we're a weird goat with a mermaid tail. Shout out to the
mermaid.
mermaid.
I'm a Taurus. Taurus is an earth sign.
That's why. Ooh, yeah, she gonna be your best friend, but she gonna get on your nerves.
Yeah, she love to put me in my place. She thinks she be putting me in my fucking place all the time.
I'm a Sagittarius. I'm a fire sign.
Reese, that's why you and me are cool. Listen, Tauruses are like the Capricorn. Like y'all keep us in check, even though we don't want to be in check. JP, I'm also going to tell you this because I don't think you were here for that show. I know you weren't here for that show. Capricorns are also the crash out, the earth signs. We will crash out completely.
Which one? No, I would think.
Crash out.
Which one comes at the Leo?
Taurus.
Virgo.
No, it's Virgos. I thought Virgos was the crash out one.
No, okay. So Virgos, their thing is they just want everything to be perfect. And the moment things aren't perfect, they'll throw a little hissy fit. Capricorns are actually going to crash the F out.
You would crash out, Rogue C, like that? You would really crash out?
Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah, Gemini's come out.
But when Taurus crash out, ain't nothing stopping it.
Because y'all are just a bull. But again, Capricorns, when we crash out, it's not a mess of y'all are more destructive. With us as Capricorns, we are actually more so we gonna hurt feelings. We're gonna burn bridges. The moment a Capricorn actually crashes out, I'm burning bridges. That's why it's best to leave Capricorns alone, because hell will break loose.
You didn't want to play no more of that video, with Fatty, or you good on that?
I mean, because you were there, you and Willing to Win were there. Was there a certain part that you guys wanted to see?
I mean, I wanted, because I didn't like how they was trying to make it seem like when Ali got on there, he said, "Oh, you women, y'all are,
y'all be taking them fake conversations serious."
Nah, it was
Just
in
for the
front
sake
of
of
people.
content.
I don't like entertaining fake. Like when I notice, and I'm not taking nothing from people. When I notice people just create something or just say something opposite because they know that's going to generate a conversation.
Mhm.
I like to have genuine, real conversation.
Okay.
What y'all think about that?
I mean,
Because I see a lot of that around YouTube now.
I mean, so I try to have real conversation even when I go over there or go anywhere else and try to have genuine conversations. I think a little bit of the fake, because I used to be a theater kid. I used to be in drama class. So I think the fake stuff can have a place too. Fatty has a couple of these timestamp with me and Ali going at it, so we can kind of see what's going on with that.
Oh, so you spend a lot of time over there on that side.
Actually, I just started going, really, and I mean it's been enjoyable. They're gentlemen
I
to
hope
me
you
at
go
least.
back.
I mean, whenever they want me back, you know, Fatty usually just kind of hits me up and, hey, do you want to do? That's how I got on this week's Ladies First, and he was like, hey, you want to go ahead and get on this one? I said, sure. It was fun. I mean, listen, at the end of the day, I think it's all about having fun. I like to have these conversations because this is something I like to do, but I also have fun doing this. Like I said, I was a theater kid. I like to talk in front of people, public speaking.
Nah, I hear it in JP voice. Listen, man, I told y'all, dog, right? Our sector. I know we merged with you guys, JP, but we not here to beef or to get in y'all beef, mate. You know, we really listen, dog. I know you ain't gonna see nobody playing sides like that. We kind of got our own little drama where we at, so we coming over here kicking it with you guys. We ain't in none of y'all issues. Y'all been together 6-7 years, man. We've been together over here about 8 years. So it's just a merger. So I understand.
Yeah, y'all bomb cherry them side, right?
Yeah, we all come. We kick it. Yeah, we out from
Like
Taz, Nala, Bomb Cherry.
Oh yeah, well y'all seen me on Taz and Nala now.
Oh yeah. I remember seeing you over there.
That was my first home.
I've seen you around. I've been here 6 years, so I've seen you around.
Oh yeah.
Listen, Rogue Seed's a nomad. I need people to also understand that. I go where the wind blows me.
Yeah, so you saying Fatty or Ali try to get you to be an untouchable? Are you going or you gonna just play the nomadic role, Rosie?
Listen, I feel like I've made too many claims. I just like going where I can have fun. It becomes it's not fun anymore where it feels like you have to be somewhere at all times.
Okay.
Or
so
you have
you
to.
You don't want nobody putting restrictions on you.
I don't listen. Y'all hear me say this. You know, I say this all the time. I don't like my choices being taken away. I like choices. I'm a hippie at heart.
Well, Fatty don't like that. Fatty don't like when you mess with his ops.
I don't think Fatty can control that though, because like I said, everybody we from another sector. I'm gonna hope he don't expect for us to follow the rules like you guys sector, man. It's kind of like we don't come from that. Everybody where we come from kind of like do their own thing. Everybody freelance, but we all like we click in a good way, not click-ish, but we all like I say. You got Nala, Taz, Bomb Cherry. We all family.
Listen, Reese, I don't know why he would have connected you with her out of all people. Because listen, I don't know, Reese, if he was there, but it's already up. It's always up. Always gonna be up.
They caught. Nah, Reese,
Yeah, I'm not. Listen. I think the thing about also people need to understand with being likable, you can't put a likable person in a box. You can't stunt my growth. I wouldn't want to stunt anyone else's growth. So Reese is absolutely correct, but it's not in some disrespect or any beef or anything. It's just a matter of I wouldn't want someone to stunt me because I wouldn't stunt them. And again, if we can do good business, if we can do good communication and a good show, it's always going to be love. That's why I have Lover Gang. If anything, Rogue C is Lover Gang. That's what we do here. Since y'all trying to drag me in the mess and I gotta be politically correct, I am Lover Gang. Fair use.
Saying that the earth part is irrelevant, right? Because if I might not hurt you, you might be aroused for another man, and then I jump the line and I take it. See what I'm saying? Like our bodies are very interesting things, right? And everybody got the I'm taking one for the team type of like spirit. Like a lot of men, I'm taking one for the team. I'm going with the ugly one, or a lot of times, once again, is a choice. You might not be aroused, or you into a woman, and a lot of times happen with men, and they take one for the team and they go ahead and do it anyway, right? That's not great because the man didn't like her. It's not great if she was not into him and he got hurt. Like hurting shouldn't be the barometer for
I
it's
didn't
not
get
right.
finished. That was only one example of, like I said, when it comes down to it, history has shown that men usually weaponize sex by actually giving it to a woman.
Sure.
By actually forcing a woman. When it feels forced, and again, correct me if I'm wrong. Gentlemen, you can definitely correct me, but for the most part, or most case scenarios, most women aren't pinning y'all down where y'all
Explain
can't.
that.
Again, most women are not
Explain your
forcing you
words.
all to get hard. Most women are not forcing you to have
Roxy,
sex with us.
Listen, Roxy, listen to your words. You said when he feels.
All right, so just for some point of contact, this was a little debate about the fact that when it comes down to the whole conversation of consent, I was explaining the fact that technically men, your penises can be weaponized. So I'm just explaining the fact that women, we can weaponize sex in another way, but we cannot weaponize the fact that we can overpower you all and that we can actually take it. Because again, women are the receivers. So it's easier for y'all to actually take it from us by your size, by the fact that you guys are the ones that actually do the penetrating and all that. So we're pretty much getting into a back and forth because like they were trying to convince me that apparently women can be the aggressors. And I'm just saying it's not in the same way. Fair use.
I agree with that. I
What
agree
if
with
you
that.
got?
Okay.
Feels
What if you got a man
and
aggressor?
actually
Yo,
force
Rosie.
are two different things. A lot of
Rosie,
women
what if you got a man aggressor? What
Say
if
that
you
again?
got a man aggressor that trauma bond? What if you got a man aggressor in these spaces though, and who trauma bond other men, like man bonding? Like I created a new term called bro bonding. Like a lot of dudes be in these spaces, be on some bro bonding shit. Like who stalk other men. You know what I'm saying? And then they be weird. Yeah, like
But
niggas like
even
Hamburger Man. He one of those. Hamburger Man is one of those type of dudes.
okay. So at the end of the day, a lot of the men over there also, there was a conversation, and we'll probably talk about this on another day. There were a couple of conversations that I'm going to pull from this. So we're going to get to break down this whole ladies first. But at the end of the day, a lot of the men were talking about how even as men, they don't feel comfortable around large groups of men because they know that men can be the aggressors and the attackers. We didn't really get down to
Hamburger, like Hamburger Man. Like Hamburger Man. Like he stalked so many dudes in these spaces. Like I understand why certain women will be scared of dating a certain archetype of a certain dude. I get it now. I done seen dudes stalk Izzy for years. They stalk Angry Man for years.
But
They
Kills,
stalk
even in this
JP
space,
for
we
years.
have some very aggressive women. We have women that are, again, we also have women that falsely accuse other women of things, but that's neither here nor there. We have some weirdos in the space. The space is full of weirdos. So, you just have to tread lightly.
Bonding. I'm gonna do an episode called Bro Bonding and break all of that down. Bro bonding relationships.
I'll be there. I think that's a good episode. Hold on, fair use.
Rape fantasies. They have gangbang fantasies. They want their partner that is very safe to rough them up a little bit. He feels,
but that is
but he's not actually
discussed. That's discussed on a regular basis. If you're just pinning Roxy down and we've never actually had that conversation, and I've never said yes, Fatty. That's what I'm into.
Wait, nobody grabbed your neck once?
Fatty, I can't breathe. Fatty, I don't like this.
So, but there's the thing. Nobody, like you never had the first interaction with the person that you really were into it, where they pin you down and they kiss you on the neck or something like that. You never had that before?
Again, it's a matter of we agreed to this.
That's a yes or no.
I'm going to give you an example, right? I want to give, let me give you an example so you can actually see what I'm saying, right?
Mm-hmm.
When I was used to, like on my first job, when I used to work at Pizza Hut, right? Like the food court, there's a lot of flings going on and all that shit. You know what? Like what would be like something that woman said later that they were very into it, right? We end our shift and we go back to the locker rooms and because there's a lot of tension, nobody's watching, it's dark and it's 11 a.m. Women like to be pushed to you, kissed on the neck, pushed against the locker room, like the little high school thing, right? The video clip where he puts her hand on the locker room between him and her, and she now is melting like butter. Like, this happens in real life. This is not a conversation. This is two people that are into each other saying I love, when he actually figures out.
So because we all kind of just had this conversation between you and me, gentlemen. So I got what Fatty was saying, but I don't know if he was not understanding what I was saying. Usually there is the body language of showing that Rogue C is into that, or that the woman that you're doing that to, we're into that. But when a woman is struggling against you, when she is verbally saying, I'm not into this, do men understand that that means it is game over?
Yeah, most definitely.
Anyone else want to answer?
You still hear me? Let me know if you still hear
Yeah,
me.
I can hear you.
Okay.
You're good. Because I'm just wondering if the men do understand where a woman is into it versus when she's not. And I mean, you all kind of explained that to me. I don't know what the confusion was in this side of the conversation, because
We all know that you got a lot of dudes who internet niggas and niggas who just came to the internet. It's definitely a difference within the space. Internet niggas, we always had that, and it was coined like the educated lanes and the Pookies and the Ray Rays, but that's a whole other conversation, man. A lot of dudes in these spaces is really not getting that particular woman that they really want. Where the
Right.
Pookie dude, who they coin in these spaces, always had the pick of the litter. You know what I mean? And
right.
you could tell dudes who always had
Oh,
women way before the internet, way before
okay.
the internet ever.
I get what Kill's saying. Kill, so you saying what Rogue C is saying, that you guys do know when a woman is going and when she's not going, that really applied to the men like the Pookie and Ray Ray who been getting women. So what he
Yeah.
should know. But the educated lame, the guys who are not good with women, they might not understand when she's saying no for real. This what you saying, Q?
Yes, sir.
You agreeing
Yes,
with that,
sir.
Rosie? I'm confused. Hold on. So Rosie,
I mean, it makes sense, because that would just mean that those men are used to enough interactions with women where they can kind of tell,
can tell when
versus
she going.
inexperienced men.
So the inexperienced men. So do you understand that you got a lot of inexperienced men with women, to where the social cues of a woman saying no, he may not understand it like that.
I mean, yes, but I don't think every inexperienced man comes in as the quote unquote educated lame, the awkward man. So some of them kind of seem like they should have some game, or they would have better know-how. And I think that's the man that, like, we're not experiencing the flat out Urkels the way that a lot of these men in this space were trying to make it seem like the educated lame just gets no play. A lot of these men look like regular men. So when they kind of come with that Urkel mindset or that Urkel personality, but you looked normal to us, it is a little confusing and disappointing, because at least Urkel, you knew what it was.
But I gotta give you some pushback though on that though.
Mm-hmm.
When you watch, do some homework. Do your homework. We older, Rosie. You kind of young in this. Your homework is watch class act. Watch. Mm-hmm. See, in this spaces, right? We got the Pookies, the Ray Rays, the educated lames, and all of that, right? I need to coin this space as you got certain dudes who are the Blade Brown, and you got Duncan Pinterhughes ass bitch ass niggas in this space. The Duncan Pinterhughes dudes in these spaces trying to give y'all a game and don't know no game, but at least Duncan Pinterhughes got the chick at the end of the movie though. Even though he smashed the chick in his mom house, he still got what he wanted. Do your homework. Mm-hmm. And a lot of dudes ain't reached that level because it's more levels than devils. Every level is a devil. And certain dudes in these spaces are devils.
Yeah, but again, there's a discernment the same way. And listen, that's why, people can say I'm a fence sitter. I'm not a fence sitter. I just believe that accountability and discernment go both ways. So the same way that I was giving y'all discernment on how y'all should know with women what games you should play and what games you shouldn't play, women need to also kind of know, no matter how fine we might think a dude is, if he's a lame, he's a lame. You can't get enough money to outlame you. You can't change your wardrobe enough to outlame you. The whole
Can't
point
unlame
of
Belane. You can't unlame Belane.
Why
exactly
did
the whole
they?
point of Stefan Urkel, it was also the personality. It wasn't just Steve Urkel just dressing up better. It was the fact that his whole confidence, his whole mindset, everything about him shifted. It changed. So that's what made him attractive.
So why do you think they call you a fence sitter? Well, I know why, but why do you think they call you a fence sitter?
Because I haven't really just gone one side. I don't bash women to the point of trying to make women do something they don't want to do. And I don't bash men to the point where making them do stuff they don't want to do. Listen, I go based off of my own experiences and the research that I can do and the conversations I've heard in this space. And I'm like, it's really not that hard. I've overcomplicated things when it comes down to relationships. And now that I'm a little older and I'm a little wiser.
You know what, Rosie?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't mean to interrupt you.
I was just saying, now that I'm a little older and I'm a little wiser, I can see the mistakes I made and I can see the mistakes people are still making. But I don't come from the perspective of men bad, men only are bad. I don't come from the perspective of women bad, women only are bad. So that's what makes me.
You know what I was thinking?
Hmm?
If I'm going to add my real life, you know how they be saying people is a hypocrite?
Yeah.
Life is a hypocrite.
Life is full of contradictions, yes.
Yes, and when you especially the conversation that we talks about the most, love.
Right.
You two make it seem like it's all or nothing. Either you're gonna be all on this side against women,
yes,
or you're gonna be all on the side for men. Bro, I can set standards for myself, and I have done this in a 5-year relationship. I had standards for myself.
Mm-hmm.
Devin violated all of those standards, but the love that I have for her, it made me. Don't get me wrong. I left out the front door, came right back in the back door, right?
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of times the nuances don't never get talked about. A lot of people is lonely, and when they finally do meet somebody, yeah, they might violate a few of your standards, but the overall person still might be good people. So it's a lot of contradictions and hypocrites. I think I'm starting to admit it. I'm a contradiction. I'm a hypocrite because there's a lot of stuff that I believe in that I could do to people that I wouldn't want done to me.
Right. The only thing that I'm going to say is when you want better, you do end up doing better. And that's kind of where even when I was talking about the love contract and everything, right? It's a matter of like the whole point of my channel is the fact that I'm a lover girl, but I know I've done love incorrectly. And, I was taught a mindset change of when you're doing the right things for the wrong reasons or for the wrong people. And I think that is where I was also able to really understand that without having proper strategy, love is chaos and love is a mess. And I told y'all I'm okay with mess. I'm okay with chaos. It just has to be organized.
Have you ever cheated on your husband?
No.
Have you ever cheated on a man, period?
No.
Do you think you ever would do it?
No. Because I've had it done to me and I don't want to do it.
Other
things can be done. I could leave. And I've told people my story. I'm toxic. I have done a lot of things that I regret in past relationships, and I've learned from them. But now I know how to use my toxicity for the right reasons. And
when I was younger, I keep cutting you off, Rose. See, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Keep trying to see when you finish.
No,
but
go ahead.
When I was younger, I had I guess you could call it love contracts.
Mm-hmm.
And the purpose of it was like you mentioned organization, but for me, it was about trust. And
right.
You break the contract. This is what's up.
Yeah,
you got there's remedies, but I was wondering. So, having just been on the spaces for a little while, my purpose was completely different where I came in.
Mm-hmm.
But I just listened in because I couldn't believe the things I was hearing. But what I've noticed now is that men have taken, and I'm not pointing at any of the men here on this particular panel right now either, But overall, men have taken different talking points that KS came up with and turned it into game for themselves. One in particular is the one where, let me ask you this question. If a woman is a 304 or a prosky and a man has money, does that mean he's entitled to her still?
No one's entitled to anything, especially, and it goes both ways. She's not entitled to his money, and he's not entitled to her body. Now, what two consenting adults end up doing is what two consenting adults do. Now, that being said, and I actually, again, y'all are just going to make me reveal all my shows, and that's fine. Whatever happens, happens to them. These are my ideas, and people can't do my shows like I can. I believe all love is transactional, and I need people to understand that. I believe that love is a quid pro quo, and then when you know you are going into it as such, and you know you are going into it with the idea of getting something for something, the literal definition of quid pro quo, I think we can be more honest about these situations, and we can actually have healthier love. Technically, the 304, the gold digger, is supposed to go with the baller because that is her counterpart. That is her match. When you are trying to turn a 304 into a housewife and settle down with her, that is why you keep hitting your head against the wall, because you can't afford the lifestyle that she's actually trying to have. So I think a lot of people are also getting with their improper counterparts and trying to change them into that counterpart instead of just going to where they belong. Even with
Most women want to be hoes, though.
To the right man, even the good girl will want to be.
Yeah, because a lot of women fantasize about two men being in there at one time at the same time. Women wants that extra attention from multiple men.
I wasn't talking about that. Women do seek a lot of validation. Usually, there are women, and that is a mental health thing. An unhealed woman, if you feel unsatisfied with one man and it's not something you agree upon, because there are people who believe in, being poly. I love Miss Polly. Miss Polly and I have had these conversations. So
how long could you be satisfied with the same person, though?
If you are willing to do what you need to keep that person satisfied, I feel like forever. It's the moment when you both feel like, all right, I got what I needed.
Not to last forever.
It's not about. So again, it's not about lasting forever. The same way that people can be satisfied and working in a job for 30 plus years because they like what they do and they get compensated for it, the same way it can happen in a relationship. So if I'm continuing to do the things that the man likes and he's continuing to do the things that I like, and we both feel like we're getting compensated for the things that we want in this relationship, that's why I said love is a transaction. Love is quid pro quo. So with that being said, that's why I didn't get to finish the thought, Reese. So what I'm saying is, unless you are a person who is into poly, most people who are just trying to get multiple validation from people, that is a mental health thing, unless you are poly. That's why I was trying to finish the thought. So Rogue C is not poly. So y'all can pretty much understand that if Rogue C is trying to be in every dude's face, I'm lacking something. I'm lacking self-confidence. I'm lacking I'm not getting. I'm attention whoring for a reason. That's all I'm really trying to say. So but back to what I was saying.
No, go. My bad. Go ahead.
Just to finish what I was saying to JP real quick. As long as people are really getting compensated, I feel like a lot of people can be happy where they are. That's why a lot of people can get in careers. Like I think the passion that you have with your hot dog food truck, right? Yeah. The reason why you can go with that for so long and you can still build on it if things kind of fall through, but then you can kind of keep going, is because you have a passion about it, but you also know that eventually it's going to reap. You're going to be able to reap the fruit from it, and I think that's
yeah. But sometimes you can change the spirit too, like people, like,
and that's where the love comes in.
Your nature naturally get used to stuff. You want something new. That's everything about our makeup is wanting something new.
That's why your girl loves. Listen, Roxy will switch up her hair. You want a new chick every day? You're going to get a new chick every day. You got it?
It's not having a new chick every day. It's just about like, okay, it's cool and all, but it's kind of hard to love the same person forever.
So,
and that might be your truth, right? Go ahead. Yes, go ahead.
I agree with JP saying, but I remember when the other week when you was on Fatty's show and you mentioned Tom Brady. That was funny as hell. You said that Tom Brady stopped at one Super Bowl. So, and I remember you mentioned a while back about, being an object versus tool. But people just
Mhm.
know, right? What men, like I'm hearing JP, you getting bored with one thing. Would a man get bored with winning multiple championships? Like, what is it? All right, what do a woman have to be that's equivalent to a man pursuing a championship ring that'll make him still want to pursue that, like LeBron, right? LeBron's still trying to go for another ring, even though he's waiting for his son to come in. He'll get his fifth ring if he play it. Like they damn near almost they did well this year, right? He's still pursuing a championship. Like, what is it about? What can a woman do that'd be equivalent to a championship trophy, right? Or being a championship trophy that a man that men are fighting their butts off to try to get in their hands. Like, how do you become a championship trophy as a woman to a man?
You have to be something he values. And I've discussed this on the channel. It's a matter of whatever that man that you're interested in values, you have to become that. So if you are the type of woman, and again, this is going to sound like I'm not putting the responsibility on the women, but I don't think a lot of the responsibility of the relationship actually falls on women. If you're not cultivating that woman to be what you want her to be, respectfully, you can't complain about who she is. So if you're not building that woman in the sense of, I want a Barbie doll, in the sense of, I want somebody I can build houses with. I like having someone that I can, ride motorcycles with. I want someone I can go to, dance competitions with. If you're not really setting her up to be that, and if she also doesn't have the passion or the same passion to be all that for you, you guys are incompatible. But that's why I was saying earlier, men kind of do have to have tasks for women to do.
But you make it sound so
Ooh,
easy.
that's a blessing. You understand that right now, Roxy, because you hit that. Oh man, you hit that nail with a jackhammer right there. You 100%. And see, men just aren't honest about with themselves about what they really like, because they don't even know what is it they like, and is it even possible for a woman to like to do those particular things? And when you look at successful successful couples in other cultures, that's exactly what's got them bonded.
Mm.
And like, for example, there's, even on YouTube or Instagram or TikTok, whatever, you got these companies. Well, I don't know why I keep saying these couples that do the silliest little things together. Like, there's this one couple that I watch, and they karate fight with each other.
Mm-hmm.
That's all they do. I mean, they be on point, but it'd be reminding me when I was a kid growing up watching those karate movies, because they do the whole thing, and so he met she be cold with it too.
Mm-hmm.
So he met a woman that loved martial arts like he did, and he either taught her or she had lessons, and then they just start doing it as skits on YouTube together. But you are 100% about that. And because when we say skeletons in our closet, really those skeletons are the things that we actually like, but we may think women may find it silly.
Right. And I think Rue was getting in there too.
No, but you make it sound so easy, Rogue. See, you making it sound like a man can build up his dream girl if he wanted to. Like, is that? Hold on, am I tripping when I hear you say that? If a man take time and pour into his woman, invest into his woman, he can build up the woman he want, the woman of his dreams, with no combativeness, with no resistance. Like, is it that simple?
Yes and no. Nothing's easy. So the same way, if a man is going to be a farmer, he knows the work that he has to put in to be a farmer. The same way, if a man knows what it takes to be a bodybuilder, all the the even with athletes, you kind of know all the training and conditioning you had to do. The idea more so is the fact that you will have a woman who likes the same thing that you like. The compatibility has to be there. That's why I said those love contracts, that also matters in the sense of it. Do we want the same goals? Do we want the same things? Cool. Put that in the love contract. So once you have that whole situation figured out, it's also a matter of now, are you willing to put in the work? That's why it's not easy. Like Reese said, it's simple, but it's not easy. So you as a man, and that's why I said the responsibility, the onus kind of goes on y'all, because y'all are built to work, respectfully. Y'all are made for that. That's why you have the broader shoulders and everything like that. So you guys are supposed to take the lead, and you are supposed to make that woman into your dream woman as long as she is following suit. Not saying that she might not have her bad days or anything like that, like how you would have your bad days. The same way there's some days you might not feel like going to the gym as a athlete, but you kind of have to have that discipline. And I think that's where men come into a woman's life, because you guys definitely help give us discipline in a way that we might not need it, or we might not have done it if we had to do it for ourselves. So even when men are asking, well, why do I need to build up a woman? Why do I need to cultivate a woman? Because y'all are builders. That's what y'all do.
But what if men don't, like, look, back in the day, all right, I don't know if I told a story about the old house you live out there in Fifth Ward, my grandmother's house, right? That it was my granddaddy who was born
Thank you
in
all so much. Please make sure to hit the like.
My granddaddy was born 1920, and a lot of his brothers was born in the early 1900s. That they built the houses of the women. I think someone built the church. They really built up Fifth Ward back in the 30s. They built that, man. What if you dealing with men who don't know how to build nothing? How do you expect for men who wasn't raised to build dog houses to know how to build anything with a woman, let alone build a family? He don't have the concept of building, but you expect it because he's a man that he's supposed to know how to build. How do you expect that from a man who ain't never built anything in his life?
You want my honest answer?
No, mate, no, lie to me. Okay. All right, go on, lie to me.
No, if you want the lie. There's going to be a magic fairy that is going to come in and bippity boppity boo and turn that pumpkin into a carriage. Can I get the real answer now?
No.
Can I please? Pretty please?
Because if you're not going to tell us
pretty please
that young black ladies like yourself know that the men in your generation and our generation wasn't raised to build anything, so we don't know how to build anything with you ladies, you can't give us the real answer right now. Then you can't
pretty
tell me
please pretty. I can give you the solution after I give you the real answer.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, so this the real answer is he's not. You're not going to have successful relationships. You're not going to have, you might be able to make kids. You're not going to have a family. You might be able to have a woman. You're not going to have a wife. You're going to keep going into this modern dating headache that you are going to do, because the same complaint about men wanting modern women to act like traditional women, y'all aren't acting like traditional, specifically for the men of my generation, since that's what you pointed out, right? Y'all aren't acting like traditional men. And that's always going to be the issue, because men are men. Sorry.
Do you think these conversations making real relationships complicated? Because in real life, we don't have all of these thoughts about. We just let nature take its course.
No, because that's the complicated point. Because even, and this is no shade to you, right? I know how you feel about multiplying and having children. There's no reason why you couldn't do that with one woman. I think men have complicated
There's
things.
many reasons why.
I mean, if you are really a polyamorous type of man, JP, I'm not going to take that away from you. If you really just can't be with one woman.
No, it's not about being poly. Poly means you still in a relationship. It's just about
so
me.
You just don't believe in relationships. Like I said, I just said that because if you were the man who's like Rogue C, why can't I get the perfect wife? Why can't I get the perfect life? Da 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 da. And I know that's not really what you're asking for. I'm just using you as an example.
Mm-hmm.
Because there are a lot of men who are in your position, but they are the ones complaining. I don't hear you really complaining about it. So the ones who are in your position that are complaining, it's because you guys are overcomplicating things. You guys are wanting this without being the traditional man that you're supposed to be.
Yeah, I think being in a monogamy relationship it takes your life away.
Not if it's worth it. Not if it's something that was earned. Monogamy, I do agree. Again, certain mindset changes I had to kind of grow up into. Monogamy is earned. It is not a right. And that is not to be like a man can cheat on you at any time. If a man is coming to you with monogamy, he's supposed to be upholding that standard. But if a man is
That's
saying,
man-made.
I mean, yeah, but so is toilet paper. We still use it.
Yeah, but toilet paper is not man-made. It comes from trees. I'm saying monogamy, it don't have no
So hold
basis
on,
outside of men.
because you're gonna get me ignorant real quick. So JP, I want you to go take some bark off a tree instead of your cottonelle or your angel soft, and I want you to use that bark on that tree and wipe yourself with it, not the leaf. I want you to use the bark.
Ain't it's paper? No, what I'm basically saying is it still comes from the earth.
Okay,
Monogamy don't have no attachment to earth or naturality. That's
Yes, it does.
something
No,
when
women never made monogamy. I'm gonna stop you right there. That was never a woman.
exactly men did.
Two,
For his ego.
it wasn't strictly for the ego. You want to know the real reason why? Yes, the ego ended up coming into play about it. It was for your bloodline. Because even with kings and queens, there were the fact that you could not make a bastardized child into an heir. If that child was not seen as a legitimate heir, they could not take over the crown. So it was a bloodline situation. Whether you were a duke, but
think about this, Rosie. Men in your Bible is able to have many wives, right?
technically no. In
But
the Bible,
women is only supposed to have one man out of her whole existence. That's adding qualifying yourself to a man.
that's also wrong. But again, that was also for protection.
That's
and bloodline.
monogamy, though. You're supposed to be a virgin till you get married, right?
Is that a
You're supposed to be a virgin till you get married. You're supposed to stay with that one man forever.
So it was never a law. It was for the sake of protecting yourself. The reason why the whole abstinence and being a virgin thing was supposed to be a thing was because not only of the heartbreak that we know that women go through by having multiple partners, it was again so I need people to
That's
understand.
something new, though.
Hold on. Not really. Everything always came down to the children, the birthright. So that was kind of why monogamy, that was why, marriage was not really for the two adults. Even now when people want to argue about marriage and they don't want kids, marriage wasn't for the adults. It's for the birthright.
I'm just thinking like marriage to me, the first marriage on the planet was when you got a woman pregnant, right? Who married the first people? It wasn't nobody to marry them.
Technically, with Adam and Eve, yes, and that's why
If you believe that they existed, who married them to?
Technically, it was ordained by God. So it's not the fact that you were having children that made you married. It was the fact that
Eve
you had,
will be his daughter.
hold on. It was the fact that you had sex. That is what made you married.
Exactly. That's the wedding. The marriage is the baby, right? The ring is the ring is the baby, right? It combines the families together.
Yeah.
So Eve will be Adam's, according to that Bible, Eve will be Adam's daughter.
I don't know where you're getting that because
it came apart. Eve was somehow birthed from Adam's rib.
So for the ones who are believers, that does not necessarily make you your daughter. The same way, and I don't like debating the Bible, especially online, but it's a matter of when I become your wife, we are one flesh. So flesh of my flesh. That is where that comes from. It is not about having, me being your daughter. It's a matter of I became one with you. I was your person, your one. So the thing about what Rue and I were just discussing about cultivating a woman and all that, what Adam technically did by, if you believe, giving his rib or God taking that, I'm just saying for the fact that we're talking about it. So God taking Adam's rib was also Adam technically cultivating Eve. He pretty much made his dream girl that came from him. So what Rue and I were talking about was if you take the time to cultivate that woman and make her your dream girl, that is the same thing as pretty much giving your body part, giving a piece of you and putting it inside that woman. That's all.
So if we didn't have no negative tensions around women having sex with multiple partners, I guarantee you, Rosie, it would be highly possible for you to fall in love with multiple men. If that was the norm. If that was the norm, and we didn't put negative connotations to it, And the reason why women got hurt because of the negative connotation. We shame them, call them hoes and stuff like that.
Hold on, I'm gonna tell you why. Because even in like the later years, we kind of saw why. It was a matter of, again, everything comes down to the offspring. So if the man is now confused about who is claiming that offspring, because we kind of already know, we can see it even in animals. Humans are just animals that know how to use tools. That's all. And we have a godlike mindset. That's why God complexes and all that is a thing.
But since we got DNA tests, so you can start having multiple partners.
Hold on, but again, DNA tests only do so much, especially if a man is refusing to do the DNA test or she's refusing to do it. Again, if we were just going based off of strictly nature, it is a matter of the fact that who is claiming this baby, who is going to take care of this baby. Because at the end of the day, the man's rightful claim to a woman was the fact that I'm having your child. Now this child needs a roof over its head. This child needs food to eat. That is where the protection and provision really comes from in the mindset. Because no, women, we aren't supposed to really do it, but we can. We can get with other women, but it's just a matter of the responsibility of, I had your baby, now take care of me and this baby. This is your your offspring.
You was taught to believe that through the monogamy guidelines. So what I'm saying is we're not operating from our original nature of today. And if that's the case, if we were supposed to be monogamy, why do you have urges with other people, sleeping with other people? Yeah, you can try to psych yourself out and say, oh, that's temptation and woo out the bam. No, you are trying to suppress something that is natural to you.
I think I agree with JP on that. Listen, I've said it before, Rogue. I don't expect for nobody to be monogamous if you're around people that you're attracted to. Like, you only supposed to be monogamous if you really can say, I'm not attracted to nobody else but this person I'm with. If you really want to run that. If you're around other men, you say what?
That's where love comes from. Love is a matter of the fact that even if that's the case, I'm choosing you. Love is a choice. That's why when women are saying that men love to use love as a noun, which it is. But when women are saying you guys need to realize that love is an action, you choose love every day. That is what makes monogamy what it is. So if I'm showing you, and like Reese said, love and self-control. But let's say the men don't really have self-control like that.
Or the women.
Or the women. I'll give you that. If I'm saying I love you, and I get it, people cheat and still say I love you. Those are trash ass people. Let's be honest. But when it comes,
no, they're not.
No, they are, because again,
they just living in their nature. They more honest about who they are.
Hold on. What did I say humans are?
Sexually beings.
No, I didn't say that. I said that humans are animals with a godlike mind. That's how we're able to build and use tools. So
animals have a godlike mind.
Animals do not.
I guarantee you, animals is more intelligent than us.
No one's saying that animals are not intelligent, but no, if that's the case, Planet of the Apes will really be a real life right now.
No,
because, I'm serious. Even pigs, they say pigs and dolphins are brilliant. But again, it's the fact that they don't have opposable thumbs and they can't really conceptualize like us. That's why they even said that when humans invented AI, that was the last great invention that a human will make. Because now we're actually going back to animals because we turned off this. This is now off. So going back to the original point that I was making with the godlike mindset, because if you do read the Bible, every emotion, and I've had this conversation with people, every emotion, human emotion that we claim to is actually a godlike emotion. The first thing that you will read or you'll hear about in the Bible is God is a jealous God. Jealousy, envy, all these emotions, anger, rage, God shows those emotions.
Who told you that God was jealous? Did God tell you that?
When God is like, choose me over all others, that's not jealousy?
When did God say that? What language did God spoke?
It wasn't English, if that's what you're trying to ask.
And right. So I'm asking these questions, Rosie, because I want us to get up to think deeper than what we've been taught. So whoever told you that God spoke these words, right, is putting themselves on the level of divinity as God, which is very offensive.
Hold on. Even if you don't believe in God, which a lot of people don't, especially in this space, a lot of people a lot of people claim not to be Christian in this space, right? And they usually say that the God is them. So either way, you are still putting yourself in that divinity role. Either way.
Right. We the creation, we like juniors, right? But I think the only language that God speak is in nature, is in your essence, is in your nature, is in nature. That's the only language that God ever spoke. So
But you do realize
when we got this
there are
Bible,
animals that mate for life. You do know that's a thing, right? There are certain species of animals that do mate for life. There are certain species of animals that are monogamous. So if that's the argument that you're wanting to make, some people can be monogamous. Some people can be monogamous and some aren't. I will agree to that and I will give that to you.
no, what I'm basically saying, Rosie, I think that the people that told us what God said and we believed it. God had never say this stuff. It's like that book is saying something totally different from our nature.
And
Right?
that's why
Our nature is saying that I want to fuck Rosie, I want to fuck Reese, I want to fuck Woo. And Rosie might want to pop Rue, she want to pop JP, she want to pop Blacksicon, she want to pop Reese. But because of man-made obligations and the criticism, especially the criticism of women and the shaming of and unfair treatment that women would get if she decides to exercise her naturally godly nature, is the only reason why you only want to get classified that you only attracted to one man.
So again, because Roxy, I like books. So even though I'm a Christian, I like to read. Charles Darwin is one of my favorite evolutionary theorists, but I've read a lot of other ones. So even if we want to take the Bible and religion and God and all this out of it, I go back to the original talking point that I just said. There are monogamous and species of animals that actually do mate for life. So if we have to
Which
look
one
at
is it?
I don't know off the top of my head right now. Certain types of birds, certain types of insects.
See, you see how regurgitation can
Hold
get
on.
you off your track, because all I got to do was ask you what animal does that, and you cannot tell me.
I mean, off the top of my head, no, because right now that wasn't the main talking point that I wanted to talk about. If I was, like I said, so I was actually telling this to Sarah, the Raging
Because
Tomato.
every animal I know, they just be giving it out.
That's not true. There are certain species of animals that actually do mate for life. Right now, I did not do the prep work to really.
Well, they mate with their own kind. I would say
No.
that birds mate with birds.
No.
Zebras mates with zebras.
No. That's why we have certain types of, if you look at every species of animal, there are subtypes. So I'm not trying to get into the whole homogeneous of all of it when it comes down to evolution and everything like that. But when you go through these animals, there are, and if you want to use humans the same way we can use race and we can differentiate from a black person from a white person. The same way you can look at a blue jay and then you can have a swallow or a sparrow. There are different types of
hybrids.
Yes, in the same species. That's why there's even the word species. Because that is actually, if you look at the classification of animals, they break it down into the 7 types. It's like the genus, the something something species, and then it goes down to the last tier. And that's how you actually identify animals by their actual scientific names. But with that being said, if you start looking at certain species of animals, they do move differently. We just lumped Homo sapiens, humans, as one big group, and that's where we failed. Because now I'm a Homo sapien that says I'm monogamous, and now I'm trying to look at you, Rue, Black Lexicon, Willing to Win. I'm trying to look at y'all and be like, okay, are you monogamous? And y'all might be that group of Homo sapiens that are actually not. Y'all are the polygamous Homo sapiens, and now we're all bumping heads because now Rogue C is requiring monogamy from the type of humans that can't do it.
When you was married, have you ever felt like you had to suppress your nature of wanting to be with somebody else sexually or intimately?
Not to suppress my nature of wanting to be with someone else, but I did feel like I had to suppress my sexuality. Yes.
Well, meaning that you still love him, but you still want to experience other men.
That wasn't the case. I just felt like there were certain things about me that he wasn't able or willing to be with me. So to answer the question of why is Rogue C monogamous, right? You can say social influence has
Social
made
construct.
it where I am. Again, yeah, but society, there are things about society that are right. And when I go deeper into it, I like protecting me. I believe I'm an asset. So I don't know. I see myself as a Porsche, a luxury car. I see myself as a diamond ring. Not everyone can afford that, and they're not supposed to. Not everybody is going to take care of it, and they're not supposed to. The reason why I'm monogamous is because I know the person that I end up being with, if I hit everything where I'm supposed to hit and I pick the right person, he's going to see me as an asset and take care of me. Versus if I go to another man who's not
What if
going to do.
you do all that and he still don't? Because we got a lot of good women still get played.
Yeah, but again, that is why I'm lucky to say I can move around. I'm lucky I can keep looking, but it's
How long you gonna keep looking? They all gonna fuck you over. You the only one ain't gonna be living your life. You living
I
your
mean,
truth.
I'm living my life and I'm fine with.
Meaning, like I had to give up that stuff that was regurgitated to me that I was supposed to live. I am not about to no longer suppress something that's naturally inside of me and make myself believe that that's just a fault of mine. God created us. God created us with organs to have sex and reproduce ourselves. Right?
Hold on real quick, JP, because I got to be toxic rogue for a second. Hold on. Let me show my degligee for a second. I am very selfish. And listen, I do believe a lot of y'all Negroes are not deserving of the coochie. At least not Rogue C's. So when I say that
You are a sexually healer. You are Mother Earth. Mother Earth heals
I'm not here.
everything that
Listen,
it created.
hold on. No, because y'all not about to do that. Yes, I'm a healer, but that does not mean I'm going to heal every broken branch. That is
And
not
that's
my
why
job.
we don't got a lot of healed men. This is why a lot of black
And
men
I'm
is
so
not is
sorry.
unstable because we not allowing women to be able to heal. And part of healing is sex.
Listen, and I'm so
Pussy
sorry.
heals men.
I'm so sorry that a lot of y'all are going to be broken because Rogue C ain't. Listen, I'm not a doctor. I know everybody
Yeah,
trying to
because
call
you
themselves
living up to a
doctor.
standard. You living up to the standard that was created by a ghost.
No, I don't want y'all. If I can be honest, I'm selfish. I don't want y'all. I don't want y'all in me. I don't want y'all touching me. Y'all are not
I
going to
know a
be.
Christian
Hold
lady
on.
told me the
Hold on.
other day
Hold
that
on.
she
Let me
want
finish real
2
quick.
dicks.
Okay, and good for her.
You never fantasize about having multiple dicks.
Not at all. It doesn't get me going.
So you just got this golly everything on an up and up righteous behavior like mindset. Like you don't got nothing that's kinky, nothing that's the world would deem that's fucked up. Right? You don't got none of that part far as your sexuality because you come on now.
I just don't want 2 phalluses at once. No. But yes.
So what is your kinkiest thing? You like to sleep with other people, men?
No.
What? Give me something shaky. Don't give me all these faults. Say, well, about my biggest fault is
I have told
I go to sleep with my head up, and come on now, we know you got some sexual deviant upon you.
I've told people that Roxy has a breeding kink. We've talked about this.
Breeding kink. What is that?
JP, you have a breeding kink. You know what a breeding kink is.
Oh, you talking about having babies?
Yes, or the initial conversation of when a man says, "I'm gonna put a baby in you." Those kind of things. I'm not gonna expose all of my.
But that's okay. That's something natural. But what I'm saying is, we all got sexual deviant to us. If theirs was a camera in your mind right now,
yes, but hold on,
tell us what you was thinking.
Yes, but hold on. The same way that people can be deviant, right? The crime that you like to participate in might not be the type of crime that I want to participate in. Some people like stealing cars. I might like robbing banks. That's
exactly. So give me something what you like to do that if you had a camera in your life right now, tell me something that would make you feel embarrassed.
A lady
so tell me the deviant side. I know you probably like to fuck your sister boyfriend or fuck your nigga your nigga cousin. No. Like you is not all the way on a up and up. Like come on, we all have this sexual deviant side.
I never claimed to be. I just don't kiss and tell.
So give me a hint. Give me a hint of the sexual deviant side you have.
I've actually given.
Be real to yourself.
Hold on, she said it. She said it the other day on Fatty Panel that she might want to come on to her guy when he's laying down, and she just see he might be dozing.
Man, that's just bro. That's just normal relationship shit. I'm saying like for an example, I love to fuck my cousins. I think that's the
JP,
best sex
language,
ever.
language. Oh my goodness.
Oh,
Okay, no,
I like to
no.
penetrate. I like to penetrate my cousins.
We don't need
Why?
it. We don't
Because I
need
know
it.
we ain't supposed to be doing that.
Listen, yes, Rosie is very vanilla, but my man.
She is not vanilla. The point, that's y'all problem. Y'all will believe this. Have you? Do you used to hunt when you was younger, playing house?
Nope,
You never play house.
not in the capacity that y'all talk about in this space. No,
I'm saying, as far as like they play house, they go to humping. You never
no.
hunt when you was a kid.
I did not lose my virginity until I was 16 years old.
And that's early. But okay, but before you lost your virginity, you was fast, right?
I guess you could say that.
So why did they think you was fast? Because a lot of times that don't leave you.
I mean, I've looking the way I've looked since I was developed. I don't know. They always say black girls are fast.
Yeah, they say fast because I mean it's pretty much you've been introduced or you've been exposed to something before you was ready, and yet
Conservative girls are the best, Reese.
So like the fast girls would be.
We know Reese was humping at early age.
No, she just said the same age as me. A lot of so I need people in this space to understand that a lot of people didn't live a lot of these lifestyles that a lot of people are saying that they lived in, because again, it's okay. I'm not judging whatever lifestyle and however someone else grew up, but the fact that it seems like when people are saying no, I didn't experience that, we're the odd ones out. And I get it, because I guess in other forms of society you all would be deemed, the odd one out, like JP saying what he likes. But there are people who did not experience the same thing as you, and I think people need to understand that on both sides of the game.
You see how free I am? You'll never be free as long as you hold that in the back of your mind. Of how can you express yourself? How can you really be confident in yourself when you hiding too much of yourself?
You gotta be you and only you,
I
baby.
think what it is, JP, I think the space.
Stop
the
pissing
space,
me off, Rosie.
The space mishandled people being real honest about their vulnerabilities or whatever.
And you cannot let those people.
But hold on,
create a false you though. You gonna have to just deal with it.
Hold on. What if this really is just Rogue C?
Bro, see, you you the only woman on the planet that God ever created that don't do nothing, don't have no deviance with her sexuality.
I never said that at all.
So give me some raw shit.
Because again, one, there is a career and a standard that I uphold, because I do want to be bigger than just a YouTuber. So yes, you can blame society.
Maybe you would get big if you tell the truth.
And maybe I
guarantee you come out and say that using love with your sister's man, or
one, I only have little sisters, so those,
or your favorite cousin. You always had a crush on your favorite cousin, so you choose dudes that remind you of your cousins.
But that's not my truth. That's the whole point. I need you to understand. Just because I'm saying that I have other things, but the things you're trying to put on me, I can't wear those jackets. Those are not my jackets to wear.
Well, give me a jacket that you are wearing a low key.
I've talked about it. I've talked about the fact that in my past relationship, things got violent and I was a participant. I'm not perfect.
That's just relates. Okay, people fight. I'm not talking about that. I know for a fact that if bro, when it comes to sex, your mind goes elsewhere. Do you have a favorite cousin?
All my cousins that are favorite are female, so no.
You don't have no male favorite cousin that you like to be around, that everybody love to be around?
I mean, no, we do, but trust me, I'm not into my cousin.
I guarantee you go out there and pick dudes that remind you of your favorite cousin.
I promise you I don't. If anything, my type is a Jonathan Majors looking dude. I like Negroes with Jackson 5 nostrils.
What's that? Big nose?
What they say, Jonathan Majors? They say civil rights.
A civil rights face.
I just want you to live free. I just want you to free yourself.
I'm very free. Okay, so one, that's what I'm saying. Yes, I was a spoiled girl. I went to private schools. I live very free. I was very rebellious. I still am very rebellious. My name is Rogue C. I'm very rebellious. It's just my rebellion was never expressed sexually because God bless it. sexual
Are you
trauma.
afraid to?
No,
I think you
no,
letting other people live your life for you.
not at all.
I'm not people, but their beliefs.
Tay Tay, you don't know my rebellion story, all right?
Because Rosie, because the way you be switching that booty when you be walking, I know for a fact that you done thought about the wrong shit. If somebody would have heard you thinking about that, you will be ashamed.
Again, just because my crime is not the same crime that you would choose does not make me less of a criminal. I'm just not the criminal that matches your criminality. That's all.
I mean, even Reese came out and said she fucked her cousin when she was a kid.
JP,
What they
JP,
hump?
She
JP.
ain't never said that, man.
Yeah, she did. She said they hump.
Hold on,
Nah.
JP. You're gonna have to hit my cash app, dog. I'm gonna start a swear jar.
I'm so sorry. I got man, and I only got my food stamps.
I take food stamps. We take EBT.
Send food stamps. Send food stamps.
We take EBT. Because they want to take mine. They
I want to
raggedy.
hear you. I want to hear that
I want to
good
ask JP.
stuff.
I want to ask JP. How you still be getting so lucky? Cause folks be praying for your downfall, but you always be coming through, getting better and better. What's that about, man?
I think once I got closer to nature, once I let go of the Bible, once I let go of the white man system, I got more closer to God than ever. And I think that God set me up. I think when people talk about scholars, I let God speak to me. And it's only one way to do that. That's to be 100% organically you with all the faults.
I'm watching you on Chaotic Truth.
Hold on, real quick. I just have to quote that because Robert said stamp spin. So I'm about to go ahead and quote spin that shit. Spin that. All right. Robert,
I was watching on Chaotic Truth a while back, right? And you was it was John Galton, all you guys up there, and you was walking outside your apartments. You was walking on the riverfront, and people like they was hating on you, dog. And I'm like, JP tend to be coming through, dog, getting blessed, dog. He be getting blessed. And folks be praying on that man downfall, but he tend to make a way and get better. Like, what's that? I'm like, man, he is.
Bro, that's not even me.
What's up? Yeah.
I don't know how. When I got evicted, right? I had to live with whatchamacallit for 2 months. What's his name? Damn, I forgot that boy's name.
Damn.
But I lived with me and my kids. We stayed downstairs from him for 2 months. He gave us the majority of the house. I didn't know I was gonna get this badass house. I was walking around this house after I filled out the application. I said, God, please let me get this money. It'd be good for me and my kids. But I know every time I talk to God and say, please, I don't tend to get it. But God managed, God, somebody managed to manifest this stuff to happen. I don't know. People did pray on my downfall, and it never worked.
I think it always returns to sender if it's with ill intention.
Because God got a plan for me because I told myself that I was going to come to the world ass naked. And so, yes, it was going to be a lot of people that was going to try to use that against me. And I think God protects pureness. God protect pureness. That's part why he let my voice be the voice. Because everybody else is faking. Then when people take their hatred or jealousy away from me and just listen to what I might not, I can't articulate it, but it be some different shit.
So let me ask
JP.
you a question. Go ahead.
What's
you gonna
up,
have to
baby?
send me them. But listen, you gonna have to buy me some fruit snacks or something with them food stamps real quick. Cause
I'm so sorry. I do have to change my language.
And let me ask you something, JP. I know you guys come from, let's say the Anton. They say y'all Fight Club Anton. Do you feel like this is really your sector over here, mate, or is it Anton's sector?
I think I had a big impact. I think that we built a family.
Okay, go. Now I'm asking, like, who's the number one man? Like, if new people come in, who's the number one person they gotta go see? Is it you, Anton, Fatty? Who they gotta come see and come holler at and get approval from? You know what I mean? To operate in y'all sector, man. Is it you, Anton?
Them people, Sherelle, Brittany B, AO, because you gotta think, a lot of people try to dismiss it because they didn't build it. When you done build something, it's easy to dismiss. It's easy to let it go. That's what the white folks did to the black Egyptian hieroglyphs. They just ran off of our stuff. But when you build something, you value it. And a lot of people telling us, "Oh, you need to move on," but they one of the ones that helped build it. You don't hear the people that help raise it, that help have an impact saying that type of junk. And then a lot of times these new people tell us to move on. They want us to move on from it so they can come over here and pillage from it and steal and rob. And after they done steal and and rob from it, they want to put their face on it as if they put in the work to do this shit for themselves. No, it was them Fight Club people that did this for you.
I heard about that. I heard about you getting into it with somebody about, yeah, I ain't gonna mention nobody's name, but you know what I mean. I'm listening to everybody in the space. I'm like,
How you gonna turn my show into a JP interview?
nah, my bad. I'm sorry, babe. My bad, bro.
The heck is going on
Well, see,
tonight?
because I'm JP.
And I'm grateful that you have graced us with your presence today. But this is still Lover Girl Confessions.
Where you rank Rose C in when it comes down to beauties in the space, or JP?
JP don't like me, dog. I'm not JP's type.
But when it comes to beauty,
Out of all the beauties in the space, from your state to our state, what would you put up?
Watch JP say something so disrespectful, y'all.
Go say number one. You need to say number one. Stop lying.
See, look at God.
He break it up.
Look at God.
What do you say?
God sparing him. You see how God keep coming through for you? Reese said 100. Tay said Rogue isn't dusty enough. I would be boring to JP. JP wouldn't like me because I would be boring to him.
No, I'm saying ranking, just ranking. If he had to say who would be the prettiest or the beautiful, who would be the top chick, where would he put Rose? See, because I see he infatuated with you. So I just want to know, if he just had to come and say, you know what, yo, man, Rose C up there, top 3, man, top 2 out of all y'all. Would he run that? 'Cause I think he would, though. I just wanted to ask him, would he, yeah.
So while we wait for JP's internet to come back through, we're going to go ahead and know, yep, if he comes back, he'll come back. All right, so let's start with Mr. Black Lexicon. What are your final thoughts?
Oh my goodness. I think that I was making that point earlier. I'll let y'all rock how y'all was gonna rock. But the fact of the matter is that I know the way you started off the show, concentrating on, the smacks and in terms of that review, what happened that night about whether or not a man should view a woman
pretty much men having their own version of consent.
Yeah, and this nonsense. To me, it's 100% nonsense when it comes with a woman, because we have to go as far as to say we unconscious in order to be taken advantage of. That's bottom of the barrel bull crap. But like I was saying, with the talking point thing is that they took a lot of KS's talking points, and then they corner women with those talking points. Like packaging women up like they're a bag of Skittles, and everybody is entitled to a bag of Skittles. If they, and so I see that happening a lot. But then I think under the cuff, women have noticed that, and that's why we get women that are just, they're vile towards men, and I don't think it's necessarily that's their nature. I think they figured it out. They're tired of men having to corner them for just being free and being who they are, and you know, it's like a men just can't just, okay, this is who you is, all right, and you know, I have to manipulate you and take advantage of it for my own purposes, rather than, you know, allowing a woman to have her own agency, regardless as to who she is, what she does, to make have her own agency about choice, instead of trying to convince the woman that, hey, I should be your choice.
So to this, I said either an NDA or a love contract. It does not have to be a 5-page letter. But if men want to take extra precaution, that is what is best for you all. But no, I definitely appreciate you giving that perspective, Black Lexicon, because a lot of men were saying something very similar to you in the chat, and the fact that I even brought up the point that consent does kind of fall more into the woman's lap more than it does into men's, because we are the ones taking most of the risk sexually. I do appreciate, you know, just the pushback on what other men, you know, on that show were saying. So it's always a pleasure to have you. I do appreciate you.
Oh yeah, you know, that's why I came through. I avoid becoming a meme. You know what I mean? So
no viral moments for you. Understood.
you know, I walk softly, but I carry a big stick. So you know, I keep things on the up and up. And
all right, Teddy Roosevelt.
Okay, you know, I keep things on the up and up because I know that men don't just tear women apart; they want to tear other men apart. You know, especially a man that a woman might find interesting. And you know, it's interesting.
Ola, I'm about to time you out.
Huh?
Talking to Ola. Ola has been wilding in my chat all night. You gonna get timed out for the last 5 minutes of the show, Ola.
So yeah, you know, but yeah, I don't. Now that's as far as consent go. Yeah, I don't consent to that. You know, in particular. But you know, if I'm gonna come on someone's show, I'm gonna say some things. I'm gonna be careful with what I do say or what I do reveal, because then that's like giving permission. Okay, you can put up anything that I've said, or do a little short with it, or what have you. But at least I'm cool with that, because you know, I stand on what I've said. I ain't make a fool out of myself. You know.
Well, no, I appreciate you, and I appreciate you for having decorum. Feel free to come up anytime. I am going to go ahead and pass it to Willing to Win, and then Rue, it is your girl's bedtime.
Rogue C, great show. I do appreciate coming to your channel and having another great conversation. I think you have a great thing going here, and I hope you continue to grow and have amazing conversations with the people that support you and all that. And I'll say this: men have the right to say no.
Yes.
To consent. So it is what it is. But again, Roxy, I appreciate you for letting me come on your panel.
Of course.
And I appreciate you a lot. So thank you.
Thank you. Always a pleasure. Willing to Win. I'll see you on the next one. All right, Rue, you know, I'm going to let you have the final thought, and then I'm going to take it out with my closing thoughts and then my poem. So, gentlemen, feel free to stick around for the poem, and, of course, everyone in the chat. So, what you got for me?
Yeah, most definitely. A damn good show, man. Good show for sure. Once again, what you just said, like, towards the end when you were speaking to Lexicon, it was the fact that you ladies, y'all do take y'all take most of the responsibility and the liabilities of sex. Therefore, yeah, you guys should set the tone, whether you want it or not. And men should just understand that this is you guys' game. And it's like, I don't think men need to fight that to try to be equal to a woman in this game. We know we don't stand to lose too much of nothing pursuing y'all sexually. We don't lose nothing. We really don't. Having a baby is not a loss. You see what I'm saying? The tie that when it come down to soul time, it hit you guys more than it hit us. We can get away scotch free from a lot of emotional connection, but you guys are stuck with what men leave you with, and therefore, men got to understand, the consent doesn't apply to men like it apply to women. And I don't like when men and women don't understand when double standards tends to favor one gender or the other, because we both get them. We both get
we got a show about that.
Exactly. We both get double standards, and we take advantage of double standards. So we need to understand this. So when it comes to sex, what's a woman's game, man? And I'm not gonna say we need to be thankful or privileged to get some. I feel like we need to understand simply, okay, if a woman is trying to give us some, if she's opening herself up to us, and we're able to engage with her, it is something we need to take heed to, and not thinking that it's something that it's a God-given right all the time. No, that's really a God-given right for women to pick and choose when she want to bring in life. If she want to be caught up with a man like that, that's not really for men to choose that. So I'm just wanted to put that out there. That's just my final word.
No, I appreciate that for sure, and I agree with that. It does kind of fall better into just our hands. That's why I do agree and understand when men say that women are the access to sex. I do understand that.
That's true.
So I understand completely. He is a Sagittarius, Reese's. He is a Sag. All fire.
So am I.
Hey.
Listen, you Sages, I swear. I think Miss Polly is one too. Listen, I don't know what it is about me and fire signs. Lord help me. Tay. Listen, I guess scorch earth. Scorch it. I don't know. So, gentlemen, my closing thoughts, and then, of course, my lovely chat. And again, just thank you so much for the panel. You guys have been amazing. And thank you all so much for watching. Thank you if you shared this out. Thank you just for subscribing. If you catch the replay, I know it's a long show, but I appreciate y'all. My closing thoughts, and then my poem. Let me go ahead and get my poetry music so y'all know we're about to end it. Hold on. I should have been doing that. My bad. Where my little... Hold on, where's my little Moesha song? There we go.
Uh-oh.
All right. So perhaps the goal isn't simply obtaining consent. Perhaps the goal is creating understanding. Understanding what each person wants, understanding their boundaries, understanding their expectations, understanding their desires. Because confusion creates resentment. Pressure creates fear, but clarity creates trust. And trust creates the kind of intimacy most people are actually looking for. So my closing poem today for you all is called The Space Between. Okay. Y'all know I get nervous when I do my poetry for y'all. A yes has meaning, a no does too. Both reveal what hearts are willing to do. Love isn't strongest when one complies, but when truth is spoken without disguise. A boundary honored can strengthen a bond, while pressure often pushes affection beyond. Some seek permission, some seek desire, some seek certainty, passion, and fire. For what good is access if doubt remains, or victory won through confusion and strains? The sweetest affection is freely shown, not borrowed, negotiated, pressured, or loaned. So may we choose honesty, courage, and grace, and leave manipulation without a place. For love grows brightest, steady and true, when I choose you, and you choose me too. So that was my poem.
That's good right there. That's a good one.
Thank you. I always appreciate y'all. Fellas, thank you so much. If y'all want to go ahead and drop down, we are closing it out. It was another wonderful show with you all, Lover Gang. I will catch y'all in the next one. I'm going to keep trying to push this to, getting our 500 subs, and hopefully the next one after that, 1,000. We're going to try to get these watch hours up. And y'all, I just really appreciate y'all so much for just everything that y'all do. I will catch y'all on the next one. Thank you again. Bye, guys.